you agree with like Trump and the Iran stuff? Are you following the Diddy case? Like, just you know, I want to find out where the flat earthers are at and like get on, get the
Are
hate
you
together.
a pure blood or not?
Are you? Oh, Gemsy, yes, sir. See, I think people are going to bring a lot of different discussions to the
Just
conversation.
kidding.
I think no, that is a good topic as well. So just stuff like that, different stuff that's not exactly flat Earth, but from flat earthers. I'd be really interested to get together and talk about all kinds of stuff. So be on the lookout for an episode in 24/7, probably in the chill chat. I'd like to record it and put it on X, but maybe not have it be on the live stream, the YouTube Flat Earth live stream. Potentially either tomorrow or on Friday, but just want to advertise this show before it goes live so you guys don't miss out. And I want to just bring notes. If you have ideas or things you want to talk about, bring them. But I've got some ideas. I want to get together with you guys and
Bro,
go
just
off
go all the
road.
way and make your own Rumble channel or something. What are you doing? I
I
mean,
know.
these channels are gonna be here, and whenever you're gonna do those side deals, just bring your channel. That's it.
Yeah, I know, dude. Well, probably that is a good idea. Welcome CV as well. I'll talk to Republicans about refiring up the Rumble in some way, shape, or form. But we
Hey,
did a
CV, are you related to CB?
oh shit.
Wait, bro, what? No,
Why not?
because like I don't know, we have different parents, so it like you don't
Yeah, but
just.
CV and CB sounds alike. So
I mean, yeah, but still.
okay, never mind.
Hold on 1 sec. That microphone is sexy as fuck.
I mean, I don't really have
Oh,
one.
thank you, thank you.
I kind of just use my phone as mic. I don't use like some sort of like external professional type of thing.
Hey, CB, how do you know he was talking to you? He was maybe talking to me. What are you talking about?
Because I was the last one who spoke. That's why. So I kind of assumed. But if he was talking to you, then sorry.
Just
To be
kidding.
fair,
It was to you.
it would make more sense if he was talking about you though, because like my mic is I don't even have one, so
You sound like you are the mic. Must be a big deal.
I don't even know what to say to that, to be honest.
You don't have a mic? I mean, your cell phone has a mic, right?
Yeah, but I mean like I don't have like an external mic. I'm using my phone's one. So.
Oh, you got that sexy mic. Nice.
So, what's your favorite microphone? No, I'm joking. So what brings you to Flat Earth Discord?
Honestly, man, like I was bored, and like yeah, that was pretty much it. I was bored. It's also like kind of fascinating because I see that there's 24 people right now, including myself. But then like 95% of the call is muted, so I was wondering why. So it's also like out of curiosity, you know?
Imagine if 100% of the people were speaking at the same time.
Oh yeah,
Just think
that
about
would.
that.
Bro, even when like four people are talking at the same time, it's hard because like no one ends up hearing me. So if there was like 24 people, I just kind of like get annoyed and leave because that's not even like a conversation. It's just noise. It's just sound waves.
Yeah, this isn't a brain rot room like the other ones. But stick to the topic. Are you still on the globe in 2025, my brother?
Yeah.
And what's keeping you there?
I mean, I don't know. Like, I have work, so that's probably why.
You have work, therefore you live on a spinning water globe flying through outer space.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
How does that work?
Come on, don't be lazy, my brother. Have you ever walked through your own paradigm? Like, have you ever questioned it, or do you just accept it?
Hey man, I kind of just like, okay, so I kind of just like accept things how it is. Like I see the earth and I'm like, this is it. You know, like no matter how you view it, like the bills are still there. So who cares?
So you don't care that. So bills are your most important part, and nothing else
Yeah,
matters. Okay, all right,
yeah.
not a problem.
By the way, like, what are you like? What point are you trying to get to right now?
Well, hey, I would be pretty interested in the topic when apparently a lot of people are being deceived that they live on a spinning water
Like,
globe flying through outer space. And you ask anyone on the street, not anyone on the street, but you ask the majority of people, and they're like, oh yeah, I live on a spinning water globe hurtling through outer space. But in
so,
reality, we don't sense that at all. We don't sense any curvature of the Earth. We don't sense any,
dude,
Earth
I'm
spinning.
sorry. Okay, like I try to. Okay, like no matter how like ridiculous the opposition may be, I try to be respectful. But like in this particular case, you're not gonna notice the curvature because the Earth is it's just you wait. I'm gonna find out the diameter of the Earth real quick. Diameter of the Earth sphere. Okay,
We
so
already
the
know.
Earth is approximately 12,756 kilometers in diameter, by the way. Not even like the entire, that's just like on a 2D scale. So obviously you're not going to see the curvature if it's that huge. Like if there was a curvature, then the earth would have to be like the size of like a city or the size of like a country to notice anything. That's kind of why like the earth is round, because when you go skydiving, for example, and you're like 5,000 feet in the air, the earth it starts to look like spherical because you're going
It
up,
does.
your altitude is higher, so you're gonna see more of the earth. That's kind of
So,
why you see the
so,
spherical if when you're that
so
high
like,
up.
sorry to interrupt you, but like, so say like I'm in an airplane, right? Like, have you flown on an airplane before?
Yes.
So when you look out the window, right? Do you see the Earth curving?
Well, no, obviously,
So
because when you sorry, my bad.
no, go for it. Go for it.
So, like, when you look out the airplane's window, firstly, the airplane isn't high enough of an altitude because, like, if you go too high, then the clouds and, like, the air pressure, and, like, just you can't go too high up or else it's not going to be safe anymore. So, if you're only, like,
What?
actually, just to make sure that my points are accurate, I'm just going to search up, like, the average altitude of like, an airplane. So, average altitude of plane. It's like it's only like 12,200 meters, which if you put that into kilometers, that's only like 12K. That's really not that high. You have to you have to be like super, super, super high to notice anything because the Earth is just way too big.
Can you demonstrate that?
Demonstrate? How am I going to demonstrate that?
I'll take that as a no, thank you.
Okay, well, if you want proof, then you can just look at like any ISS or like any satellite imagery and you're going to see it. It's literally right there. Like,
Really?
if you look at the
Pictures on
International
the
Space,
screen?
it's not
Really?
pictures. It's literally real life footage. It's literally video.
Okay, can you
Like the
verify
moon
that?
landing. That's kind of like saying the moon landing is fake. It's just pictures when it literally did happen. And the
Okay,
Earth
can you
was
verify
not
that?
flat. The Earth was not flat when we saw the Earth from the moon. Real life
Okay,
footage.
can you verify that somebody saw the Earth from the moon?
Well, just look at. Well, you can easily just look at NASA's footage.
Okay, would you be able to verify that footage, so-called?
And would you be able to verify your claims of the Earth being flat? Because
I'll take
okay,
that burden reversal as a no. These are cool stories, though.
because
Keep them coming.
because the thing is, right? You're asking me to verify already verified claims,
Yeah, how
but
are they verified then?
assuming, okay,
How are they?
assuming
How are they verified if they're already verified?
Because why would NASA spend billions of dollars just to like pull up like a plane or
Because
something?
NASA spends billions of dollars. You can't see why they would do that unless they're going to the moon and taking pictures of the Earth. Yeah, that's ridiculous, dude.
Okay, and
Is that all you
one
got?
other thing. Yeah, so one other thing that's also ridiculous is okay, so let's say my info isn't verifiable, it's not true. So you're saying your evidence with zero footage or rather zero footage showing that the Earth is flat. You're just making up claims, right? I have actual footage, even
I
if
didn't
the
say
footage
anything
is
about
quote
that.
unquote. Yeah, but you're saying the Earth is flat though.
Well, I mean,
So
you've been
even if
preaching, and I was just asking for some evidence to back any of these claims you've been preaching of, but that hasn't happened, and that's pretty much the entire
I've
conversation I've
given
had
my
with you.
evidence
I haven't said
though,
anything else.
I've given my evidence, and you've like straight up said the evidence isn't wrong. So
You didn't give
or rather, you
evidence.
said the evidence is
You
wrong.
just gave more
So
claims that you couldn't validate.
I validated my claim saying that the verifiable source or the trusted source, which is NASA, is what I'm saying, and a bunch
You
of other sources
verified your claims by
haven't.
saying that
Okay,
they're verified.
I think you're getting a little bit emotional about the discussion. It really is not that
Really?
serious. So
Okay.
please just
Well,
calm
even if I
down.
am, that's neither here nor there. I'm just looking
You're
for.
not even like letting me finish. So just chill out, please.
They
We're
pretty much
having
sound like you're finished. I mean, it looks like it's the end of the line. I asked you for
it was
verification
I
of
was clear
claims.
you're not
You said that
finished
you
like
had it.
multiple
Then I asked you
times
what
while
it was, and it was like,
speaking.
well, I mean, I trust them. Like, what reason do I have not to trust them? They spend billions of dollars.
Multiple times
Then
while I
you
was
said,
speaking.
okay, well, maybe I can't verify it. And then you circled back to, well, it's verified because I said it's verified. So, I mean, I think we're done. Yeah, sounds like we're done.
Okay, you didn't even let me finish, right? So you've
I
like
mean, that's my
countless
point. I
times.
think you're finished, but go ahead and ramble
Okay,
some
so
more. I'm
countless times
making
you've actually like
glowing
interrupted
proof
me
of
like
coming out
50
of it.
times in a row, so please. Okay, so what I'm saying is if I'm giving my evidence and you're saying my evidence is wrong, what exactly is going to satisfy you then? If I give like trusted sources, so let's say I say like the earth or rather like the sky is blue, and I say these sources say that the sky is blue, and you say it's
Well,
wrong,
why
you would
would you
be able
need
to
to defer
trust.
to a source, dude?
Can
That's
you?
self-evident.
Okay, never mind then. You're not even letting me finish even one sentence, so
The sky
I
is
don't think.
blue is self-evident. Why would you be backing that with sight? What's the point? Oh, that's it. He rage quit. Was I too much?
No, he just thinks the word NASA will solve all his problems.
Has he gone?
Sorry about that.
The argument boiled down to if you spend a lot of money, whatever you say is the truth.
Yeah.
On its face. On its face. So you
Exactly.
basically, yeah, so, a very rich playboy tells a woman, I'm going to be faithful to you. And she goes, how do I know that? And he goes, I've got a lot of money.
That's why I like jokingly said, "Okay, then we're done here." But then I like had to keep the conversation going.
I was about to get him to go back to where he found the size of the Earth and try to get drop over distance from him. But
Well, they
he's gone.
spend billions of dollars, you see.
Well, Oh, think that's about it. That actually proves a different argument where people say, why would people spend money on something that isn't true just to gain control over people? When you are the evidence, the person asking that question, because you believe they're correct based on the fact that they spent a lot of money, and then they spent money, and now you believe what they say is the truth. Sounds like money well spent.
You won't even let me finish the sentence.
Dude, that guy was an example of time dilation.
So if I had billions of dollars to spend, he could just believe whatever I say here in this Discord. If he wants to apply the same standards.
Yeah, I can see the news now. This just in. Flat earthers have raised $1,000,000,001. They are now spending more money than NASA. Therefore, their position is correct.
Let me Google that up real quick.
Well, you're saying, Heretic, that you were getting annoyed and he was the one that rage quit. Weird.
Yeah, I know. I was the one getting all hot and bothered, but he left. He ran away. Mad, I think. I think he was mad.
Dude, he was triggered. He was upset that you wouldn't accept his prima facie evidence of why he believes in his worldview, which is just trust NASA because they spend money. Like he basically was forced to contemplate how ridiculous his claim was. A deeply held belief, right? That was intrinsic to his ego identity. And so when he was basically held to task on how silly his conclusion was, he had to get angry. What else could he do? Accept the fact that his conclusion was retarded? No, of course not.
Yeah, once he jumps to 3 different topics, that's a win for him. Before he has to address one.
Yeah, he was given a Globe Earth sermon here, so I just wanted to ask some questions about some of the things he was saying. That was the end.
Jimmy, you interrupt his monologue. It was not very kind of you, heretic. Obviously, you won't let him finish his sentence, so he has to run away.
Yeah. You're not letting me preach.
Hey, brother, why was the Glober mad at Trump for pardoning him?
Oh, could you say that again? You cut out AI.
Why was the Globe Earther mad at Donald Trump for pardoning him?
Cut out of the exact same part again. I think you said Donald Trump something.
Holy crap. All right, why was the Glober mad at Donald Trump for pardoning him? Because he wouldn't let him finish his sentence.
That's good. Let me
That
finish
was
my
much funnier than
sentence.
I anticipated.
Man, who's got the hottest temperatures right now? It's been 90 plus degrees around here. Finally went down to 80.
Yeah, it's been 90 around here, but still cooler than it's been.
Dude, both my air conditioners crapped out right when I needed them.
Yeah, I have. It's just over 90 today. But I would
How
have,
do
if you were close enough, I would have given you. I have a couple ACs in the storage unit. You could have been sitting there for years.
how do air conditioners work on a globe? Come on, Globers, tell me, please. That was AI talking to himself. John AI.
Good point. Do air conditioners cool things down, or do they take the heat away, which is the same as cool things down?
It is.
But like, if you like it cold and your wife likes it hot in the room, do you just like put an air conditioner in the middle of the room so the cold air blows on you and the hot air from the other end blows on her?
You just fired the employee.
All right, let's play a game called Non Sequitur Olympics. So we gotta critique the globe Earth arguments and flat Earth arguments if the argument actually carry the conclusion. So, for example, on the globe side, they have an argument that goes like this: the moon is round, Mars is round, therefore the Earth should be round or must be round. Now, does that follow logically?
Well, didn't the last guy say he has to globe because he has to go to work?
Yeah, pretty much. That doesn't follow.
When the moon is crescent, does that mean the Earth is crescent?
Hey, that's a good point right there, bro. All right, who's next? Who's got another one? Don't forget, you got to critique some flat Earth ones too. We definitely know there's flat earthers making arguments that aren't logical.
The Earth is flat because NASA lies.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I've been getting reversed lately. Like I've been getting how can you have volcanoes on a flat Earth? They just reverse something on you.
Dude, that's crazy. How can a child make a model of a volcano that erupts on a flat dinner tray and bring it to the science fair?
What about the one word proofs? The guy was just like, he came in, he's like, you want to know how I know the earth ain't flat? Diamonds. And then he just left out the chat.
Or the McToon just points to the book.
The book.
Hello?
What's up, brother?
Yo, what's up, guys? What are you doing?
We're hanging out, talking about the earth being flat, talking about logical arguments that don't carry a conclusion. So, for example, Globers might say the moon is round, therefore the earth is round. That's not logical. What do you think?
That's true. No, I don't know, so please.
Yeah, that's fair, brother. That's fair. So let me ask you this there, brother.
Uh-huh.
Is there any logical argument for the globe existing?
Maybe. I don't know. So I just want to talk of whatever, you know? So wait.
Are you practicing your English at the moment?
Yeah, in a few moments, like at school, right here. Is some hard for me, but I can, yo puedo, sí. ¿Qué están
That's
haciendo?
fine.
Sí.
Oh, you hablas español?
Sí, hablo español.
Okay, so anyways, it's un English channel. But
yeah,
yo hablo español, but it's good for you. I mean, it's a good conversation to practice the English and the meaning of words. So yeah, it will be a good one for you to hang out in here.
Okay. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. So,
Good to meet you. I'm at DM you. If you have any questions, we can speak in Spanish in the DMs. But if you have any questions about the topic, okay?
Thank you so much, dude. You're the best. So, what about our talking? ¿De qué están hablando?
About the Earth and the shape of it.
Shape? What is that?
You know when people say globe, Earth
Okay.
globe,
Okay. Uh-huh.
and how do you come to that conclusion that it is a globe?
It's the glow. We are. I don't know. Are everything no? That are all of the out of everything. No sé, todo pues es el globo, ¿no? Es del planeta Tierra. ¿O cómo?
El poblato.
Te hablaría español, pero las reglas son inglés en el
Sí,
canal.
sí, ya. Sí, ya es English. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No, it's nice. All of people in this chat are mute. It's too care.
What?
Okay.
Brother.
Yo, what's
When
up?
you came in, when you came in, 3 or 4 people were having a conversation, right? The rest of them people were listening because they're interested in listening to the topic,
Okay.
right? So the same is happening now. Like they're interested in maybe you have something to talk about the topic, and they're waiting for you to ask a question or make an observation about the topic of whether the Earth is flat or not. So, for example, you were told when you grew up in the education system, the Earth is a globe. It's on TV, it's in movies, it's all over the place. But it turns out when you actually go out and measure the Earth itself, it's not a globe, which is kind of weird.
Okay.
I don't think he understood what you said.
He's a beginner. He's a beginner. It's okay. It's totally fine in the English language. So I can tell. I can tell that he's learning, but he's gonna progress eventually. But at the moment, the speed that you speak and we speak in here, and the amount of words that we put together, he's still gonna have to work it to put everything together to be able to comprehend it. So yeah.
Mhm.
I text you in the DM, so oíste.
Yeah. Yep. Right.
So yeah, if you have any questions, remember it's an English channel. But if you have questions in the DMs, you can text me, and good. You could
You are
listen.
the. Uh-huh.
You could listen to the convos. If you have a question, try your best to practice to ask your question in English. Try your best, and we'll try our best to give you a reply. But you're gonna have to work it out.
Okay. Yeah. No problem. Mm-hmm. All right. Wait. I can now.
He dropped out. He's definitely a beginner in the language. You're gonna find out that that's a big thing across the world. A lot of people don't speak English, like lots of people.
Oh, I'm aware.
Billions and billions. What's that, John? You said something?
Oh, I said I'm aware. Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't speak English.
You speak Spanish, right, John?
Just a little bit, man.
Okay, okay. The way he spoke, I can tell that he's definitely a beginner. And then when I checked his profile, it says beginner. So yeah, my conclusion was correct. And the way he replied, Yeah, I can tell. So someone like AI Overlord, or most people in here, won't be able to communicate the whole point because he won't get it. That's unfortunate, but that's how it is.
Yeah, but you're a fluent speaker, aren't you? Can't you just do a quick translator for us?
I can. I just don't want. Some people will say, "No, you cannot do that." Whatever. So I don't know. I could have just flow with it and maybe spoke Spanish with him. Yeah, I could. And there's not too many people in here, but
Yeah, but it's not about speaking Spanish with them. It's about being able to switch to so like you say a
yes,
sentence and then you Englishify it real quick, and then when he says
I
what he
can do
replied,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I can
Obviously,
definitely
it probably has
translate
to be
from
a
two
little
languages.
shorter. Dude, we actually you know what? Well, now that I'm thinking about it, there's at least a few of our dudes that have pretty diverse language. Obviously, Spanish is a big one, but there's also other countries that we got guys that they're able to have that. They're not really translating, but they're saying it to the one guy and then repeating it for us, and vice versa. Like we could do that for some of the guys.
Coppola was a good opportunity to maybe do that for a little bit. So next time, just if there's a Spanish speaker, we could try that. If he comes back, we can try with him. You, he can. I can just be in the middle, and you guys can say whatever you're gonna say. I could translate whatever his replies are, and back and forward between whatever you guys say to him.
Yeah,
and keep it short.
Yeah, if there are any French speakers, I can do the same.
Exactly. But the main reason, like for example, on the main server, the main reason why we didn't let people speak in non-English is because they would often just have long-form conversations that nobody else understood what they were talking about. But if they would stop and they'd have like a translator that trusted, and we know they're not, talking about rude topics and stuff, then it's really there's nothing wrong with it. And then same goes for here. Like the purpose of this, if we're an English hub right now, the purpose is to help people advance in their English, and sometimes that intermediary steps is what they need. So we'd actually be doing both sides of service, right? So, for example, oftentimes I'll have to do that. There'll be somebody coming in here who's clearly retarded, and I'll have to translate retard for the audience so that they understand what the person was saying. Like a Glober might come in and be like, if one side of the lake was higher than the other, that's how you can see things further away. And then I have to tell the audience, oh, he thinks the earth is sloped. Yeah, could work.
Hi. Kimchi.
Hello.
Hello.
Corporal, regresaste. Te puedo traducir si quieres.
No, no problem. Like I'm going to go to gym now, so
Okay,
I
sounds
come
good.
later. See, I'm come later, and we talk like different kind of things, So thank you so much for the help.
Definitely, bro. You're welcome.
Really, I appreciate it. So I come later. Yeah.
Sounds good, man. Thank you. Come back anytime. We'll be here. Estaremos aquí si
Okay.
regresas, ¿ok? Gracias.
Gracias. No, adiós, adiós. Goodbye.
Adiós.
See you later.
Sounds like a chill guy, cool guy. So, and respectful. So, yeah. It can work out with people like him. If we really want to try that, kind of have like a back and forth and someone translating,
Yeah.
he could be a cool conversation with him.
Yeah, it's definitely for the people who deserve it.
Yeah. That's not gonna work with trolls or anything like that. It's waste time with trolls doing something like that now. I see Saki in the VC. Never seen Saki before. Do you have any questions, Saki? Have you been here before, Saki? You can open your mic if you like. Kane. Kane just joined. Go right ahead, Kane. If you have a question, you can direct it to the panel about the topic, the VC topic. Welcome, Kane. So, Kane, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, how can it be a sphere if it's not curving? Go ahead. Welcome to the VC, whoever just joined. Juanchi, Juanchi. Juanchi sounds like a Spanish name. Español. If you have a question, Juanchi, about the flat Earth, globe Earth, discussion, you're welcome to ask. They join and drop like flies.
Yeah, that happens a lot here. People just join up and they just want to see if people are talking.
Yeah,
There's no conversation going on. It's like they don't want to sit and listen. So we do
yeah.
have that
A lot of
cool.
people are in the listening mode. A lot of people do that. Yeah.
And maybe they're studying to hear how people are conversing and the words that they're using. If they're native speakers or experts at English. So yeah.
Just like many times I join, I don't want to open my mic. I just want to listen. Same thing. Miguel. Miguel. Hi, Miguel. Welcome, Miguel.
Welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome.
What up, Miguel?
What is this channel for?
This channel is for the topic of flat Earth or globe Earth discussion about the questioning the claim of the shape of the Earth as a globe in a vacuum of space. The lack of evidence for
Okay,
that.
but why does it exist? Because it's common sense to know that Earth is not flat.
Common sense. So when you use your sense, your vision, you do not observe the curvature. And when you use your other senses, like your vestibular system that is in place, is a horizontal frame of reference and you don't detect any motion. So your common sense will dictate and tell you that you're not standing on a globe. That will be common sense.
I see a flaw in your argument because if Earth was flat, I could see from the Philippines the Great Pyramids from Egypt, because if the Earth is flat, everything is at ground level. Why can't I see the Great Wall of China? Why can't I see the Statue of Liberty? Why can't I see the Great Pyramid? Why?
So just like when you hold a book in your hand, right, and you see the letters of the book, then you put the same book 2 kilometers away, you cannot see the letters of the book or the book anymore. You have an angular view. Your eyes, the optics of your eyes, there's a point where within distance any image will converge, and it will be not. You won't be able to solve the image with your vision, just like any other optic. There's a point of convergence that you can't solve anything, and that's just one variable. Because if you're talking about from the Philippines, see the pyramids in Egypt, there's many things in place that won't allow you for that. You know, the distance is not gonna allow you to see something, because within distance the stuff will just get smaller. You know this. This is common sense.
Yes, but why does it become hard? Why, for an example, from 50 kilometers away, if the Earth was flat in a flat space with nothing in between the 50 kilometers, if the Earth was flat, and I could see if there was 50 kilometers away from me a table with a book, I could very see the book and the table, because the Earth is not flat, There is not curvature.
But it is the case that in reality, we have a visibility limitation, just like your optics. There's also the atmos, the air, and the light that is going across the medium attenuates, and light doesn't travel forever, right? So the pyramids in Egypt, like you were saying, are not all of those variables are that image, that light image is not gonna reach your eye. You cannot see to a certain point because of the atmos, because of the angular resolution, and just the distance itself is way too far. You cannot resolve that image. You cannot. Those objects are they look way too small, and there's stuff in the way too. You use your logic. From the Philippines to Egypt, there's a lot of stuff in the way that is also blocking your view. There's a limit of view for everything.
I'm talking in a different context now. In a hypothetical space with between me and the table which is 50 kilometers away from me, there's nothing. If the earth was flat, in that case, I could see the table and the book very clearly. If the earth,
let's say for example, when you're inside let's say a hotel, and there is how do you say this, the the ceiling and the walls, when you're looking across the hallway, a hallway, and you see it's a very long hallway, right? And then you see the ceiling and the walls converging to a point. The lights in the ceiling look like they're ramping down to the floor, and the floor looks like it's ramping up to the ceiling, and the left wall is ramping towards the center, and the other wall towards the center, and you see a convergence point that you cannot see past. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, but why is there that convergence point? It's because the Earth is a globe.
No, remember the hallway is not curving. The hallway is this is perspective, though. Let me see if I can post something about the hallway.
No, the hallway is a globe. The hallway is a globe.
The hallway
yes, the hallway is a globe. The hallway is a globe.
Think about it. The hallway was established.
The hallway is a globe. The hallway is a globe.
You're chanting at the moment, and that doesn't mean much, though. Remember
but the hallway is a globe. The hallway is a globe.
The hallway is a globe.
Yes, the hallway.
Does that make any sense to you? That the hallway is a globe?
Sorry, I'm trolling you. Sorry for that.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. The hallway is a globe. That doesn't make any sense. So let's see an example of the hallway. Let me see if I can post something in the text. Anybody has a hallway image that you can post in the text?
I have one.
I know I have one somewhere, but scrolling. In this perspective, though, there is a convergence point that you cannot look across. You cannot look past, because the image, you cannot solve the image. And that's just one variable, though. There's many other variables that won't allow you to see. There's the air that is blocking your view. Just, when you're underwater, right? Underwater, you can only see to a certain distance. Effectively, the air within distance it's causing that blockage.
So may I ask you a question, Jancy?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you really a flat earth? I don't know how I say it, flat earther, or are you just a flat earther because of the Discord team?
No,
Or
I
are you
mean
really?
that okay, so that is a term, right? I'm a man, right? There is people that know about mechanics. There's doctors, right? There is a lot of different titles that you can carry, different hats for different teams, right? If you have knowledge about certain things, like this term FE, right? You can you can carry that label or team hat because you know about this topic. So yes, I know about the topic, so you can label me that. But that's not what I am. I know about the topic. I know there is no curvature across the surface of the Earth. The measurements provided in any test about long distances show you that it's not curving. So the description of the surface of the Earth, it's people use that term, flat.
Okay.
And someone that knows about this topic can carry the label that you asked me about.
But but getting to the point, do you really inside your heart believe that the earth is flat?
We know it's not a spinning ball to the vacuum of space. We know, actually.
We.
Yeah,
in
you know
plural.
that. It's just.
Are you really serious? Serious?
Well, do you hear me joking or something? If I was to say a joke, you'll be laughing.
I am
So
laughing right now.
I'm not telling any joke. So
I
you
can't believe
laugh at a not joke.
that someone really thinks that the earth is flat. That is basic knowledge, man.
That is
We all
basic
know
knowledge.
the
That's
Earth is flat.
that is what I'm telling you. It is basic knowledge. You know, you spoke about common sense, remember? So
Yes, I remember common sense.
yeah, common sense, right? So you know that the ground that you're standing on, it's not curving, right? And that it's not in motion. That's contrary to the belief that is doing those things. So
It is in
when
motion. It is.
that's a belief,
If
though.
it
That's
if
a
it
belief that you
wasn't
hold.
in motion, how do the day and life cycle even exist? What the?
You know, we'll go there. We'll go there, though. But let's stick to the curvature real quick, because tests across the surface of the Earth are gonna show you that we can the topic long distance observations. You can see across the Earth beyond the claimed geometry you remember the globe that you think it is. That globe has a specific variables and measurements that will have to follow when you're looking across the surface or when you measure the surface. So when you test for the claims of the globe, right? Remember, because the globe you learned it on a drawing, right? The globe, a cartoon, or a drawing, and those numbers when you take them to the real world and you test for that, the drop over the distance is not there to be found. You can see further, you can measure further. We use laser tests to shoot across long distance bodies of water, and those tests debunk the claimed geometry of the globe. And that's just one thing in this whole conversation about it is a globe or not. There is no curvature to the surface of the Earth, so it cannot be a curving ball.
Oh, okay. And then how do you explain gravity? Gravity as a whole concept.
So, as a whole concept, concepts don't affect physicality. Okay, so when you say gravity,
No.
you probably
I'm
don't know
talking.
what it means.
Listen. I'm talking. If Earth is not a globe, it is a plain. It is a plain planet. How then we experience gravity?
That's
If
the issue
Earth
that
is
you're having,
moving,
though.
also.
That's what
If
it's
Earth
called
is
a false
moving, also.
premise. That's a false premise because you think the Earth is a planet, and the word planet you imagine in this round ball in the vacuum of space, but that's not what the Earth is. The Earth is not that
Yeah, but
thing that you call planet.
But you
You
also
know what
say
a planet
concepts
is?
don't affect the physicality. I am talking
Yeah.
about. Then, if concepts don't affect physicality, then why do you deviate? I don't know if that's the word. You change the topic. Why you don't answer the question
Gravity.
that I asked
What is
you?
gravity, right?
Gravity.
Do you?
How?
Okay. When the thing is that when you say gravity, there is no meaning behind that word that you're saying. You think you know what it is, but do you know what gravity is? You don't.
Yabbity yap. Okay.
Just think about it
literally
logically,
talk.
bro. No, listen. I'm not trying to take you away from the from what you're trying to say. I'm trying to have you think logically about it, right? When you say gravity, can you bring this word and give it meaning in the realist level? Can you demonstrate something that you can show in the real world that you label it the word gravity that you're saying? Can you do that? Can you demonstrate it?
Jump.
So
Can you
define it
jump?
first. So, see, that's jumping. Jumping is jumping. Is that gravity?
Yeah.
Jumping is
Gravity is the. I'm going to explain to you. Gravity is a force that, well, in basic terms, puts you down the ground. It's a force that drags you.
A force that directs you. So you're saying that this force is bringing you down. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
So when I release a helium balloon or vapor goes up, or hydrogen, oxygen, or all gases go omnidirectionally, you're saying that gravity doesn't affect gases?
I'm not saying that. Obviously, that it affects the gases, but gases are lighter
No, it
things.
doesn't.
There are lighters. And because they are lighter, they have much
Lighter
more
than
force
what? Lighter than
to elevate. They I don't know if it's a word, outforce gravity. They are stronger than gravity, than the gravity of the Earth.
So gases are anti-gravity things, because you say gravity is bringing everything down, but gases don't. Gases are not being affected by it. So the concept. So now you're gonna have to come to a different conclusion, because you're saying when I jump, I go up then down. So I exerted the force to jump up, and then you're saying that I'm heavier than the medium that I'm in, but gases are lighter. So gases go. There is something else, not this thing gravity. There is something else happening. I'm heavier than the medium, and gases are lighter. That's not gravity.
You're heavier than the heavier average person. No, it's okay. But
I'm heavier than the medium, and the gases are lighter than the medium, right?
All it takes is a quick Google search. Gases are indeed affected by gravity, but their behavior is dominated by other factors, particularly the high kinetic energy of their molecules. Because I don't know if where you live,
you know about gas behavior and the loss.
When matter has different states. Have different states.
Just bring the Gauss laws, all of the Gauss laws, Avogadro's law, the laws of all the laws of thermodynamics, and in relation to the Gauss laws, right? And in none of those you're gonna find gravity affecting gases. The behavior of gases.
No,
I
no.
mean,
Listen to me.
the Gauss laws.
Because gases, the high kinetic energy of the molecules of the gases. A gas is when basically the molecules don't have a connection. They they move freely in their mix. Also,
Yeah, no gravity. You see, there you go. That's not towards the gravity point. That's against it.
no, it's the rapid motion because they move so fast that they are faster than gravity. They can push gravity. The force that they exert is faster than gravity.
So yeah, that's pretty cool. So no
Do you mean with
demonstration
this
that
pretty cool? I'm showing you arguments.
gases are moving away from the thing that you're saying is causing gravity, right? I mean, you still haven't defined this gravity thing though, and we moved away from the surface that is not curving, but then you jumped into this gravity thing that you haven't defined or demonstrated yet, and saying this thing is causing or doing what to prove the globe. It's not doing any of those things.
Do you know SpongeBob?
Cartoons. Yeah, we know about cartoons. The globe is part of that stuff. Cartoons.
Do you know SpongeBob?
SpongeBob? Yeah, cartoons.
Do you know SpongeBob?
SpongeBob. You mean the cartoon?
Do you know SpongeBob?
Do you mean the cartoon? The cartoon, the thing in the TV? That's what you mean?
No, SpongeBob.
Okay, post it in the text so I know what it is. Post it in the text.
SpongeBob. Do you know SpongeBob?
No, I don't know what it is. Can you post it in the text?
Do you know SpongeBob?
He's trolling again.
Did you just brick yourself, bro? You're on repeat.
Come on, man.
Do you know SpongeBob?
No, I don't know.
Oh.
Miguel, come on, dude. Just get back to Earth, bro.
Are you stuck?
Get back to the topic. Jemsy's being very, very cordial with you, man. He's trying to explain things to you, and you're not listening.
Did you know SpongeBob? Did he leave?
Yeah, Jemsy, you got the patience of a saint, brother.
Not
Jemsy,
really.
you broke him. You broke him mentally.
It comes when you have a Puerto Rican wife.
Do you know SpongeBob?
He got bricked by very simple conversation. I don't know what's wrong. I mean, we didn't get too far. I wanted to try to bring the curvature thing home, but couldn't. I don't know. He was trying to paint the conversation like a joke or something. But go ahead, Hick. You can ask any questions to the panel, Hick. Oh, Miguel, you're still here, Miguel, welcome back. So, Miguel, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, can it be a sphere if it's not curving? Go ahead, Miguel.
Can you repeat the question?
So, if the surface is not curving, can it be a sphere?
No, because it's not curving,
Yes,
so it can't be a sphere.
Exactly. Yeah. So there you go. Welcome. The surface of the Earth is not curving. It cannot be a sphere.
So your proof to the to that Earth is flat is that you can perceive that the Earth is a globe.
No, perceive
That's your
what we
whole
actually
argument?
perceive. We do perceive something that is not curving. That's what we perceive. That's the actual realist level. The
Yeah,
claim
but
of that is the,
you
but
perceiving.
listen, the claim that it is curving, it's not where to be found. You cannot demonstrate that. So the lack of the curvature is not evidence for the curvature. You get that?
Yeah, I can prove that it's curving. That the Earth is a globe.
You can prove it with
Yes.
measurement, with the Earth measuring the Earth and the waters across. You're saying that you have that.
No, it's actually a lot simpler than that, than measuring the
Why?
whole Earth.
Don't tell me that you look at the sky to tell the shape of the ground.
You can look at the sky at any moment, and you can notice a little curvature
Up in the sky?
Yes, you can notice a little curvature in the sky. That's
So
because
listen, Miguel,
the Earth is a globe.
remember the common sense. Remember the common sense. So if you are, if you questioning something like the ground that you're standing on, or the surface of water across it, right? If that's the thing in question, how can you look at something else to determine the thing in question? You check the thing in question, not something else.
Let's imagine if I were to if I were to swim in a cup of water, and I look
Just the fact that you have liquid water that debunks the globe claim.
Sorry. I have
to have liquid water, you need a contained environment.
If I was in a cup of water, I was swimming, and I look upwards and I see a cup of how is it, of oil, because the oil is above the water because it has lower density than the water itself. I could say that just seeing the oil on top of the water, I could say that the water is a lower density than the oil.
Yeah, we can demonstrate that in reality, but you cannot demonstrate the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, ask someone from the south to see the sky and take a picture. Now ask someone from the north to look at the sky and take a picture. Compare the two pictures of the sky. Why?
Yeah, you go
the
to
pictures
one
of the sky
side.
are different.
You go on one side of a building, see lights above you, then go to the other side of the building, you see other lights above you.
No, that's not how it works. If you go in a building and see up,
so the phenomena of the sky that you're observing, depending on the position of the world, you're gonna see certain phenomena of light in one position, and then you see other light in the other position. That's not too complicated, dude. That's pretty simple. And just talking about the lights, remember the lights across that you're looking up, those are the things in motion, but you're claiming the opposite. So common sense, the luminaries are in
common
motion.
sense because
It is. Because your listen, you have something called your vestibular system. You have a liquid in your ears that is horizontally. You have a liquid inside of your ears that is horizontally framed in a horizontal frame of reference. And if you tilt your head, or if you were spinning, you will detect the tilt or the motion. And your senses are telling you that the ground below your feet is not in motion. And if it started moving, you will know. You see? But you're claiming the opposite of that. You're claiming the opposite of your senses, of the common sense of everyone. Nobody detects or feels the motion of the ground. And the globe claims the opposite, which is nonsense. And you also observe the luminaries in motion, but you claim the opposite, that they're not in motion, that the ground is. But yeah, when you go to one side of the world and you see certain lights, like you were saying, that's an observable phenomena. And then you go to the other side of the world and you see other lights. That doesn't tell you that the ground is curving or in motion.
No, because if the Earth goes flat, there is in Chile is a place that I visited. There is a constellation called the Cruz del Sur. That constellation,
the Southern Cross,
is only visible from the south, and it ain't visible from the north because it is in the south.
You can actually see them from the Cruz del Sur, the Southern Cross. You can see it from Canary Islands, and that Canary Islands is above the equator. It's on the north side. So that premise is wrong because you can definitely see the Southern Cross on certain positions beyond the equator. And it's okay, bro. You can see the Southern Cross, the motion of it. Miguel, he's dropping out. Just to the point that he brought up, he's saying that you cannot see the Southern Cross from the south. I mean, from the north, but there's recordings of it. But that doesn't determine anything. Hi, Miguel. The Miguel thing is kind of like a joke in the Spanish stuff. It's like you're in trouble and you yell, Miguel, help me. Miguel. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Anybody want to have any questions? Ask any question? Go ahead. New people. Yes, sir. Eva. Winter.
Hello, hello. Good morning. I'm curious, what's this class is all about?
It's about the lack of evidence of the globe Earth.
A lack of evidence of the
geometry claim of the globe.
I'm not sure what that means. Can you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, when people, you know the globe, when people learn it in school, you open the book or you look at the globe on the table and the teacher says, Earth is globe, and you read it in the book and it has like a certain diameter, circumference, or radius.
Right.
Based on that geometry that we learned from the book, when we go to the outside realist level, on the surface of the earth or across the waters, we test those numbers. Those numbers are nowhere to be found across the world.
Okay. Interesting. So, are you referring to latitude, longitude, those numbers here in this context?
Latitude, longitude, that's of the celestial sphere. It's like a grid that is made for navigational purposes, and that's like a man-made concept. Just to you can make. Okay, we have an established longitude and latitude that is used worldwide.
Yes.
For commerce, navigation, positioning, all that kind of stuff. But that's not the ground you're standing on. That's based on the luminaries. As a reference. And yeah, I mean, that's you can use that grid to give you certain, but that's not the surface that you're standing on.
That's not the surface I'm standing on.
Yeah, or the surface that you travel across. You know, the map is not the terrain, that kind of stuff. When you look at a map, the map is not the terrain that you're traveling across. The map is like a projection that might be giving you a reference, but that is not the terrain. The map is not the terrain. You get that?
Do you mean that some detailings are missing from the map? It's
most of the details. Yeah, most of no map is 100% accurate. There's no 100% accurate map.
Yeah, that makes sense because there's so much details in real world. It's difficult to incorporate all of that on a simple physical globe. But maybe if it's a detailed satellite image, there we can have all the details. Like if we go to Google and we try to see a particular place, let's say in my city, so I can find that street on through Google satellite. That's possible nowadays, right?
Yeah, you know how Google go across the ground and they use cars and people walking around to, and also they do use Google Earth, like drones and airplanes. They use that as well.
Yeah,
and also put people on the ground in vehicles or even walking around. So that's not telling you are in a globe.
Okay. So, am I understanding this correctly? So this is basically about the overall shape of Earth. That's the point of discussion, right?
The shape is a claim of a specific shape. The globe is a shape, but
right.
When you actually think about it, if the surface is not curving and that shape is not what you're standing on, you're not standing on a globe because the surface of the earth is not curving. And then when you add the physics of water, like water lays horizontal and it requires a contained environment to a certain pressure to be in the liquid state, the globe doesn't have the container to have the gas pressure for the water to be liquid. So when you scale it up and you put a bunch of variables together, the globe falls flat, and there is no the flat is not a shape. The flat will be an aspect of a surface. The surface that everybody is standing or travels across, that's not a shape. That's an aspect or a description. So there is the lack of the shape because there is the numbers of the globe have been falsified with testing, long distance observations, laser test, even navigation is used, and there's so many other things like even airplanes are designed to work on a flat, motionless ground. There's no airplane that takes into account the motion of the ground or the curvature of the earth to operate. Long distance communication systems, many of them are line of sight, radar, when they're locating vessels across the waters, they're doing line of sight from point A to point B. Antennas, radio antennas do line of sight as well. You have bouncing between antennas, sure, but when you look at the foundation of a lot of these systems, you're gonna find that there is no curvature of the earth being taken into account for any practical thing in reality, like navigation, aircraft, communication systems, or even the most basics of things like establishing a foundation, like for the building that you're in, like establishing a water level, a horizontal to put the first brick, right? That water level is in reference to sea level, mean sea level, and you can have parallels, horizontal sea level, like up to your house, and that level, that horizontal is parallel all across the surface. They could have different altitudes based on sea level, but there is no curvature across the horizontals that goes with the claim of the globe. So you see, when you put the horizontal in your house to put the TV in place, or the water, cup of water, so the water doesn't spill on the table, right? That horizontal, even if you're high in altitude, your neighbor 30 miles away, even if he's lower in a valley, he also establishes a horizontal and uses the water level to establish that horizontal. And that his horizontal is parallel to your horizontal. And then you could keep going, his neighbor, your neighbor, the next neighbor, up to the sea level. And the sea level is parallel all the way back to your house, to your horizontal. And then you can go across the water on the shore, from the shore across to the other shore, 3,000 miles away. And that's also horizontal, parallel to all of those horizontals. There is no globe between those horizontals, no curvature, no drop over distance that adds up to the geometry of the globe that you learn in the book. Remember? That has a specific value, 3,959 miles radius. It will require a specific drop over distance for that to be the case. But you cannot measure that in reality. It's nowhere to be found.
Drop over distance. Can you talk more about that? What would be the drop over distance according to you if it was a globe?
It wouldn't be according to me, but in the claim, if you have a radius of 3,159 miles, and if you're looking across water, that would be 8 inches per mile squared. So each mile you will have a drop over of 8 inches.
8 inches in height of water.
8 inches in, if you put a level on top of a sphere, and then that curvature of the sphere is dropping away from the level, it's going to be gradually dropping away from that level. Take a globe earth calculator in the internet since you're searching globe earth calculator.
Mhm.
You doing searches?
On Google, you are asking me to search globe calculator.
Yeah, globe earth curvature calculator. So you can see there is that's the claim. Those are the numbers. That's not my claim, like I said.
Mm-hmm.
And when you test for that, when you go across the bodies of water, you don't find that drop over the distance anywhere across the surface of the earth.
Globe
So you see the issue?
The app calculates how much a distant object is obscured by Earth's curvature. Makes the following assumption.
Well, obscure will be maybe visibility. You can have obscurity even in a horizontal frame of reference. Obscure will be maybe there's, humidity in the medium, visibility, weather. That might be causing us obscurity. But on the globe, we'll be going behind the edge, behind the drop over that distance. If you have something, there'll be a blockage, a physical blockage. If you're on one side of the ball, you can't see on the other side of it. Let's see. Globe calculator. Did you find it?
On Google, there are different
Earth curvature calculator. Yeah,
there are multiple of them.
There's many. Yeah, you're gonna find many.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you get the point that if you're standing on the surface of the sphere with distance, there will be a drop over distance. That's pretty simple.
So basically, if you draw an imaginary tangent on the point that I'm currently on, so that tangent creates distance over time with the surface of the curvature. That's what it's referring to, right?
Yeah, it will be dropping away from you.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but when you test for that,
how would you test for it? It's an imaginary line, right? That tangent doesn't exist. It's an imaginary line. So how would you test for it?
So let's say you go to a lake, a big lake, maybe 20 kilometers or 20 miles lake, and you are on one shore of one side of the lake, and then to the other side of the lake, 20 kilometers, there should be, if you do the numbers, there should be maybe over 60 or 70 feet of drop.
Drop from where? You don't have that tangent line. How would you draw that line?
Okay.
For example, if I'm wearing a T-shirt, my body is not flat. Right? It has a particular shape. But doesn't matter what the shape of my body. The T-shirt always sticks to my body. It takes the shape of my body, right? Similarly, if it doesn't matter what's the shape of the globe, whether it's spherical or any shape, ovular or whatever, anything that's on the surface of the globe, it takes the shape, it goes along the surface of the globe. So unless you have
surface, that will be a slope, a drop, a curve, a slope. It will be going away from the horizontal.
Yeah. The tangent would meet from your eye line, right? And go and touch the earth where the horizon would be. and it would be relative to the height of the observer, right? So if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles away, right? That's what that tangent line is that you're talking about. It would go directly from your eyes, right? A direct line of sight to where the horizon line would be if the Earth's a globe. That's what we can go to the lake, right? And if it's a 20-mile lake or whatever, right? And you're 6 foot tall, the horizon would have to be at 3 miles if the Earth's a globe. And then we could calculate how much the opposite side of the lake should be hidden behind the horizon, right? That would be the hidden height. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would be the number, but that's true. Like if your height is more, your horizon are naturally more broadened. If you climb up on a three-story building, you naturally see more broader horizon, right?
Yeah, so like I just put an example in the side chat, right? This is a 33-kilometer lake, 21 miles, and the camera's set up at 5 foot high. Okay, so that means according to the globe mathematics, the horizon should be at 2.73 miles away. Okay, but we can see that there's no horizon present over the entire 21 miles. And then we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. And that shoreline should actually be obstructed behind the horizon by 221 foot. That's like a skyscraper, right? So if you had a skyscraper on the shoreline on the other side of the lake, you would only just be able to see the tip of it popping over the horizon, right? If it was like 23 stories high. So that's how much of a discrepancy we're seeing when we look at these observations, right? We see no horizon over the entire 21 miles, and then we see no obstruction of the shoreline on the other side of the lake, and we're getting these crazy results consistently, which doesn't match up at all with the globe mathematics.
Mm-hmm. And who does these claims that how much distance you can see from a particular height?
Yeah, so this is just based off the radius value of the Earth. So it's just like you could use the 8 inches per mile squared formula, right, to determine the drop over distance. And then you could use a different formula to calculate the distance to the horizon, which would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And then, so that's based off the height of the observer in relation to the radius value, and you can determine how far away the horizon would be, right? So say you were one foot observation height, right? You just hold the camera at 1 foot. The horizon on the globe should be at 1.22 miles. And then 6 foot, it's 3 miles. And then 8 foot, it's 3.5 miles. And, you know, if you're 70 foot observer height, then it's about 10 miles, right? So we can calculate the distance to the horizon based on the height of the observer using that formula.
Mm-hmm. Is this a very well recognized formula? Who invented this formula?
This is from the globe side, right? So you can, I can give you a link to Washington University, or you can just go on any one of the Earth curve calculators. They're all going to come to the same result. There are various formulas that you can use, but the ones that I gave you will give you the same, accurate answer. They're quite easy. There's more complicated formulas, but that's like the more basic formula.
Okay. And this, what is this called? This formula, globe curvature drop?
Yeah. So if you went to Google and you typed in Earth curve calculator, it'll come up with dozens of Earth curve calculators.
Yeah, it did. I did.
Yeah, I can link you to like the one that I like to use. It's one of the first one that comes up on Google. And it's very easy to use, right? So it's called Omni Calculator. So if you click on that link I put in the side chat, you can put in the height of the observer, and then you can put in the target distance, and you can change it between the metric or imperial number system.
Yeah, I have two questions. First of all, why there's so many different calculators, and you're saying that the number varies a little bit from one calculator to another. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying there's different formulas that can be used to achieve the same result, just using different types of methods. Yeah.
Okay.
Like you could use the Pythagorean theorem, and then, or you could use the formula that I suggested.
Okay. And the second thing is the visibility. You're saying that if there is a building on the other side, it shouldn't be visible according to the formula. That just the tip should be visible, but you can see the whole thing. Right?
Well, we're looking at just the shoreline of the other side of the lake. Okay, so I can show you some screenshots from the video. The full. Okay, so this is just a GIF that I took out of the full length video. So I'll post the full video here because I've got it ready. 1 second. So here's the full length video, right? It goes over the entire observation, start to finish. He shows you his camera setup, confirms the height of the observer. He shows you his coordinates, the location, and everything. Everything's in the video there. But the GIF that I posted before that is just a clip out of the video showing when he zooms across the distance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is what this is where he is, right? So I'm just uploading a screenshot from the video. So this is the Google Maps distance marcation tool. So you'll see the yellow line. So he's standing up at the top of the image there, right? And he's pointing, like he's got the camera set up 5 foot off the surface of the water on a tripod, and he'll be zooming into the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Now, he's got a friend over there on the other side of the lake, and this is a screenshot of what it looks like where he's trying to zoom into, right? This one here. So you can see there's like a big giant white smokestack. And then you've got the big shoreline there. It's like quite a big shoreline. Okay, so what you'll see is when he zooms across, we can see the shoreline, we can see the entire smokestack. Okay, so what we're not seeing is the horizon, right? There's no horizon at 2.7 miles where there should be. And the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be obstructed behind the horizon, right? And it should be hidden by 221 feet, meaning the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be 223 feet below the horizon. Okay, so here's a screenshot from the Earth Curve Calculator, so you can have a look at that. So it asks you to put in the eye height, right? So I put in 5 foot, and then it says the target distance, which is 21 miles. And then you hit calculate, and it tells you the distance to the horizon, 2.7 miles. And then it will say H1 equals target hidden height, which is 223 feet, right? That's how much the shoreline, which is the target, should be hidden behind the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And then here's a different Earth Curve Calculator with the same metrics put into it. This is a slightly more complicated Earth Curve Calculator that will give you like extra details and whatnot. It's just an extra one, just to show you they're both giving the same result. You can check any Earth Curve Calculator though. And this is the camera setup, right? So this is showing you that he's just got his camera sitting on the tripod here, 5 foot above the surface.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually stayed there, and they did it again at nighttime, because it's always a bit clearer at nighttime, and because we had a little town on the other side, right? So this is zoomed in from the location, 21 miles, and once again we can see that big giant white smokestack. We can see the shoreline on the other side. We can see the lights from the town reflecting on the puddles that were on the shoreline that you can see if you scroll up to the other image that I posted. So yeah, this is a good example, right? Actually, in this observation, after they did this observation, they get high-powered laser beams, and they set the laser beams up at 5 foot height, right? So this is the laser beam setup in this screenshot, right? So once it gets dark, he shoots the laser across the surface of the water, and his friend on the other side can see the laser beam, right? So once again, the laser beam should be obstructed. It shouldn't be seen from 21 miles away because of the curvature of the Earth. They actually shot these laser beams towards each other, and they could both see each other's one.
Mm-hmm.
And then actually just went on Google Earth about half an hour ago and did like some extra screenshots just showing you like the yellow line from a different view, right, which is the distance markation tool, just showing you where they're standing, just to give a bit of extra context. Shows the latitude and whatnot as well, the coordinates.
Mm-hmm. So what's their conclusion from here?
Well, this is a flat earther called Taboo Conspiracy, right? I think he's an attorney, and then he's got his friend who's an engineer on the other side of the lake. And their conclusion is that, I mean, there's no curvature, right? There would have to be curvature if, I mean, these guys do a lot of these long distance observations, so this is just one of many.
Mm-hmm. So are they saying that doesn't matter the distance? If there is no obstruction, we can see as far as possible with enough camera power.
Well, not necessarily, because if you check the weather report in any given location, it will tell you the visibility rating of the air, right? Because over distance, the air's opaque, right? So where I'm at the moment in Europe, it's a very clear day, but when I check the weather, the visibility rating, it's only 15 kilometers, right? So quite often you'll only be able to see like 15, 20, 30 kilometers, depending on how clear the air is that day. So that's a limitation on how far you can see, right? Just the clarity of the air, fog, particulates in the air, and just the gases and humidity, the moisture in the air and things like that, right? So air is opaque over distance. So that's going to limit how far you can see. But yeah, we have, we can use like infrared lenses and see further than what we would normally be able to see. But yeah, there's still limitations. And then obviously things getting smaller in the distance as well. Once they get below a certain size, you can't really resolve them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so look, what we're finding is that when we go out and do these observations, we're not finding the horizon matching up with where it should be on a globe, right? Not even close. In fact, we can see, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000% further than we should be able to see. And we're not finding any drop over distance either, consistently. So,
I think there are scope of correction in measurements in everything. So, like when initially we first started to learn geography, it said that our Earth is round, but that was oversimplification. Of course, over time we learned that it was ovular. Then it said, no, it's not really ovular, it's geoid. Not really, geoid is geoid. It's not really ovular, not even round, something in between. So I think it's a oversimplification thing. And
right. But this is if you have a look into it, which I have. I mean, they say it's almost a perfect sphere, right? I mean, think about the images that you're seeing from NASA, right? That's what they claim it looks like. So they say it's only 10 kilometers fatter at the equator, right? So technically it's an oblate spheroid, right? Technically it's a geoid, but they say that it's basically a perfect sphere, but technically you wouldn't call it that, right? It's 0.3% different than a perfect sphere. Now, what they also say is if you were to shrink the Earth down to a small size, it would be the smoothest sphere in existence. That's how perfect it is, right? It's just a small portion of being a perfect sphere, they say, right? So when you're taking these short distance measurements. On a grand scale, these are very short distance measurements. It's not going to make much of a difference in the radius value. And the calculation that you would use for drop over distance, right? Just say you did it at the equator, and then you did it like somewhere in the northern hemisphere, like Alaska or something like that. It's not going to be much different. It would be like, instead of the horizon being at 3 miles, it would be at like 3.02 miles or 3.01 miles or something like that. It's just an insignificant difference.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe.
You can look into it. Look, I don't expect you to, take my word for it. Look into it, right? Look into it yourself.
These experiments also, it talks about lots of values, not lots of mathematics. So lots of scrutiny needs to be done in both cases, for these claims also, and also for what NASA and all those organizations are saying. But the most easiest proof would be to find the edge of the Earth, don't you think so?
Well, it sounds easy, and when you mention it like that, it sounds easy, but I mean, actually doing that is very difficult. I mean, we're not even claiming an edge. Like, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? We're just making claims about things that we can validate, right? So when we say flat Earth, it's not a shape claim. We're talking about the description of a surface area specifically, right? So we don't know the shape of the Earth. It's the globe side that claims to know the shape of the Earth and the size of the Earth, and they give us all these numbers, and then we're going out and testing to see if that matches with reality. And when we do that, right, we can't find any curvature, right? So if you have a surface area that's not curved, it's by default flat, and that's in that context that we're meaning flat Earth.
Okay. And what do you think would be the implications if you find that Earth is not exactly as it's being taught us to be? How can we practically use that?
I think we already practically use the Earth as flat and stationary anyway, right? It would just be more of a shock to people's minds more than anything, right? Because everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary, right? They just tell you that it looks flat, but you can't see the curvature because it's so big and you're so small, and that, you experience it as stationary, but you're so small and, it's so big once again. So, I mean, we already utilize the Earth, basically as a flat stationary plane. It would, I think the lie, right? Or not necessarily that most people are lying, right? I think most people are just repeating what they were taught at university and school. But I think it would just be like the whole shock of the information, right? People would feel deceived. They would have to rewrite the entire education system. They'd find out the government had been lying about outer space and all of these different things. It would be chaotic, I think. I think it would be well within the government's interest to continue pushing the globe, right? Because people already don't trust the government. You can ask just about anyone, do you trust the government? Does the government lie? Nearly everyone will say, of course they lie. Of course I don't trust the government. So this would kind of be the final blow for them, in my opinion. But I'm not sure what would happen, to be honest. It would just be speculation.
Cool.
Yeah. Anyway, I appreciate you having a look at the evidence. We're not trying to convince people or anything like that. We're trying to clear up some of the misconceptions that people have about flat Earth, and then show some of the empirical evidence, and then tell people to scrutinize it. Right? You can even go and do these tests yourself. Just engage your critical thinking skills and try to debunk it. That's all we're encouraging is hopefully people can, learn to use critical thinking skills a bit more, right? Because I think that's lacking. Not you in particular, right? Just in general in society, people tend to just believe whatever they're told, whatever they see on the television, they'll just kind of go along with it. And I think that can be dangerous for the overall health of humanity as a whole, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's understandable. See, if there are so many lies out there, how many can you test? There are so many things, not just about the earth. There can be about food, about medicine. There are so many myths to debunk. So it's only if it fits your interest, then you go to check that myth and debunk that. So I think most people, they are busy with their life. They have their own priorities. And the shape of the earth is least of their concern.
Absolutely.
So
I completely agree with you.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a great effort. People, especially people who are trying actively to test these things and measure things, that's a great effort from their part.
Yeah. I think there's a huge accumulation of these tests, and it would be nice if we could share them around. People can have a look at them, and you can go and do these kinds of things yourself. Like I did an 18-kilometer test because I lived on a big giant lake in Australia, had a boat, and I could go out and do testing quite often, and I could zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake consistently. So I mean, yeah, people can go out and test these things and come to their own conclusions based on the evidence. And then look at the evidence from the globe side, right? Look at the empirical evidence rather than the faith-based evidence, right? What can we validate? When it comes to a lot of this outer space claims and things like that, we can't really go and validate a lot of those claims, whereas we can go and actually test the surface of, water, at least.
Also, have you considered the concept of refraction in this context?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've studied quite deeply into atmospheric refraction and the limitations of it. And what I find, even according to the professionals, right, the people, physicists and engineers and people like that, right, they'll say that refraction's something that you need to consider, but it's only a small difference, right? It's going to make a 7 to 8% would be counted as standard refraction. So that would take the horizon distance from 2.7 to say 2.8, 2.9 miles, right? And then in extreme conditions, it can go up to 10, maybe up to 15% maximum. So that would, it would make you be able to see a little bit further or a little bit nearer, depending on the refractive index gradient. So it's not something that's going to explain being able to see no horizon over an entire 21-mile distance, and be able to see perfectly flat water where it should have 293 foot of curvature. There should be over 21 miles, right? So it's not going to completely flatten out 293 foot of curvature. It's just not. I mean, you can look into that yourself, but
right.
I mean, I was listening to a professor, right? He's an engineer, very, very smart guy. He was debating some flat earthers. I was listening to the debate the other day, and he was talking about refraction with the flat earthers. And I liked what he had to say about it. He was a very honest guy. He was obviously he was arguing for the globe. But I took the clips, right, because it kind of backs up what I was just saying about refraction. So it's just 2 clips. If you want to watch them quickly, they're only 15, 20-second clips. I'll just pop them in the side chat here.
Sure.
Okay, so just 1 second. See, once you start getting really extreme refractive effects, you start getting mirages, right? So there's no signs of miraging in these observations that we're presenting. They're very clear. So anyway, there's 2 little clips there if you want to have a look at those briefly. They're only like 10, 15 seconds.
DJ, when people mention the edge of the earth, I oftentimes think of the shores of the ocean, how far the shores reach and what's beyond that,
Absolutely. Yeah,
It's
I mean,
some
that's
food
the...
for speculation.
Yeah. I'm under the impression that water needs a container and that large bodies of water have a shoreline. So, I mean, that would logically lead me to say there is a shoreline to the world oceans of some kind, I mean, it's not a crazy speculation, I don't think.
About that video that was tested 21 miles, do they test like 400 miles or like 1,000 miles?
We have some pretty long distance ones that have been done using infrared photography, and we even have ones that have been done not even by flat earthers, right? Like if you have a look at the Guinness World Record long distance photo, right? He used an infrared camera, and I think it's about 255 miles, and he's looking across to the French Alps. And he can see much further than what you would possibly be able to see if the Earth was a globe. So I have that as well, if you want me to chuck some images in the side chat. And then we have another...
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have another guy called Jay Tolan Media. He goes up in aeroplanes with about $8,000 worth of camera equipment. He uses infrared photography, and he's making 1,000-mile observations, up to 1,000 miles. He's able to see, once again, what the things he's seeing, the landmarks that he's seeing, should be way, 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 way below the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, so I'll post a couple of the things like I was just talking about in the side chat so you can have a look.
I wanted to quickly thank the gentleman you're speaking with for giving people in our community props for doing these things, because a lot of their side just disregard it and don't even appreciate that we go out and do these things. So I just wanted to thank you, sir, for giving us credit.
It's just pretty interesting to see those kind of things.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I think it will also pique the interest of all the people, and maybe at someday the authority will also notice. And maybe there is another possibility that there are some not yet discovered principles of physics which can explain for these things. Just a possibility, apart from the flat Earth, which is another possibility. And because we don't know that those principles yet, we cannot explain what we are noticing about the horizon. But nonetheless, these findings would encourage people to research more and try to explain why is this happening. So that's a great thing.
Yeah, look, what's interesting is that back in 2015, 2016, Nikon released their Coolpix P900 range of cameras, right? So people had these cameras that were able to zoom huge distances, right? So most of these observations that you see, they'll be using these Nikon cameras. Now, people started going out making these observations, and just regular people just realizing, like, wow, I can see this island that's 30 miles away. Like, hold on a second, I shouldn't be able to see that island. And they started compiling this evidence, and the flat Earth videos started piling up on YouTube, right? And flat Earth actually in 2015, 2016, flat Earth videos were getting millions and millions of hits, right? We had people getting up to 1 million subscribers on YouTube. And back then you used to be able to check what the most popular search term was on YouTube, right? And flat Earth was number one, and it actually overtook Donald Trump during the 2016 election. And what happened, right? Instead of it continuing to grow, Congress got together with Facebook, right, with the executives at Facebook and Google and YouTube, and they decided that they were going to censor flat Earth videos. They called it dangerous misinformation, and they decided that they were going to just basically shadow ban and block the content. They started removing some of the major flat Earth channels and demonetizing them and basically trying to put a stop to it. And not only did they censor it, which is still censored up to this day, but they actually replaced the like when you type in the name of a particular video, right, like a proper flat Earth video, it will just come up with a propaganda playlist, right, showing you pictures of discs in space with all water falling off the edges and people wearing tinfoil hats and, just trying to, use propaganda to just scare people away from flat Earth at first glance, which is kind of strange if you think about it, when we're just really just showing long distance observations and that kind of thing. So it's interesting, the censorship that's come along with this topic.
But smart people will never be scared.
What's that?
The smart people will never will be scared of this kind of thing.
Will be scared or will never be scared?
Not be scared.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Like if someone is genuinely
it's so silly.
It's silly until you understand it. We all thought it was the dumbest thing in the world. The more you look into this, right, it's not silly at all. In fact, we can back up everything we say with empirical.
How they monetize that silly. They like fighting that.
You mean how they demonetized, or? Yeah. No, I completely agree. Yeah, I mean, what they're doing is, because it takes a long time. I'm a YouTube creator myself, right? It's not flat Earth created, but it takes a long time to make a good quality production. And, when you're taking away that ad revenue, you're stopping people doing it as a full-time job. You're stopping people pouring in 1 or 2 weeks of their time to make a really high quality production, right? Like a flat Earth documentary or something like that, or a tutorial style video. So if they're not even able to earn anything through ad revenue, and they know that one day they could wake up and their channel's being completely suspended, it's going to push people away, and was very successful.
Right.
They don't have to do this. I don't know if they cannot like prove it that it's the false information. They don't like needed to even touch it, like demonetize and remove it if they cannot prove it that it's wrong, or is it false information.
Well, unfortunately, they kind of like do whatever they want at that level. When it's the government working with, like it's Congress working with the owners of YouTube and the owners of Facebook, and it's a private platform, so they can kind of do whatever they want, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right.
They just restricting everything. That's so bad for science and like for other kind of experiments that people do.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the way we move forward with science, isn't it? Is to challenge science and to, try to disprove it. Exactly. Yeah, it happens with all sorts of different topics, with the censorship. So, I mean, but flat Earth has been one of the main topics. But, it's a hot topic still, even with the censorship. The reason we're in this English Hub server is because it's such a hot topic, right? They invited us here. We have a home server with about 30,000 members. And we've had big servers like the Politics server, the English Hub server, Politics and Religion server, inviting us to start a channel in their server. And within a week or two of us turning up in these servers become, this Flat Earth channel quickly becomes by far the most popular channel in the entire server. It's happened everywhere we go. So it's definitely a topic people are interested in.
Yeah, because people like science and all the sorts of inventions, research, because it's interesting to, like, for anything, for basic knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate the chat. I do have to head off, unfortunately, but it's been awesome chatting with you guys, and hopefully see you again sometime.
Yeah, thanks for the chat, and thanks for all the links and infos. It was really insightful. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Look, if anyone does want, like, we have a home server, like I mentioned before. We actually have, like, because I spoke about the censorship, it's very difficult to find any flat earth videos, on YouTube or anything like that. So we have everything sort of categorized that you can't find on YouTube on our home server. We have terabytes of information. So if you wanted to, learn about, any particular topic, everything's categorized. So if anyone is interested, you can click on my profile and there's like a link to the home server, just in case anyone was wondering, wanting to look into it more or something like that. I just thought I'd mention that before I head off.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Cheers.
Have a good one.
DJ.
Thanks, DJ, for bringing the point home. Pretty cool.
Yeah, no worries. I was meant to post a bunch of things in the side chat I forgot about. Right. So just that one that I posted just above what Flatman posted, that's the world record long distance photography shot. I think that's 255 miles. And the top one was taken 4 minutes earlier with the regular lens, and then the one underneath it was with the infrared lens. And I'll just post a high definition. It's like a 12 megabyte picture of the bottom photograph there.
We were talking to Winter, but I think he's gone by now. Winter guy. Welcome. Any new people like to ask any questions about the topic? Go right ahead. You can direct your questions to John Luna. Go Is that DR? Is that DR for doctor or Dominican Republic?
Dominican Republic.
Sounds cool. Welcome. Dominican Republic, that's a good spot in the Caribbean. Beautiful place.
Yep.
What do you think about the topic, DR? Do you believe the Earth is a spinning ball like they show it in the TV?
Like I don't know. Like I just came here to listening. You know.
Quieres escuchar? Listen.
Yeah.
Well, at the same time, you can practice. This is the English server, and people like practicing English. So this is a good opportunity for us to practice the English.
Yeah, but like I don't know the topic. Like I don't know how to debate that topic. So I prefer to listen.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a debate, though. It could be a conversation and information presented that you can look at and just think about it. No debate necessary, because in reality, debate we don't debate objective topics. Debates will be like gun rights, or I don't know, gay rights, or like whose party is the best political party. That will be a debate.
Yeah, I got you. But like when there are a lot of people in a room, like I don't like to talk. I just prefer to listen to
Yeah.
improve. Yeah, but why the people here don't talk?
Well, before you joined, there was actually a conversation, but it was at the end of it, and then you joined a little bit. So there will be conversations, and there might be some quiet time, and now it's you and I having a conversation.
Okay,
But it's okay.
So where are you from?
Puerto Rico.
Oh, okay. So you speak Spanish. Or not? Hello, someone.
Yeah, I do speak Spanish, bro. I do. Yes.
Okay, so like when you spoke in Spanish, it sounds like a no sabo, you know? So you live in Puerto Rico?
I was born and raised in Puerto Rico, but I live in the US at the moment.
Okay. That's cool. So
Give
are
me a
you a
minute.
no sabo? Are you a no sabo?
Wait, what? What do you say?
So I say like if you are a no sabo, you know what that means?
I'm trying to get what you mean.
Okay,
Not
so
getting it.
no sabo means basically like the people that were born in USA don't speak Spanish. So they are Latinos and don't speak Spanish. So they call them no sabo.
Just told you he was born in Puerto Rico. He's there. He speaks Spanish. So obviously he's not that.
Okay, okay.
So DR, you say you don't know a lot about the topic. Do you have any questions about the topic?
Like what is meant flat earth? Because I don't know. Like maybe like the earth is plane or something like that.
Flat Earth means that there is no curvature. It's not a sphere or a ball.
Oh, okay, I got it. So
Like science tells everybody.
do you think that that is like that?
Yes, it measures with no curvature. That's correct. When we measure long distances, we don't find any measurable drop over distance.
So can you explain me that? Because I think that is and it's fair, you know?
Okay, well, to measure for curvature, you have to know what you're looking for. And based on the numbers that we have, we know what curve we need to be looking for per mile, right? So it's there's an equation you can do, and they have calculators for it that you can look up on Google. Different universities provide these curvature calculators, so you could find them on Google. And the way it works is it depending upon the height of the observer or the device that's being used, it'll let you know when the termination line should begin, when the drop should start happening, and how much drop you should expect to see based on the size of the ball. Does that make sense?
Kind of. But I will search it to clarify my dudes. Like, I don't know.
Okay, yeah. If you look in the side chat, you'll see that there's a bunch of posts of different observations that have been made, and it'll show you basically where the curvature termination line is supposed to be, and we don't find any curvature, not even a little bit. Meaning,
okay, I got it.
That if yeah, so if the ball is has a radius of 3,959 miles,
So I
you
have
don't see the curvature that would represent that. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I don't know if that word is right. So the gravitation, you know, is that even a word?
Oh, gravity? Yeah,
Okay.
gravitation is a word.
So how that works in a flat Earth?
Gravity is a theory that has changed hands multiple times over the past 100 years, and the definition is ambiguous at best. But there were equations before gravity became commonplace that explain the phenomenon, right? That everybody witnesses from time to time, right? When you're looking at an object falling through different mediums, or raising up through different mediums, there were equations that explain this stuff perfectly before anybody even brought up the notion of gravity. So yeah, gravity's a tough one because even the experts today days don't know what it is, and they'll tell you the same thing. But as of right now, yeah, it used to be considered a force. Then they changed it and said it wasn't a force; it was the bending and warping of space time. Then they realized that it really doesn't work when they tried to model it out, and they had to add a bunch of theoretical material called dark matter, which can't be proven. So it's basically an unverifiable bunch of equations that don't really make sense without presupposing presupposing a bunch of things that can't be verified. So it's just basically unverifiable pseudoscience. So, but yeah, if you want to get into the weeds of that complicated nonsense, you could go ahead. But yeah, it doesn't really. It can't be proven. You know.
Okay.
So that's where we're at with that.
What I know about it is like the nucleus attract the objects. So that's the only thing that I know about gravity, you know.
again, it hasn't been proven. They could say a lot of things. You'll find a bunch of different opinions on it from a lot of different experts. But yeah, for the most part, it can't be proven. You can't prove it. I can't prove it. So at the end of the day, we could just sit here and talk about something that can't be proven. And yeah, it'll get really boring.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, we could see the effects though. Things have weight. Things fall. Things fall. Things rise. Helium, gases. There's all these different. There's the law of thermodynamics. Different laws of thermodynamics. So we see the effect.
So I have another question. So if the Earth is flat, so it has an end, like it has like an ending or something, or it has like a campus or something like that.
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean. You're talking about like the end of the Earth, like where would it end if it was flat? Well, the Earth is mostly oceans, right?
Yeah.
So 70 something percent of the known Earth is oceans. And one thing we know about water is that water always seeks to find its level. So it always will settle in a level sense, right? So horizontally level with no, you never see water curve, right? So what you can surmise is wherever you see water, it always seeks to find its level within a contained area, right? So if you have water that winds up in the middle of a bunch of land, it's called a lake or a pond. If you find water that winds up in a parking lot that has a low spot, it's called a puddle, right? If you find water in your backyard, it's usually in a pool, or if it's in your house, it's usually in a tub or in a glass or in a sink. So water always has to be contained, otherwise it's going to spread out. And so one can surmise that there has to be a shoreline somewhere beyond the 60th degree south parallel, which is off limits to free public members of the public who want to go out and explore freely. And yeah, there's evidence for that as well. But yeah, so yeah, you would say that there's got to be a shoreline, and that shoreline, who knows what it's made of? Might be ice, it might be dirt, it might be rock, it might be sand. But it has not been found or explored or documented by anybody in today's time. So certain parts of it have been explored, so to speak, but we can't confirm or deny any of that stuff. What we try and do is stick to what we can prove empirically, meaning that people can repeat the observation and report it back to the masses, right, to the group. So if we can't independently do these observations and do these expeditions, then we really can't speak on it without speculating. So we have to try and stick to what we can know rather than to what we have to speculate upon.
Okay.
Yeah, but you said if the Earth is flat, and that's the one question that people will throw a caveat into. Usually, a question before a question, right? Like if the Earth is flat, then this, right? And that's kind of where I like to draw the line back to. Well, we don't see any measurable curvature, so we already know it's flat, right? So that just leads to whatever comes after that. You know what I mean? So because we don't measure any curvature, we know that it's not a ball. We know that it's not a sphere at the radius proclaimed by the different space agencies. And at this point, after that knowledge has already been attained by multiple people, right? Individuals repeating the experiments in different places all over the map, the known map that we could all agree upon. the question needs to be asked, well, how many completely flat and horizontal areas do we need to make a ball, right? And we know that you need a consistent exponential increasing drop over distance to make a sphere, because that's just the way geometry of a sphere works, is that if you're standing in one spot on a ball, everything 360 degrees around you as that observer needs to drop away from you and you're at your position. So that's the one thing we can attest is like, all right, well, we have a bunch of different observers placed all over this map that we all agree upon and that we all know exists. But one thing we don't find is any drop over distance, right? So. Yeah, DR. So another thing that we hear oftentimes is that people will look up at the sky and talk about the sky and the phenomenon of different luminaries in the sky, like the stars and the sun and the moon and the different planets or wandering stars. And they'll try and make sense of what the ground is here based on looking up at the sky. And the important thing to remember is that most of what we have been told about what's going on up in the sky has been told to us by individuals who are claiming to do things that cannot be repeated by the average person, right? You can't go to space. You can't send up your own rockets and stuff to go up there, right? And it's something that the average person can't do to go and verify any of their claims, right? And the people who have saved up their own money and invested their own funds in sending up high altitude weather balloons, rockets, and such reach a certain point and they can't go any further. This is the one common denominator. And when they send up cameras attached to these devices, they get footage showing a completely flat plane beneath them, right? Any images showing curvature are usually shown to be fisheye lenses, which cause different distortion, right? And then you also have other forms of distortion that are caused by barrel lensing effects. So it's usually caused by the different lenses that we have and the cameras that we use. So yeah, one thing that we can be certain of is that looking at the sky is not going to measure the Earth, right? So we already have the documented evidence that the Earth has no curvature on the ground. So going up to the sky and looking at the sky isn't going to tell us anything about the ground. So that's another common misconception that we hear oftentimes is that people are looking up to the sky and trying to figure out like how the sky tells them about the ground, which that'll never happen, right? It's like you were building a house or you had somebody come to your house and you wanted them to work on your house. And you said, hey, I want to fix my floor. I want to make sure it's completely level and flat. And then the guy goes and he starts looking at your ceiling and says, well, I got to look at your ceiling to figure out how to make your floor flat. You would be like, I think I need another contractor, right? You wouldn't be looking to hire that person to fix your floor or to level your floor if he's staring at your ceiling, measuring your ceiling. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but when you see the moon and the sun, so you see that this is like a glove. So how that works? So you see the moon when it's full. So you see that it's a circle. Like, you got me?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You're looking at the sky and you're trying to figure out how that works. Like you're looking at different luminaries in the sky and trying to figure out how they work. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people want to know how the moon works, and a lot of people want to know how the sun works, but that's not going to tell us anything about the ground, right? Now, if you can't figure out how the moon works or how the sun works, does that change the fact that we measure the ground flat? Just a question to you.
So I didn't hear it because I was eating something.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I said if we can't figure out, like if all of us get together and we want to figure out how the moon works and we can't do it, but we've already measured the ground, does that change anything about what we've measured down here on the ground?
I cannot answer because you are the note that.
Are you still eating?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you can't talk, don't worry about it. I'll let you know basically what we know, right? The phases of the moon, the phases and the way the sun operates. We just see two lights in the sky moving above us, right? How they work is a mystery to a lot of people, right? You could sit here and speculate about it. You could say, okay, this might be what's happening. This might be what we're witnessing, right? But to say that we know that they're spherical objects would be disingenuous because we don't. If we can't go up and actually measure these objects, we don't even know how far away they are, right? To say that we do would be foolhardy, right? Because how would you measure without doing a physical measurement, right? So you could do some calculations and come to some number, but you'd have to presuppose a bunch of different things, and that's not going to give you a genuine answer, a truthful answer, right? So yeah, I mean, it's a losing battle to sit here and talk about things that we can't know as individuals without doing certain experiments.
Oh my God.
Right? Science tells us the moon is the moon. Science tells us the moon is 248,000 miles away, and that they landed on the moon in the 1960s. But they haven't been able to go back. And if you look into the footage, there's a lot of anomalies and a lot of things that just look funny, right? It's basically common knowledge that it was a fake expedition that never really happened. But beyond that, like I said, we know it's not what took place based on the fact that the Earth is not a ball, and we could test that. We already know that. Like that's what I'm getting at with going into it from this perspective, because they've told us that the Earth has a radius, right? And then they told us that they've seen the Earth from outer space, but we know that the Earth is not a ball already because we've already debunked that, meaning that we've already proven that to not be true. So because we know that that's not true, and we know that they're at least being disingenuous about their claims about the said radius and the images that they keep showing of this alleged sphere. Oh, he's gone. Oh well. It was a good chat. Thanks to everybody who's listening. If anybody has anything they want to say, yeah, feel free to put it in the chat or yeah, go ahead and mic up. I'd love to hear from you. So would the members of the panel. Hey, James, are you still around, brother?
Hey.
Hey, Pedros, how you doing? Welcome to the room.
Yeah, that's cool. So what is the room about? Why everyone close their microphone? It's like just hang in this room.
What did you say, sir?
I mean, what this room about? I mean, the name in the room is Flag Earth Discord. What's that mean?
Oh yeah, we're discussing the the fact that the Earth is flat with people who may disagree with that proclamation.
Okay. Yeah, just to explore many rooms. This is my third day in this community.
Oh, well, we appreciate you being here with us. Yeah, even if those who don't have like the best English and they want to practice with their English, it's fine. And if you have trouble pronouncing what you have to say, you could always write your questions out in the side chat, and we could answer your questions that way.
Okay.
How you doing, Sash?
Hello there. I come to say that there are flat earthers. I'm a flat earther, okay? And there's people like me all around the globe.
Yeah, we never heard that one before, my friend.
I know.
That you're the first one, man. That was such a unique thing to say. But, you know, good
Wow,
on you,
really?
buddy. Yeah, thanks for coming in. I know you're being sarcastic, but you know I'm trying to be genuine with people who come to have conversations with us. But if you're just here to have a laugh, yeah, I mean, just mute yourself and yeah, man, you can move on to a different chat. We actually will have an actual conversation that you could take seriously.
Man, I was just making a joke.
Okay. Well, we get people that come in that try and troll. You know, we're trying to have legit conversations here. Everybody that's here is here on their own time. We're not here to entertain people who are
Okay,
just
I was just that joke. I'm gonna troll. Okay.
all right.
Ah. Are you a flat earther?
Yes, sir. We know the Earth is flat. It's been measured. We know it's not a ball.
Right.
Are you someone who believes that the Earth is a spinning water ball hurtling through outer space?
I mean, what I'm aware is that I think that. I don't know it. I think it.
Okay.
Do you understand that?
So you think that the Earth is a spherical object?
I believe it.
In outer space.
I believe it. I believe it. I haven't proved it. I haven't been to space and seen it or proven it in any significant way personally.
Okay. Do you know its radius? Do you know the radius of this alleged spherical object?
Well, the radius. I mean, wait. The circumference is 40,000, and the radius is 2 pi times radius squared, right, or something like this. Yeah. So that would be radius. I mean, the area is 40,000.
You're kilometers guy. You're a kilometers guy.
No,
Okay.
What?
I said, so you're a kilometers guy. Yeah, no, we do our measurements in miles, but yeah, no, we could convert.
You can just convert it. You know, it's it would be 40. It would be 40,000 divided by 2 pi, and then you square root all of that, and you get the result. So pi is 2.
You know your radius.
314 times 2. That would be 6. I mean, that would be 6.28. So it will be 40,000 divided 6.28. 6 goes into 40. Like what? 6.3 times, right? So that will be
it's about
6.3 plus 1,000.
It's just over. It's
So that's
3,000. It's 3,000. It's 3,958.8 miles. So you could convert that to kilometers. That's the radius. Yeah. So do you know how much drop over distance you would need to see as an observer on this alleged sphere if you were looking over, let's say if you were on a beach looking out on the ocean, what's the furthest you'd be able to see before the drop over distance would start taking over and the ocean would start falling away from you, down and away at an exponential rate? You know that number?
Exponential? Exponential?
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be exponential.
With an observer height of 6 feet. If you're a 6-foot person, at what point does the physical horizon start dropping from you from the shoreline?
Yeah, I understand. I understood the premise, but I don't know if that would be exponential.
Yes, it has to be exponential because it's a sphere.
No, because when the sphere starts to curve in, that would be exponential.
If it's not an exponential curve.
Yeah, if I can help you out, dude. Oh, sorry, what was the question? Can't be what?
He said it can't be exponential.
Yeah, it can. You can use a parabolic approximation, and the numbers work out to like 3 or 4 decimal points of precision. It's not a problem. Afterwards, yeah, you would want to consider using an actual function of a circle. But for our purposes here, at the scale in question, a parabolic approximation is fine.
Okay, where? What distance? 12 kilometers?
I think it was up to. I think it's up to 1,000 miles. Yeah, about up to 1,000 miles or so. You have 3 or 4 decimal places of precision before it starts. You have about 4 or 5 significant figures.
Yeah, okay, but the Earth curves, like you to do that, you just have to calculate the circumference and then use trigonometry to calculate the arc, isn't it?
You can do that. There's a number of ways, right? So if you use the raw, r squared equals x squared plus y squared formula, right, for a circle, then you're accounting for, everything wrapping in words and all that. But at our scale, when we're, 0.0001 miles, our observer height on a surface that's 3,959 miles in radius, you're not going to be able to see far, no matter how high you go, right? At 33,000 feet, you can only see up to 200 miles or so anyway, right? So using a parabolic approximation is sufficient for the type of thing. So that's why you see 8 inches per mile squared. You get an 8x squared, simple thing to work with. You should be fine. We should be fine. For what we're talking. I can send you a breakdown at some point if you're interested.
How would you calculate? But how would you really calculate this drop off? How would you? Don't you get the derivative?
Yeah. So what happens is you take a circle, okay, and you fit a parabola to the circle. Okay. Now it's finicky, but basically, if you take a Taylor expansion, the polynomial degree 2, you basically get a parabola that hits at the circle or touches the circle at one point, right? And then from then point onward, it's very close up to a certain point that I'm talking about, right? So it's derived in that sort of fashion, or you can use a Pythagorean theorem approach. It basically comes to the same thing, right? But yeah, if you take the first, second derivative,
Basically, what you have to do is you have to you get the tangent where you are standing, right?
Exactly, right? Using the parabolic approximation, right? Yeah. And you have an upside down parabola, and you have a tangent, which is just a constant function of 0, let's say, or whatever, right? And then using this calculation, you're basically taking the difference perpendicular to that constant line downwards.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? Yes. So that basically comes up to negative 8x squared, effectively. I've worked it all out. I'm working on a little, summary paper or whatnot.
In layman terms for everyone here, if you move 12 kilometers or 20, let's say 20 kilometers, how much do you
What's that in miles?
Let's say, let me think, wait. It would be, let's say 10 miles. How much would you drop?
You have 8 times 10 squared, so 800. 10 squared is, 100 times 8. It's 100 inches. Yeah.
I mean, it's a very simple search.
It's about 10 feet or something like that.
How much does the Earth drop?
Yeah, there's Earth curve calculators out there, but they just give you a couple form with some stuff to plug in, and it gives you a value. If you want to work through the entire thing, you can use calculus or you can use Pythagoras or whatever, and then you get a function that you can play with. That is then used in the thing,
Okay, I have it here. It is in miles. I'm going to ask in miles. In miles. In in 31.4 miles. I'm going to do it for 31.4 miles. Okay. You would drop. It gives me the answer in miles. I should ask in feet. Wait, or inches. It says in 31 miles, which is 20 kilometers, it drops about 1,000. Could this be right? 1,236.
That's in inches.
Yeah.
So divide that by 12 and you get feet.
Yeah.
The rule of thumb I've heard in this room, 10 miles is 66 feet.
Okay, so what up with that?
Well, that using the 8-inch per mile squared calculation, where x is in miles, right? You do 10 squared, which is 100, times 8 gives you 800.
But what up with this?
That's in inches. You divide that by 12, and you get, I think, 66 point something.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the point?
What's the point? It gives you an estimate of what you should expect to see. Right? So, for example, let's say you lay your head right on the sand at the shore, at a beach, right? And you have an object that is 10 miles out.
Yeah.
Okay? If that object is less than 66 point whatever feet,
yeah,
right? You should not be able to see it.
No, and I have a reason why maybe you can.
This is it. Well, we can talk about the fluctuations of air variables and shit that might have a play.
No, that's not it. That's not
on the effect of light. But this is just in pure geometric terms, right?
You wanted to.
So if we,
oh my god.
Hang on, sir. If you start in just raw geometric terms, this is the argument. Okay.
Yes, I comprehend. I understand. Now, let me tell you my argument, so you don't have to guess. Gravitational optic lensing.
Okay. Anyway, well, I'll let someone else take it.
The gravity of the planet. Wait, the gravity of the planet bends gravity. So light follows a geodesic, and it bends slightly. So maybe this will cut off some distance.
Okay. Well, then, if you can cite as to how much that would affect over a certain
I have
distance,
no idea.
then you might have.
I have no idea.
Okay,
I have no
well,
idea.
see, here's the problem, sir. People come in here and they blow shit out of their ass. They don't know what they're
No,
talking
but
about.
this is not shit. This is something that is real, and you know that it's real, and it's not shit.
The reality.
State the claim of how much it would actually affect said light.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I answer?
The thing, right? So, hang on. The point is, if you just throw concepts up in the air, that's to try and hand wave anything that is said, it's not exactly, appropriate. So if you come with some backing, some actual hard facts, some numbers,
brother, wait.
whatever,
Wait.
then you're good.
This is, to me, this is the way I interpret this. If you can allow me to express myself, and then you give me your opinion. I came in here just thinking that I could come up with some like plausible facts. Not that this is like some kind of academic university level debate. So I just said that. What's the problem with that? Why do you have to jump with a fucking knife on my jugular vein because I say something that is plausible?
Because the problem is, what you're saying is just not. It's plausible. It's not certain. In this room, sir, if you stick around and you listen to conversations going by, you'll see the room is very, very strict when it comes to what is discussed. If you don't have hard material, right, hard data, hard citation, et cetera, right, sort of emulating like a real sincere debate or discussion or whatever that you would find maybe at an institution, then it's
wait.
not.
Can I say something? I want to say something. I want to get it off my chest. I don't want you to judge me. I just want to say that to me, this is like a new religion trying to exploit like some ignorant people. And if that's the
So
case,
now,
wait.
So
Let me finish.
Not say anymore, sir. But you need not say anymore, sir. Your opinion was heard, and it is just that. It's an opinion, right? Now you're trying to gaslight or cast a shade on.
No. That's not my intention at all. What I want to do is I want to join the ranks. I want to join the ranks. I want to be part of this.
No. Stop.
I want to be a leader. I want to be a leader of the cult. I want to abuse people's abuse power.
So that's the point, right? So you're casting shade.
That's the point of this.
Nothing to add. Shut your fucking mouth.
It's abusing
material if you want to argue.
It's abusing ignorant minds.
That's the problem, sir. So you have nothing to back your statement, right? You came in here and speculate, throw quote unquote plausible this, plausible that, can't say shit, and now you're throwing a tantrum. So you can mic up and
you're projecting.
Maybe get some popcorn, right? Because if you think this is all entertaining and stuff, then grab your popcorn, right?
No, I didn't say that. No.
Well, it sounds like it, man.
You're projecting.
No, I have no popcorn. I have no popcorn. I think
projecting.
Sincerely, you seem to not.
You're projecting.
No. Projecting what, sir?
Yeah. You're projecting.
It sounds like you're the one that's projecting, Sash. You've come in here claiming we're a religion, yet you're the one with the belief. If you had true knowledge of said ball, you would come in and say, I know it's a ball because of this, and it's backed up by that. You have not done this at all. You've thrown a heap of buzzwords, and I call bingo, and that's my lunch break over. So please, if you do want to have your say, back it with some data, mate. It's not really that hard. If you've got it, you'll show it. It's really simple.
You want some data? You're Australian. You should be floating in space if the Earth is flat, idiot.
Because I'm Australian, I'm supposed to be floating in space. That's the dumbest thing I've heard today.
You're on the other side, brother.
Just so you know, Sash, listen carefully. This is recorded, so I hope you enjoy making an idiot of yourself. Have a nice day, guys.
You're on the other side of the plane, brother. You should be falling down from it. So where's everyone? What happened here? Do they win? Feels like it. Flat.
I stepped away from the phone, buddy.
Okay. Now you're projecting that I'm here to troll or hate on Flat Earth. No, I said it's genius. I want to be part of the priesthood, okay, and take over some stupid, ignorant minds and
I've
benefit
been
from
making a
it.
joke. I mean, that was. I mean, what else could I surmise after your joke about the topic matter and the subject matter of the room? But yeah, after listening to your discussion with Mick and yeah, hearing what you had to say about what he was discussing with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like you're not taking it very seriously anyway.
So you think that if a person doesn't take life seriously, that's wrong?
No, it's just your prerogative. It doesn't matter to me either way.
Okay. I try not to hurt feelings. That I'm just being a little bit of whatever. And I want to add that a person can believe in change, that someone can change. Someone can begin to take something seriously if evidence is presented. I'm open. I'm open to hearing this arguments proving flat Earth.
Yeah, well, you caught me at an inopportune moment. I need about 10 minutes before I can engage in this conversation without being distracted by my family. So, going to have to bear with me, or somebody else can take over. Speaking with Sash.
I think it's fascinating how in the 21st century people are actually making money out of this. It's genius,
Sash. Have you met Casey?
Elaborate.
Have you met KC?
Is this some kind of joke?
No. KC just entered. KC, you haven't met him before.
No, I have not met Casey.
I think you might enjoy a short engagement with him.
Go on.
Assuming, of course, he's available.
Hello?
Sasha's for you, man.
Sorry,
KC,
what?
meet Sash, sir. KC, meet Sash.
Hello, guys. You doing?
But this guy should get a proper microphone.
Yeah, I'm probably not good signal at the minute. Can you hear me?
Sounds very, very muffled.
Yeah, it's not the best. My bad.
How's my audio? Is it clear?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
I have a better headset, but I'm doing this right now. Okay, Casey. Spill the beans.
What do you want to know?
I don't know. They introduced me to you. Why?
I have no idea. I just got it. Well, I've been here before, but I just come back in. I don't know what's been spoke about.
I think you might have some flat Earth arguments to share. Do you?
What do you want to know? It's flat. It's measured that way.
No, the thing is that your sound sucks. I don't think I can keep up with,
Yeah, I've probably
it.
not got the best signal at the minute. I'm in my car, so I probably won't be able to speak for long.
Okay, I'm gonna do a monologue then. Yeah, but I'm gonna get my better. No, I'm gonna get.
Anybody's got time. You were talking. Weren't you talking to Mick about? Weren't you talking to Mick about gravity bending light or something like that? And that was your. Wasn't that your excuse for why?
Did you look that up?
See further? I'm just trying to get everybody up to speed before I walk away because I have something I have to take care of. But yeah,
gravity bends light. This is fun.
Get everyone up to speed, brother.
Yeah, he was saying that gravity bending light was the explanation for long distance observations.
Oh, this is too early for me. I'm gonna have to go and get a cup of coffee. Fuck.
That's not even the right rhetoric, man. Might as well just hang it up. I mean, at this point, you've already exposed you don't even know the fucking arguments you're supposed to be making. You're just gonna Google the correct one.
I'm gonna say something. I'm speaking to Platter from the chat. He seems very. He seems to be very much against me. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you. Wait,
focus on
I'm going to tell.
the BC.
No. I want to say something to him. Better, I think that it might be equally pathetic to be either a flat earther or a globe earther with so much zest. So there you go.
No one cares, dude.
I think that's being a tool. Be too
Why don't you
serious
just bring
about
your
this.
evidence? Bring your evidence, or just concede.
Is that you, Platter?
Yeah, I'm Platter. Let's go.
My evidence? You seem a bit agitated, brother. Calm down. Just turn off your microphone and relax.
This isn't going to go well for you, is it, mate?
For whom?
For you.
Yeah.
What? Come on, tell me. What?
You just try to commentate on our emotional states and whatever to deflect from the lack of globe Earth proof that you brought here. Is that what we're doing?
No. I'm saying that because if you feel uncomfortable speaking on the microphone.
No, but you don't need to talk about us. You can just talk about your evidence.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
what?
I see. He's just going to do that every time.
Look, if you're gonna just pop out from thin air and start speaking,
give it the program.
And start speaking to me, please. Be clear. Be respectful. And
no, thanks. I'm just looking for your globe Earth proof. I don't need to follow any set of terms dictated by you, whoever you are.
Why should I give you my proofs? Huh?
Well, also, you don't end up like with your foot in your mouth looking like a moron on the VC. You said something, so back it up.
Look, brother. Why don't you give me your flat Earth proof? And then
you asked first.
What?
You was asked first.
You're just gonna give up already? Just like that?
Yeah, of course, man. I give up easy.
Okay,
fight.
Good enough then. That's all the proof I need. The Glober gave up.
Look, what I'm going to tell you is this. Do you want evidence for Glow Earth? Go and watch some videos on the best evidence in YouTube. It's very easy.
Okay, which ones?
Then just Google it. Google, ask ChatGPT.
Well, how do you know they're there since you obviously didn't Google it yourself?
Because they exist, brother. Like, I'm pretty sure they exist.
So I still have the same question.
Why would I commit to memory something that is so obvious? I just don't give a shit. The word is fucking around.
Me, he's saying words now. Something that's so obvious. All right, let's start with one. Where do you experience motion of the Earth, obviously?
Motion of the Earth? No, it's going at a constant speed, so you don't realize it.
So
it's
that one's not obvious then. Thank you. Now, curvature of the Earth. Where do you, with your own eyes, see curvature of the Earth? Where's that obvious?
Oh my God.
Well,
let's go. Let's.
You failed with the first one, my friend.
Okay, look. You want to speak? Okay,
yeah,
speak.
I do. You failed with the first
when
one.
you fucking postulate a fucking question, you fucking let me answer with my give me space. Don't talk over me. Okay?
Why are you swearing at me? I'm just
I'm not swearing at you. I said give me fucking space.
Calm down.
That was a description of space.
Calm down.
I was describing space with the word fuck.
It's
hey,
okay,
I'm welcome here.
Calm down. You failed with the first one. It wasn't obvious that the Earth was rotating. You had to come up with a story. And then I just asked you about the second one. You started swearing at me. Oh,
No, I wasn't swearing at you. No, I was speaking in an angry tone of voice.
Yeah, because I humiliated you with just 1 point.
Look, it was not because of the point. It was because you don't.
Did we experience
like that? You see, you interrupt me. It's because of that, you fucking idiot.
There we go. Did it again. Do we experience motion of the Earth? Highly triggered an emotional man.
Okay. Let's do this. I won't be triggered, and I will shut up, and I will let you speak, because that's what you want to do. You're a little.
I want you to speak.
You want to speak. Just speak. The stage is yours, little baby.
We want you to speak. That's why he's asking you a question.
What's the question?
Oh, right, we're on to the second one. Do you, with your own eyes, experience curvature of the Earth?
What's the first question?
The first question, you said no, we wouldn't experience it because of constant motion. The first one was, do we experience rotation of the Earth? You said no. So second one, do you experience curvature of the Earth with your own eyes? Sorry.
Hang on.
So, thank you.
Hang on.
Thank you.
Hang on.
So do you experience curvature of the Earth?
Hang on.
Excuse me, young lady. Shush.
Wait. Hang on. I have a bird. It's coming up. Please don't interrupt me.
Just fuck off, dude. Highly triggered and an emotional man. Just because you said it was obvious and I pointed something out that you had to make up excuses for, so not obvious. Let's see if it's obvious if the Earth is a sphere. Where do you see curvature of the Earth with your own eyes? Please don't rely on NASA photographs.
Wait, I'm going to lay on the sofa and I will answer your questions. Wait.
Okay. Please do hurry up, though.
All right. I will start with the first one. Motion of the Earth. Okay.
Okay. You've already answered that one. You came up with an excuse. That's not obvious. So, second question, because you said it was obvious.
Relax.
Dude, don't tell me to relax. You said it was obvious. You've already pointed out that the rotation of the Earth isn't obvious. You had to come up with excuses. So, second one, where do you, with your own eyes, see curvature of the Earth? Please don't give me NASA photos.
Wait. Relax, please. Control your emotional state and relax.
Oh, for fuck's sake, just answer the question. Be a good little girl.
Control your emotion first.
Just answer the question or fuck off.
Don't call me a girl. Don't get aggressive, please.
Call you what I want, just answer the question.
Okay, I'm not going to answer because I feel harassed.
Well, then there's no point you being here then, is there? You made a claim that it was obvious. The first one, actual rotation of the Earth, that wasn't obvious, now was it? And now you obviously don't answer the second question. And I know why. Because you don't see the curvature of the Earth, making your claim fucking stupid that it's obvious.
I didn't understand a single word you said.
No, of course not, because you're an idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you understood exactly what I just said then, but you think you're being funny, but going, I didn't understand the words you just said. Yet you can respond to me, can't you? What a wanker. Yeah. What's a wanker?
Oh,
yeah, he's just trolling.
That's why,
he came in just trolling.
He's one. Yeah, for sure.
So, you were saying?
Nah, shut up, wanker. Piss off.
Okay, for that person citing the.
You failed, bro. You failed.
He called me. He called me. He called me a girl. He called me.
We're moving on to someone else. You failed. Good day, sir. I said good day, sir.
And discriminating me. Okay. He just called me an idiot, a wanker, Yeah. I'm crying like a little baby.
Are you going to answer the question, or are you just going to appeal to your emotional state? It's because you can't, isn't it?
I'm just having a laugh at the memes.
Okay, so please tell me where you see the curvature of your Earth with your own eyes. Please don't give me NASA photographs. It's like the 5th time I've asked you.
Okay, I'm going to answer, but can you allow me to speak? And you can you mute yourself, and I will answer, because I feel like
No, I'm not going to mute myself. You're just going to answer the question.
You knee jerk interrupt me. You don't want me to.
No, you don't tell me what to do. Just answer the question.
No, you harassed me, you insulted me, and now you're pressuring me to answer.
Answering the question.
Okay, I'm going to answer.
Yeah,
Okay?
you're really ruining the vibe of the room. We have other people. We have other people who want to talk, brother. Like, you know
Why
what I
don't
mean?
they
If you
talk?
really want to have
I allow them to. Look. I allow them to talk. I'm not like this. I'm not like this person that interrupts me whenever I speak. I allow people to speak, just like I allowed him to just.
We have other people here, man, and you're making this very, very uncomfortable for people who are listening. They might not want to get up and talk after your display of just ignorance and childish behavior. So, just want to keep the room vibe nice and educational. At least an open forum for discussion.
One thing that I have the capacity to do is to let others speak without interrupting. Okay? Something that this guy that was just speaking to me lacks.
I wonder if you're going to answer the question yet, being as we've all just been quiet for you to answer the question.
Well, you be quiet now, but you have to tell me. Okay, answer. I'm going to be quiet. If not, I cannot just get on with it. Speak. You just have to tell me. Okay, now I'm going to shut up.
You haven't even got the social awareness to notice that when you've been muted by a moderator, you just keep talking and talking and talking. Right, are you going to answer the question or not?
Yeah, but tell me. I'm going to shut up now. I'm not going to interrupt you.
Okay, so for the 6th time, he said it was obvious. No, it's been loads of times now. So for the 7th time,
no, man, you're doing ad hominem attacks.
Where do you experience curvature of the earth, or are you going to start acting like a fucking woman again and talking through me to avoid the conversation? Where
the only woman in this room is yourself.
You
the only woman in this room is yourself.
Curvature of the earth with your own eyes, man who said it was obvious.
No, firstly, I said the first thing was obvious, which was that the Earth is in motion. Okay.
Hey, so where do you experience motion of the Earth, man who gave me excuses about linear motion?
I can't have a serious conversation with a person like you, man. You're disrespectful.
Excuse me, where do you experience motion of the Earth?
You're challenging me. You're challenging me in a negative way, not in a positive way.
Where do you experience motion of the Earth?
Until you speak to me,
where do you experience motion of the Earth? This is the only way you're going to get into this conversation by answering my question.
You're just reiterating.
Don't talk through me. It's very simply, if you're not going to answer, we'll just move on to someone else. You are becoming intolerable. One last chance.
You're the intolerable one.
All right, bye.
Well, hang on. We'll just give him the FE, command. Then we'll take him off mute.
Yeah, I mean, this is not going to be any more productive than it has been. He's just been going on and on. Yes, Ash. I mean, if you would have kept going in the conversation in good faith, it would not have happened this way. But you've left us with little choice. We have different people who want to discuss serious questions and have serious evidence that they believe is serious that they can produce. So we're not getting anywhere with this. So anybody else have anything that they want to discuss? Any questions that they may have about the shape that they believe the Earth is, even though we know that there is no curvature?
Hang on, which chat are we in? Is this still English Hub?
Yeah, we're in English Hub right now, so we have people who are learning the language. We have people who have varying commands over the English language.
Right. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, if you're just new joining the room recently, we apologize for any foul language that was going on. But yeah, if anybody has anything they want to add or any questions regarding the room title, if you have seen any Earth curve, we'd love to hear your voice and what you have to say in regards to the room topic. So, Mick, would you mind letting everybody know what kind of happened after you took over the conversation? We were discussing drop over distance and different long distance observations.
Sure, yeah, it started off with that question. I jumped in. I said, this is how we get it. There's a couple approaches. There's a method with using Pythagoras or Pythagorean theorem. And there's other ways where you can take a Taylor expansion, approximate a parabola to a circle, whatever you get all, this more or less the same number. And then he started going off on all this same bit that, you guys just encountered there. He did it. He didn't have anything to add except for, maybe it was the gravitational thing, whatever. That's when you jumped in there, Jedi. So, not much else to say. I think you witnessed everything that was needed to see,
Yeah, so gravity is his globe evidence for the reason why we can see beyond what the geometry here is, because gravity bends light downwards, which is total nonsense. Can't be proven, never will be proven. The Earth is flat.
No, it's obvious that Earth is a ball, even though you can't feel it spinning or see its curvature. Like, obviously, because of how flat and motionless it is, obviously it's a ball.
Yeah, it truly never gets old, these arguments.
You can tell it's a ball because it's not a ball. Hey, my bad, John. Earlier you asked for me, but I was doing something else. My bad.
Oh, there you are, Jamesy. Now I figured I would ask. I heard you say you're Puerto Rican. My father's from the island, and my first cousin is a very famous reggaeton star, man. I figure if you listen to reggaeton, you might know who he is.
You got a family member? He's famous. What's his name?
Wisin.
Oh, Wisin is your cousin. Okay, yeah. He's one of those very famous ones.
Yeah, it's my father's sister's son. So yeah, my first cousin.
Pretty cool, yeah. Your name, Luna, it's that's a big family across many Hispanic communities. Luna. I know from the area that I was, the Luna family, they were well known as well. Where I'm from, like I knew the Luna people.
Aybonito is the Aybonito is where we're from. We had a farm up on top of the mountain.
Aybonito is one of the most beautiful towns in Puerto Rico. Bonito means beautiful, and I is like an expression. So ay bonito is like you're saying something like it's pretty or beautiful. Bonito. Ay bonito.
Yep. I remember visiting the island as a young child, and some of the rock formations look like petrified mushrooms. I always found that kind of interesting on my way up to the summit. Giant petrified mushrooms.
Guys, hello.
Hello, welcome to the room.
Yeah, very nice room.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Sam.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so
What's
what
going
brings
on?
you into the flat Earth room? Oh, just having a little chat.
I don't know what I'm doing, but just have joined. I just joined. What the fuck?
Hastasıyız dede. Ses ver Adana, zirveden selam. Durmak yok omi, patlamaya devam. Yok bundan sonra size sigara filan. Uçuyor yıldızlar.
What the fuck?
Yeah, somebody's playing with. Yeah, somebody threw that on. Sorry about that. So what's going on,
Oh,
Sam?
no.
You have any questions? You have any questions or comments about the room topic?
Like I was just saying, like, what the fuck?
I don't know who's messing with that thing. Somebody's obviously messing with our music.
I muted. It was Moxon too. He's deafened, but he started playing that music. He's been in the VC for a while now, and that just came in, so he's muted now.
Uzox 2 is our room music bot. That Vivex.
Like you can play songs with that. Zox.
All right, he's muted. Then the bot is muted.
All right,
Nice.
cool. Sorry about that, Sam.
Like I also start believing that the Earth is flat. So are you all guys believe that the Earth is flat? Like you all?
We know the Earth is flat. It's not a belief for us. We've seen the evidence, and yeah, there's no curvature, so it's not a matter of belief.
There are 20 people here, so of course, yeah. Hey, Mansplainer, do you believe that that the Earth is flat? Hey, Mansplainer. No, Mansplainer, do you believe that the Earth is flat? Mansplainer.
If he doesn't feel comfortable miking up, maybe he could answer your question in the side chat.
Yeah. Okay, it's nice to talk to you guys.
Sam, what made you believe? What made you start to believe that the Earth is flat?
Because of the yesterday conversation. Like, yeah. Okay. Nice to talk to you guys. See ya.
Bye.
Yeah, cheers, man. Yeah, Jedi, I believe that's somebody that DJ spoke with a few days back. That guy, Sam. I think DJ had a long chat with him a few days ago.
Okay. I get you. I think I might have heard part of that conversation, now that I think about it.
He loves Earth so much, it says in his profile.
Okay.
Yeah, DJ's been flat smacking people like left and right in here, man. It's been pretty wild to witness.
I know. Popped in here a few times and just listened to DJ just very calmly and concisely go through the flat Earth with these people. I'll jump in when they don't listen to him. That pisses me off because he does it so well. But yeah, most of the time he just let him go. He's really, really good. Respect to DJ.
To mansplainer says that the Earth is a donut.
Yes, Sporadic put on a clinic today and yesterday. He put on some really good monologues that were just highly informative and just I thoroughly enjoyed them while I was at work and I really couldn't engage. But yeah, it's been just a real treat to hear some of the topics and subject matter getting covered in the chat in this server recently.
And Sam is back.
How can I get this flat tag? You guys also have that.
Oh, you want the flat tag?
I want the flat tag.
Oh, if you click on the tag, is it clickable? Should be clickable. Yeah, it says, and then it should say go to server. Oh wait, no, hang on, no. So you have to go into your main profile.
Yeah.
Are you on Android or something like that? Are you on computer?
Yeah, I'm on computer and it's showing that it's a private server, so I can't join it.
No, it shouldn't be a private server. But if you go to your main profile, so go to your main profile to edit your profile, and then if you scroll down, you should see a add tags, tag option. You see it?
Yeah. Yeah. So I need to join EarthFlat the server for this thing.
Right, you'll have to join our server first. Yeah.
So where like where can I find that's the server like?
If you click on, you see the YouTube bot up the top.
I found it. Official Flat Earth Discord. Okay.
Yeah. .gg/flat earth.
Do you guys have the link like in your profile so I can join?
Yeah, and you see the YouTube bot at the top?
Yeah, okay.
You see the big YouTube?
Yeah, I see. Okay. I see. Okay.
Yep.
24/7. Okay, join it. Still have not get the tag.
So once you join the server, you should be able to add the tag in your main profile settings.
Now see my profile.
Yes. He's got it. There we go.
Okay, one more flat earth. You got the tag too? Okay, bro.
Flat gang.
Yeah, flat gang.
And if you're in our server, you can scroll down this channel list till you find additional information. And we have a lot of channels there, all in alphabetical order, titled with various subtopics. So regarding questions or or thoughts you might have about flat Earth. You'll find videos in those channels, videos and documents, websites, PDF files, all that sort of thing in there, information.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's very useful data. Sigmoid, thanks for being with us, man. I've been noticing you sitting here listening in. Appreciate you being here. Same thing to you, Saki. Pixel, welcome to the room. Yeah, Mansplainer, if you feel like miking up, if you got anything you actually want to say and not, be serious about your conversation, be cool to hear what you have to say.
Welcome, Pixel. Pixel, Earth to Pixel. Go right ahead.
Yeah, Mansplainer, if you're going to just troll the chat, please just stop
Speak
typing
with
in
the
there,
mic,
man.
Pixel. No, Pixel. Pixel, speak with the mic.
Okay, so Pixel typed out, flat earthers out here thinking the Earth is a pancake while using GPS, satellite internet, and flying in curved flight paths. Bro, how you using science to deny science? Dead emoji.
Pixels,
Man,
pancakes only work on a flat Earth. Or explain to us how pancakes work on a globe. Because we have pancakes in reality, but Earth is not a pancake. So your premise is incorrect.
yeah. I mean, you're making a lot of claims, yet you can't back them up. I mean, obviously all of these things work, and there's still no curvature. So, can you explain that to us? How the Earth measures flat across any distance, and we still have all access to these technologies? Obviously, there must be some other explanation. You think GPS equals curvature when there's no curvature? How does that make sense?
Pixel says that satellites need, cell phones or phone need satellites to work. Phones need satellites orbiting a globe to work. Come on, Pixel. Come on, bro. Like, for real.
That's why we have cell phone towers, right? You would need to send a signal 350 miles up to bounce it back to catch where your phone's at. I mean, what's more likely, that you're using ground-based technology or that you're sending signals 350 miles away up in the sky? What makes more sense? That you're using a ground-based tower or that you're sending a signal ridiculous distances and relaying them back?
Hello, Mick, are you there?
What's up?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realise it was the guy that you was arguing with earlier because I jumped out for 10 minutes. Otherwise, I would have approached that different. I thought he was genuine.
Yeah, I thought so too, man. At least at first. Then you started getting all weird and shit. And I'm like, fuck that. You know, you jumped in. I'm like, like, take it.
The way you were introducing me, I thought he was like genuine. Like, I thought he was a flat earther, so I was like, try to get the questions out. But yeah, I didn't realise it was an idiot before. My bad.
Oh, good. It worked out. It worked out,
Yeah, so just a couple of guys in the chat claim stacking and then running away, didn't want to vocalize any of their alleged proofs. What's interesting is that no one ever addresses the elephant in the room, which is the fact that there's no measurable curvature. And yeah, sad to see. People can't use basic logic. Well, if there's no curvature, how can we be on a ball? It's a pretty easy one to figure out if you're thinking logically. You would need to have some drop over distance in order to have a sphere. Okay, so we have a Professor Dave fan in the chat. Mansplainer is saying we need to get Professor Dave here to speak with us so he can rattle off all of his logical fallacies. Yeah, and just to air this out, I mean, Professor Dave is a failed musician who calls himself a professor, and he has no credentials to back up such a claim. He thought it would be a really cool name.
Not a professor. Not a professor, Dave.
I'm going to see if I could find some funny, well thought out videos by Terry of the Flat Earth Truth Resurrection channel called "Debunking Professor Dumb Dave" for you to check out, Mansplainer. You might enjoy those videos. All right, so yeah, I linked some of those videos in the chat. You could go ahead and watch the various episodes if you feel so inclined. But if you want to continue believing the nonsense that he's spewing in his videos, feel free to do that. Still doesn't change the fact that there is no curvature, mansplainer. So you could go ahead and act like you've figured out a way to debunk the fact that we've all measured this stuff. It's very easy to do. If we were living on a sphere, it would be obvious, especially a sphere that's moving in 3 different directions. Welcome to the room. Is there anybody out there?
Welcome to the new people. You can open your mic if you got any questions. You can direct your questions to John. Magnolia. Go ahead, Magnolia. You got any questions? You can open your mic. Welcome to speak. Go ahead, Magnolia.
Hi, I don't have a
You don't
question.
feel comfortable?
Thank you.
Oh, great. Yeah, welcome to the room.
Oh, thank you.
You said that you do have a question?
Oh, no, I don't. I don't have.
Oh, okay. Nope, you just feel like listening. We're looking for people to bring forth their best evidence for why they believe that they're on a spitting ball. So, if you want to type any evidence or link any material that you feel might be considered as good evidence in the side chat, you could go ahead. Or you could read back in the side chat and ignore all of the silly comments and look at some of the links that have been provided earlier.
All right. We have one. Maybe he has one question. Go ahead, one. You get one question.
Welcome to the room, one. Yes, sir. You're the one named one. Welcome.
Am I supposed to talk for the flat Earth side or the round Earth side?
From your own
flat and round are not mutually exclusive because you can have round CDs. They're flat as well. Round tables. They're
Well,
flat.
I'm talking like sphere versus like a pizza kind of thing.
Oh, a sphere. That's different than round.
Oh shit. What's the difference between a round Earth and a sphere Earth?
Well, you said round versus flat, but I told you that flat and round are not mutually exclusive.
Oh. Okay. All right. So I guess if you've never been to space, right? How do you trust your government when they tell you that the Earth is a sphere?
Well, because even though someone in the government that has never been to that space that you mentioned, and they make a claim from that perspective that never been to, and they say Earth is a sphere, we can say, okay, is that what you say? Okay, let's check that. Let's go check for that claim. And then we go to Earth,
all right,
and we check the Earth itself, and we check if the claim they made is true. And when we go to the Earth or the waters across, we find out that what the government, like you said, they're not telling the truth.
So how do we find that out?
Because when you go to the thing, the Earth or the waters across, you can measure the surface across, and once you measure that it's not curving, it cannot be a sphere, because a sphere will require curvature, drop over distance. And when you don't find that in reality, you can come to the conclusion that that cartoon that they show you and they say this is Earth, you know that cartoon cannot be truth, because you don't find it in reality.
Wait, so are you saying that the Earth is not? I mean, it is flat because people measured it and it didn't curve?
It doesn't curve. People has measured it. There's this long distance observations, laser tests, everything you do practically in reality to do with the curvature or the spin.
I've always wondered this. Like America and all those countries, we said the Earth was round ever since like we explored space in the Cold War, right?
America,
right? Well, why we said that? So if the Soviet Union hated America so much, wouldn't they have found some kind of evidence to say that the Earth is not round? But all the countries came to the same conclusion that Earth is indeed round. And so what is that? What's that about?
Well, it doesn't matter what some people in some countries say. When you check what they say and it's not true, that doesn't make what they say truth, because the Earth, you can describe it as whatever imaginary thing you think it is. Like Earth is a sphere in a vacuum of space. You can say that, but when you test what people say and it's not true, doesn't matter who said it.
Well, so if I was like Russia and America just said, "Oh, guys, the Earth is round," I would want to just say straight up without measuring, "Hey, Earth is not round," because I don't like America. But they agreed with us, so that must be true, right?
Well, with that speculation, but still, that might be. There is actually Russians that have said that the moon landings are fake. So
I'm talking about but they still agree the Earth is round, though, and even China.
But
China
remember,
thinks Earth is round too.
That's a shape of.
I'm like
round
spherical. Sorry, I apologize.
So that will be the issue right there, because doesn't matter who said it. Doesn't matter Russia, China, whoever. Because remember, when you're talking about that's not a country that's saying that. That's some people. Not you cannot.
Like the main
you have never met everyone in every country in all across the world. So if it's one people in Russia or two people or 1 million people in Russia or 1 million in America and the United States, say Earth is a sphere, and then you can check for that, because they said it based on belief, right? They never checked it. They didn't went themselves to measure
China
the Earth,
sent
right?
stuff up to space, so did Russia, and America did it too, and everybody was just like, "Guys, the Earth is a sphere."
You can't confirm that. You're saying they did, but you don't know if they did. So you're speaking from a position of trust in what was.
Well, not just trust. I'm just saying.
They proclaimed that they went. Dude, they proclaimed that they went. You believed it, and now you're telling us that they went. So you're making factual statements. You're making factual claims based on things that you do not know. Do you get the difference? You don't know if they went.
Wait, so you're saying they never went to space in the first place?
They cannot go. It's not. It's not. Whatever claim they made is that they cannot do it.
So they can't go to space?
No. Space. When they say space, it's a place that it goes against the laws of thermodynamics.
Really? That's fascinating. Well, what about the satellites that fall from the sky?
The ones that are hanging
and
off
they
balloons, and then the balloons fail. You know, you can send balloons very high up, but yeah,
You
they
can
do
send
fall
balloons
from
so
the sky.
high up that they fall down as like meteors.
Well, those are two different things. Sporadic
Well, like
meteors, that's an
fiery stuff
observable
from the
phenomena, but
atmosphere and all
that has
that
nothing
stuff.
to do. Remember, bro. Remember this, right? We
Yeah,
have
yeah,
technology. We have
yeah,
aircraft. We have things
yeah.
that we can send very high up, balloons,
Right,
high altitude balloons, weather
right,
balloons.
right.
But then there is the stuff in the realist level, and then
Yeah.
there is the cartoon stuff, like the globe. You see a cartoon, then you see a satellite cartoon going around it. That stuff is not the real stuff.
Wait, but what about the videos of the satellites?
Like
Like
what
there's like a
video?
live feed on
Show me
YouTube.
the. You mean the cart? You mean the
No, not the cartoons,
the
like the natural stuff.
saloons?
No, the satellites. They got like a live feed on YouTube that you can see. What's that about?
Live feed from the satellite? There's no such a
Yeah.
thing. Live feed from the satellite. Go ahead and show it. Post it.
Well, I'm gonna have to look it up now if you want to give me a second. So are you saying all that is CGI if I can find it? Live satellite view of Earth. Here it is. There's like a ton. Just look up live satellite view of Earth and there's like 5 different channels. Are those all fake? They don't look fake to me.
You know there's a satellite that tracks Santa Claus, right?
Really? Well, no, I'm talking about like the visuals. They look kind of real. Hold on. Let me paste it in chat. Can I send
If you
images?
have imagery
Send a link.
from, if you have
there's an
imagery
image.
from
Now,
high up,
let me send the video.
So one, where are you
And like,
from?
there's that one, and there was one by ISS Live. Like, are these all
One,
like
where
computer
where are you
graphics?
from, sir? Where are you from, sir?
China.
You're from China.
No, I'm from Portland, Oregon, in America.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm just doing the accent because it's fun. I don't really have a southern accent.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah, where are you from?
Just wondering why you're creating a false accent while you're
Oh
speaking.
no,
with
it's
us.
fun. I kind of like the South. I'll drop it. I'll drop it. Sorry.
Yeah, come as you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's the internet. I can do whatever I want. You know, if I find it fun, I'll do it.
I mean,
But if you find it annoying, I
obviously,
apologize.
moderators can do what they want too. You know.
Yeah. All good.
If you're going to be genuine in a conversation, you shouldn't troll with a.
Yeah.
With a
I'm
fake
not trolling. I'm
accent.
not trolling. Trust me.
Oh, you're definitely trolling, sir.
Well, how am I trolling? What about what I said
Obvious.
was trolling?
Just the way you're coming across with a false
Okay.
accent.
Hey. All right. Okay. I dropped the accent.
Okay.
Done. I'm not trolling. I'm just trying to bring up good points.
So you
good
think,
talking points.
So you think a live feed from somebody who's telling you that the Earth is a sphere when there is no measurable curvature is evidence?
Well, the
of the Earth
videos
being
look
a
kind of real
sphere?
to me. The fact that they're live is kind of,
The fact that there's no measurable curvature should scream volumes to you, and you would have to assume that those pictures are not genuine based on the measurements down here.
If you look at the
And
video,
everybody
it's
can
not
see.
really pictures.
Does that make
It's a
sense?
live video,
Does
and you
that
can
make
kind
sense?
of, yeah, that makes sense.
one
but
second, guys. There's like
You
3 people
understand what
speaking
I'm
at the
saying?
same time.
there's 3 people.
Yeah.
Who's talking?
There's one.
somebody
There
muted?
is John, and there was someone else. So just try your best to not speak when others
Oh,
are
yeah,
speaking.
my bad. Wait, do I have someone muted? I only heard. Who are you, John? I only heard
John was talking to you. One and John were speaking, and then
okay,
someone else.
I didn't hear the other person. My bad.
No, it's okay. So what John is trying to tell you,
point
though,
being-
you,
Yeah, go ahead,
listen, what
James.
John is trying to tell you is that what you're seeing from the imagery. So let's say we have high, like I told you, we have high altitude equipment that can record the ground below, right? We have that, granted, right? But
Like the ones in
then
the
they're
video.
claiming that the ground that we can measure across, and we measure that it's not curving in these visuals, they're telling you that it is curving. They're showing you this curve, right? But when you do the math from that altitude, which is the ISS they claim is what 200 miles high, right? That's what they tell you, 200 miles.
Sure.
That's not really super high, but
That's
the
a good
thing is
point.
that that's only like 3% of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah,
And you
right.
shouldn't be, if you do the math, you shouldn't be able to see any curvature. So the other variable is like it's like if we have high altitude imagery, and you know how lenses can distort images, right? So
Yeah.
they can give you an image where the surface that you're looking at, even though it's not curving when we measure it, in the image itself is curving because it's how do you the word again? The lens is giving you a distorted image.
Yeah. That's a good point.
You can, and
But-
also you can put things if you think about it.
Yeah.
If they're claiming that they are in a place that violates natural law, that they go into a place that cannot exist, like outer space, there's no way that they can show you something from fantasy. So they're gonna have to put a bunch of falsehoods together to give you certain imagery. Like, you know, when people put Godzilla and they show you a building that is real. So they show you a building that is real, and then they put you Godzilla destroying the building. The building is real, but they destroy the building, and you know that's not real.
Right. So I want to touch on 2 points you made. The first one is like the video not being high up and like the image distortion. The second one is like obeying the laws of physics for going to space. So for the first one, how would you explain, I'm just really asking, how would you, like, if you look at the video and you look through the timeline, you can see the camera stays still, but we see all different parts of Earth as the satellite pans around the globe in the video, right? The
You don't
location
see all
changes.
parts of Earth because from that vantage point, you only see at 3%. Even
Yeah,
if
but
the
the thing
camera is going left and round, you're looking at 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, but the satellite is rotating around the Earth. It's orbiting, right? That's why it's showing different parts, although the camera is holding still on attached to the satellite.
It is going, let's say this high altitude imagery craft is going very high up and giving you image of the ground below, and that is put together with some distortion of the image, and it's giving you a curvature.
Oh yeah, the curvature can be distorted.
The curvature is distorted.
Yeah, totally.
And what was the question then?
But what about the locations of the Earth in the imagery changing, although the camera is staying still? Because it is orbiting, it's showing different parts, different sides of Earth as it's rotating.
Well, because if you have an optical device up there with, I don't know, balloons or whatever, that stuff is gonna move across the surface very high up, and you're gonna be able to record things below. I mean, what's the big deal with that?
So how do you connect that to the satellite? The air balloons.
Because there is a separation between the optical device that can be put in reality and attached to whatever balloons or maybe some type of other levitation technology, and the claim that this device is around a sphere in the vacuum of space. There's a difference between those two.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a link of the video, and I'm going to give you a timestamp, right? And it's going to show the image of the Earth, the location changing. There's going to be a continent, and a few hours later, there's not going to be a continent. The camera is staying still on the satellite. If you want to look at it, then you can do it. The timestamp is from 9 hours and 30 minute mark.
Yeah, that's fine. That the location on the ground is
right.
changing.
Yeah. So how do you explain that?
Well, bro, how do you explain that? You have an optic in a device very high up, and you're recording the ground below, and the optic is moving around.
Yeah, but if it was a flat plane that you're recording, all the objects on it should stay stationary and not move around, like on a globe.
What do you mean? Clouds move, airplane moves, birds move.
No, not the cloud. If you look at the video, there's a continent, and then there's not a continent a few hours later. The camera is
because if you move from, okay, so if below you
want to talk, you could talk after. Sorry, Gemsy. Zan's trying to butt in, but you can speak after we're done speaking with one.
So listen, bro. No, okay.
Sorry
So
about
you
that,
can record the Earth. You can record the Earth. We have high altitude footage of many different aircraft or Saloons, spider craft, you know, that you Google, whatever, right?
Yeah.
There is one thing about doing that recording and whatever else is claimed about being outside of this contained environment that we're in. And showing you a globe Earth that when you check for the ground, it's not that globe that they claim. I mean, whatever you're saying that is moving from one position to another position, yeah, if the aircraft is moving, first it's going to show you ground, and then if it keeps moving away to a different position, then you can see water eventually. What's the big deal with that?
Oh, yeah, okay. That is true if the if you look at the image, right? The curvature of the Earth stays still. If it was flat, we would see some kind of difference because our position is literally just changing and the Earth is staying still because we're not orbiting around the globe.
My rebuttal to what you're showing, would be very simple. You cannot verify that footage. It's unverifiable. You understand? Just because it's it's a live
fair
feed
point. That's a
and
fair
all
point.
of that stuff. So my point is, it's very simple. Here on the ground, based on the radius that is given, we do not find any curvature, no matter how far we look and test. Okay.
Yes, we do.
So obviously, no, we don't. No, we don't.
Okay,
Where's curvature been measured? Where's curvature been measured? Show
look it
me.
up, I
Who
guess.
did it?
Look it up.
Yeah,
you're gonna find one. Trust me.
Yeah. Listen.
Yeah, I mean, if we
It's
go
been-
down this hole, it's like,
been
oh, is
measured
that
by
source
multiple
true or
people.
not?
I'm
You know, we
telling
can't
you.
really get anywhere, right?
No, there's plenty. Dude, listen, there's plenty of people who've repeated these observations all over the map that we know about, and this is what we call verifiable evidence. There's a difference between what can be verified by anybody. That means anybody can go there and do the observation and come up with the same results. That's the difference. You cannot verify what you're posting. You know what I mean? And just posting something and saying, "Trust me, bro," because I trust these people. That's just
but
showing that you're
it's
coming
like
from a position
five
of faith,
different,
not a
seven different
position,
videos
not a.
from
It
different
doesn't
channels.
matter, dude. You
You're
act
saying
like
all
these
of them is
people
fake?
don't have a. You're acting like these people can't present some false video footage with.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's fair, but to me it just looks very convincing.
What
but-
kind of video are we talking about? What kind of video?
Just look up live satellite view of Earth on YouTube, and you're gonna find like 10 different channels showing
you're gonna
different
find
perspectives
different
on
channels
Earth.
showing. Yeah, exactly.
And all
none
of
of
them
it
is supposedly
none of it
hey, that's fair. That's
corroborates
fair.
what we find on the ground.
Yeah, sure.
That's the problem, dude. Why would you
Yeah.
go believing stuff that is totally contradictory to what you can test yourself
Hey, I
based on
respect
trust?
that. Yeah,
It makes no
sure.
sense.
That's a fair point.
It's not logical.
So, what about the people who tested that measured that there is no curvature, right? So, are they a verifiable source then? Because there's plenty of people who also measured that there is a curve. So, who are we supposed to trust then? So that's not really a fair thing to bring up because I can just say, oh, I don't trust the people who measure that the Earth doesn't have a curve. The same way you say that people who measured that there is a curve
Test it
is fake.
yourself, then you can know for yourself. That's the point. We're not telling you to trust anybody. We're telling you to go. You could test it yourself. It's not something that you need somebody else
So that's
to.
like a long distance you have to measure with like equipment or another person with you.
It's based on the radius that they claim, dude. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to do this stuff, man.
Yeah, you really don't.
You can go and test this
That's
stuff for
true.
yourself.
That's very true. But you do realize Earth is very, very huge. So you need a long distance to really measure the curvature.
No, you already know the size of the alleged sphere. You already know the radius. So you can use that radius to devise the calculation of what you need to see. So you only need a distance of 10 miles or more to see where you would need a 6-foot observer would have 66 feet of drop over distance between them and a position that's 10 miles away. And you can do this. There's plenty of places where you can achieve this. It's not rocket science, brother. That's what I'm saying. It's not like people haven't done this stuff before. So if there's no curvature over the surface of the Earth, right? If there's no measurable curvature over the surface of the Earth, and somebody's presenting you images in a place where you can't go and verify, who are you going to believe? the image, the people who are providing you images where you can't verify, or the images, the actual data that you can go and gather on your own. Who are you going to believe logically?
Wait, okay. So I have a question. Have you done this yourself?
Yes.
So what was your process of measuring curvature in a 10-mile distance? How did you do that?
It was over 10 miles. Listen, you can go.
Yeah, what was the process like?
Based on maps that we already have, right?
Yeah.
Because we could travel different distances. We could drive, and we could check our odometer, right? And we could see how far we've driven, right? So I know based on where I've done my observations from, the distance from point A to point B, and based on that data, I know the distance between those 2 points in miles, right?
Right.
So from that, I could deduce how much curvature was supposed to be there. And if I don't see any curvature, hence there is no curvature, dude.
Okay.
There is no drop over distance.
But
right? Because your position on the ball, 360 degrees from around your position, the Earth, if it's a sphere, should be dropping down and away from your position.
Right.
On all
But I do have
360
to
degrees around you.
Yeah, but I do have to point out something that you can't call your visible observation a measurement. You need equipment and you need numerical data. You can't just drive 10 miles and say, "Oh, I didn't see any curvature," because Earth is huge.
There is different ways to do this. There is different because you can do the measurement. Let's say with a Okay, so there are landmarks, positions, right, that are established. They're not in question. The positions between these 2 points, there's no question about it. And you can do the math between those 2 points, and you can establish if there should be a drop over the distance. That's one way.
Right.
There's other ways like laser tests. The laser will direct from the point one to the second point. There's lasers that have been shot to 3 different locations from one point, and you can, based on the geometry on claim, there should be a drop over distance, and you can see if that drop is there based on the laser and if it's connecting with the other side. Because if the laser is behind the curvature, right? If the laser is behind the geometry, the laser shouldn't be hitting its target at the other side. And that has been done so many different times.
Yeah, but okay, yeah, fair. But again, that's really just other people doing research. And John, that's how John told me that, you know, whoever took the data and whoever I'm trusting, you can't really trust that unless you do it yourself. And that's why I asked John whether he'd done it. And he just didn't use any equipment and just used his own eye.
And it's still valid though.
Observation.
No, you can use mirrors. You can go to a lake that is 20 miles or whatever, 15 miles, even 10 miles, and you can go from one shore to another shore, and your friend can be at the other side holding a mirror, and if you can see the reflection of the sun or the light to the other side, it's showing you that
that's true. That's a good way to measure it.
That there's so many ways, and
but I'm asking, have you guys done that?
I live near the shore, and I can look to the left, and I can see 15, 20 miles landmarks of places to my left, and I look to the right, and I can see another 15, 20 miles to the other side.
Right.
Like this,
but our visible observation.
Listen. Okay. Listen, but bro, listen, and then they tell you that if I look towards the water, towards the horizon, the drop is the boat is dropping 3 miles in front of me, but I can look way further to my left and way further to my right, and I know that when you look across this water, if there's a boat going over the water, these boats are 5, 6, 10 miles, 15, 20 miles. There's many like commercial boats that leave the Boston Harbor here in Massachusetts, and you can see these boats 20 miles away from the shore, and you're standing right there. You're standing right there on the shore, and you can see these boats, and you can confirm with marine data, tracking marine data, because there's radars that are showing you the position of boats, and you can look this up on your phone, and you look at the boat that you're seeing with your eyes, and this boat is 20 miles away.
But again, that's your, how do you call it? Your visible observation from your eyes. Where is
You
the
can use
numerical?
you can use your iPhone. You can use telescopes. You can use infrared optical. You know, you can buy infrared binoculars, right? There's infrared cameras as well. And we only confirm. Listen, your eyes is one metric, right? Then you pull out your iPhone or your phone that has a 50 zoom in. That's another one that you're confirming what your eyes already seeing. Then you pull out the telescope or whatever, all the optical that can see beyond, and you can see confirming what your eyes saw, right? And then you pull out the infrared, and the infrared is confirming beyond what your eyes can see, what you already saw. It's not that your eyes are deceiving you, it's that you're actually doing an observation. And that the observation, you can test it and verify it and do it again and again from different positions all across the world.
But okay, so okay, yeah, fair, yeah. But you do know. So what about whenever, say, you look at like a city from across a huge body of water? You usually just see the top of the buildings instead of the land. Like you do know what I'm talking about, right? So isn't that from the curvature of the Earth?
No, because there's so remember, the curvature could be a conclusion that you're saying, okay, I see the building is behind this water at this moment, and I believe is the curvature of the Earth, right? That's what you're saying. You came to you pre-assume that, right? But have you disqualified all other variables that will leave you only with the curvature of the Earth being the case that's happening? Because if you're looking across water, and for example, lake in the Lake Michigan, Chicago, Chicago is like 17 feet, even at some points even higher, 17, 20, 12 feet below lake level. So if you're looking from the other side of the lake and you're looking across 50 miles of the lake and you see the city and you don't see the street, the street is 17 feet below the water level. How are you going to see the bottom of the buildings?
So where's the water going if it's 17 feet below and it's right next to the body of water?
Because it's a lake, it's contained, and Chicago is on a swamp.
So
built on a swamp.
Okay, fair. If the lake is contained, shouldn't we see what is containing the lake, and shouldn't that be obstructing the city, not the water?
The shore, the land is containing it.
Yeah, but why can't we see the land? Like, why can't we only see the top parts of buildings and then just straight up water?
There's another thing, right? So at the surface of water, I forgot the term, but there's many terms. Remember, like I told you, there's many variables that can cause many different effects together. So between the water, the water swells. One foot wave or a change of the water up and down a little bit. That one thing, your finger can block the whole building, right? You put your finger in front of your eye,
yeah, but I think
and the finger can block the sun or the building. But listen, it's not just that. It's not just that you can block things. Right. One foot wave can block a huge thing, right?
But
between the water and the air, there's a change of temperature, right? And that change of temperature that there is gonna create some type of optical that is gonna be blocking the view as well. I can show you a video that you're gonna see a reflection of the sky on the water. Listen, you're gonna be looking at water, bro. You're gonna be looking at water, and you're gonna see blue water, and then there's a point that it looks like the sky, but it's actually a mirror of the sky on the water.
That's a whole
but you gotta combine all of these variables before you can say no, it's none of these things.
That's a whole another thing.
But this is my point, bro. This is my point. You're jumping all of the other variables and coming to the conclusion that only can be the curvature of the Earth when you jump all the other ones.
Hey, okay, you made your point. Let me talk about the points you made, right? So about the 1 foot waves being able to obstruct the views from miles and miles away, there's a point where the 1 foot, each individual 1 foot waves become negligible because of the amount of distance we share, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's not going to block everything.
Like 20, 30 miles away, a 1 foot wave cannot obstruct it. Because it can if you're right in front of that 1 foot wave,
You know another that's perfect. Yeah, I agree with you. You know another thing that you're missing though? If you're claiming that that building is going behind the curvature, but you're still looking at the building 90 degrees straight up, why isn't the building tilting with the curvature if it's behind the curvature? Think about that.
That's a good point.
That's a really good point, isn't it? So you're saying, so okay, this building is behind, is on the side of the ball. That's why I only see like half of it, but it's 90 degrees instead of tilting with the curvature. Like
that's a really good point.
Think about it.
Yeah, but I don't think we will be able to see. Like, okay, here, let me how do I explain this?
You're not gonna listen. You gotta think about this. You're not.
Wait, am I able to stream? I wanna use like a paint.
Hey man, shut the fuck up and let him talking first.
Hey buddy, it's okay. Just relax. We're having a conversation. The guy's being pretty cool, and I know I said my piece and maybe interrupt him a little bit, but
Okay, hold on.
He's okay.
I'm gonna try to stream this. I don't have Nitro, so I don't know if I can. Okay, I can't stream.
So Jamsey, and I wanted to interject real quick. Let
me finish my point. Did you let me finish my point?
Go ahead.
Yeah, let him do a point, and then John is gonna address you. Go ahead.
For the building curving, you're gonna have to be on the other side of the curve of the Earth, right?
Not necessarily, though.
Really? Because if the Earth is curving and the building is on that curve, so therefore it should be bent from your point of view. I think it should be a lot farther than we could observe.
You're saying that the building is blocking whatever half of the building, the street and everything, but the building is not.
I could clarify, Jamsey.
Go ahead.
Let me try to find a photo.
He's saying 90 degrees from the position of the building is going to be different from the 90 degrees of the observer if it's on a sphere, is what he's saying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we all know that.
Yeah, your 90 degrees are different from the 90 degrees of the building, obviously. If you're claiming that it's behind the curvature, because it should be tilting with it.
It might be just that it is tilted, but our eyes just can't perceive that because it is like the buildings are huge and it is way too far away.
But you see the issue. You see the issue, though, that the lack of evidence of the curvature is not evidence for the curvature. So all of these variables that are in place that will cause the effect of the phenomena that you're observing, they supersede the curvature that is not measured and it's not observed, and it will be an impossibility. So all of these things supersede that, and you're saying no, forget about all that. It is the curvature that is not there.
You brought up two variables, one of which I made a counterpoint, and the second point I also made a counterpoint. It wasn't that good, but there could also be variables in that, just like how I mentioned, it is a huge building and it is incredibly far away for us to notice minuscule amount of difference in terms of curvature or angles of degree, you know?
Yeah, the other point that I wanted to make to both of you guys was the way our vision works as well. Raising objects in the foreground and lowering objects above us. So that's something that also needs to be factored in when making these long distance observations, just the way that our eyes work and the point of convergence. The vanishing point, so to speak. So everything seems to raise up and lower. So
really? Yeah, I don't know that much about eyes, so I can't really make a point up for or against that, but that's pretty interesting. Yeah. It's an interesting take. Okay, how about we get like a little...
If you could see level, a good way to think of it is like if you could see level without the ground raising up and the sky dropping down and the walls, from left and right moving towards the center of your vision. It's hard to quantify the effects of that while you're looking out on a vast expanse, where you don't have any points of reference.
Real quick, one before you move on and ask your other question. One before you move to the next question, you guys also have to remember that the geometry of the curvature of this sphere that you think that it's claimed, right? That you saw on the paper the sphere and the numbers. This is very specific. So this drop on this
horizon will have to be happening in a very specific place, not just beyond that. It will have to be
Like
at
a
a
specific
specific
length?
place. Yeah, a
Or
specific
what?
distance.
Oh,
It will
okay.
have to be there. If it's not there, it's because it's not there, not because any
Wait,
other
could you tell me where you got the distance from, so that I know what we're going off of? Because I don't know what miles how far you have to be to for others to say that you're gonna be seeing a curvature at that point. Like, I don't know how many miles is that.
Oh,
Could you tell me where you got
you
that?
have curvature. You have curvature calculator. You could look it up. Many
Curvature
universities have them.
calculator.
Yeah, it's based on the observer height and the radius.
GitHub
Yeah.
Earth curvature calculator. Is this it? Distance 20 kilometers.
Yeah, there's many of them. There's a lot to choose from.
How do I find like a Omni calculator? Oh shit. These websites all look indie to me. Is there like a one from like a verified place?
There's many universities. Yeah, there's many universities.
There's a university
that
one.
have
Sweet.
Yeah, there's
University.
many universities that have them.
Text blade. No. Curvature calculator.
Yeah, well, just wanted to take a moment while you're doing that. Welcome. We got a bunch of members added to the panel here. We got Elijah. We got Elbow TV. We got Flat Earth Batman. We got Flat Earth Dude. We got Grisp. We got Heretic Jedi. Matthew Learns has joined us. We got Meticulous. We got Mick. We got Quiet Noobs. We got Rayleigh Criterion. We got Resolve. Saki's still here with us. We got Secret Asian Man. We got Sukman Kutin. Sorry if I, ruined your name there, brother. We got T-Dub. We got Too Simple. We got Tristan. We got Ultimate Final Flat Earth Boss and Sigmoid. Thanks for being here, all.
Okay, you know what? Screw it. I can't find it. Okay, so let's move on to the next point or next question. So, okay, first, before I ask this, I need to know where you guys stand in terms of science and physics, like established physics. So, do you guys agree with every concepts that we know as of gravity?
All right, I'll answer this very quickly.
I can't speak for everybody.
As
I can't
long as
speak for everybody. I'll let Jedi.
As long as if it's a scientific claim, it must follow the scientific method. That means there must be a hypothesis and an experiment that validates the hypothesis. So as long as there's that, we're fine. Now, did you want to carry on before we start talking about gravity? Let you finish your point.
Yeah. So you guys are saying yes or no, or
so with regards to gravity, do we agree with the scientific multiple theories about gravity?
Let's just say like the most textbook ones, like center of gravity. Do you guys agree with that?
There's no scientific hypothesis or experiment to validate the hypothesis for that.
Okay.
If you're talking about the textbook, I presume you're talking about mass attracting mass, the textbooks that we got at school. Slightly different from the textbooks we get at university, which tell us that it's not mass attracting mass, it's Einstein's general and special relativity, curvature of space-time. So depending on your education and where you are, the textbooks might say different things.
So would you agree? So you're saying that there's not enough evidence or hypothesis or well-established experiments to establish gravity.
Yeah, there's no scientific validity for these claims.
Okay. Yeah, I also lack the knowledge, funny enough, to know where this hypothesis come from or what experience they had to do. So I guess we're gonna have to scrap this one. I think that's pretty much all the questions I had then. I heard some very interesting take. My point still, my perspective still stands. And if anybody else wants to, take the mic now, I'm happy to listen now.
Yeah, you're asking all the right questions. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
What questions were that, Michael? Sorry, Matthew.
Just asking about the system of flat Earth and observations and gravity and stuff. I recommend people do their own research, do their own observations, watch sunsets, that kind of stuff.
Like the fool on the hill who sees the sun going down, and in his mind he sees the world spinning round. Fool on the Hill, Beatles, 1962, I think.
I'm not familiar with that song. It's cool.
Yeah, it's called The Fool on the Hill.
Never heard The Fool on the Hill?
I don't remember it.
Yeah, it's a classic. Yes, Sukman, did you want to take the mic and ask some questions or make some points?
Just want to give some appreciation to you, John Luna. Been holding it down really well in here, man. It's a pleasure to have you on board. Been an absolute pleasure since you joined us. What was it, a couple of months ago now? But yeah, it's nice to see that you're getting into a flow of having some moderation or keeping the room going, man. So really appreciate that, dude. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, man. That means a lot. It's been swell. I don't mind it one bit. Yeah, Nico, welcome to the room, brother. If you got anything you want to add, have you been listening to the conversation or just joining us? We're discussing why people believe the Earth is a sphere when it measures completely flat. Yeah, too simple. Thanks for being here. If you have anything that you'd like to bring up, perhaps we can address any reasons that you believe you're on a spinning water ball hurtling through outer space at breakneck speeds.
I just came back. Did one left? One. He's gone. Is he? Oh, he's still
I'm
here.
still here. I'm still here.
He's listening. Yeah, he had no more questions for us. So.
Yeah.
Thank you, Juan.
I just want
really
to listen to
appreciate your question.
Wait, is like are there like nobody else who wants to talk or something?
No, I was just checking because when I'm attending to something else, and when I left, you were speaking. So.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I had my time. It's pretty fun.
Okay.
Yep.
At the least, you were able to observe that there might be other variables in place that might cause the phenomena that is being observed. And it doesn't have to be necessarily just because the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, definitely. No, I see like where you guys come from, and I'm also just like, in the end, I personally think everybody should, it's just belief, I guess. Like if you just straight up dead ass just say something is not real or you can't trust that, you can just say that for everything. And the thing
you gotta remember though that there is objectivity in certain topics, and water is not a belief. There objectivity. Objectivity.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So water is not a belief, is it?
Well, no, I'm not
Right?
talking about that. I'm talking about like measurements and numerical stuff that people.
No. Measurements are empirical. If
Yeah,
I make a
measurements are
claim-
empirical, bro. Yeah.
No, numerical.
Go ahead, Jedi.
If I make a claim that I'm a certain height, and we're just going to measure me to validate the claim of my height, I might make a claim that's incorrect, and we can validate my true height through actual measurement. So
Yeah, but
when
that's
we
just-
measure, when we measure something,
Right.
it's not a subjective issue; it's an objective reality.
Yeah, no,
isn't it?
I agree with that. But that's when we're talking about, something as easy to measure as your height. But
Okay,
when we're talking
no,
about measuring
I
something
haven't
using
finished.
equipment to.
I haven't finished.
All right.
So when we measure the surface of the Earth using the equipment that we do, up to distances, including 5,000 miles, we measure a horizontal Earth.
Yeah, but you
5,000
didn't do that
miles,
yourself.
dude.
You didn't. There's other people who measure stuff that also show that there's a curvature. So who do you trust is ultimately the deciding factor, right? Yeah.
Okay. Then let's have
That's what I'm
the
saying.
dude, then let's have the curvature measurements and see if they're actually measurements or not. Because what you just said has been thrown around for the last 10 years, but yet we're still to see the curvature measurements of the Earth. So if you think that they're out there, might be interesting if you want to go and find them.
Okay, hold on. I was playing a video game.
I'm only using this as a kind of Socratic tool, right? So it'll be interesting for you to try and back your claim up, and when you figure out that you can't back that claim up, then
Okay. So while I'm looking for mine, how about you look for yours and we can kind of share and see, which ones.
Yeah, sure, no problem, dude. I don't even have to go and get anything, because your everyday experiencing of just leveling a fucking shelf in your room is going to require a flat Earth measurement to do so. Every piece of technology with regards to surveying, engineering, and civil construction, like building on the Earth, is going to require level over all distances. Now, I can give you the laser tests if you want to. I can show you the signal propagation over thousands of miles. It's not a problem. But if you think there's curvature measurements, dude, then I'd love to see it.
Yeah, and I love to see yours too, while I look for mine. Yeah.
No, dude, no problem. Just on you go. And like I said, I don't want to stop the conversation and you stop your game because you've now got to Google what you believe to be true. You made the claim that it's been measured. So how do you know this?
Because
have you seen the evidence?
Yeah, but
have you seen the evidence before?
Again, what about
have you seen the
Aren't
evidence
you
before?
also taking stuff from the internet that other people measure for you?
No, I've done this myself.
Oh,
so
you have?
Yes. So
Could you explain me the process?
My God. So excuse
Dude, why are
me.
you so on your edge,
Because
bro?
I've tried to ask you a question. You just keep talking through me.
What?
I'm trying to help you Oh my God. Just talk to someone else.
Okay, that is not how you do a debate, bro.
I'm not debating with you. I'm having a conversation with you. I'm trying to tell you something, but you keep talking through me.
It's a debate.
Dude. All right, let's have a debate then. Being as you said that there's curvature measurements, what measurements are there, and how did you come across this information before you Google it?
I didn't measure anything. That's why I had to Google it.
Okay, so your claim's empty then.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you. Have you done your measurement?
Made the claim.
And if
Dude,
so, what was your process?
This is now a debate. You've now got my backup. Trying to help you earlier on, but now we're in a fucking debate. You made an empty claim
on your edge,
that the curvature. Yes, because you pissed me off because you're an idiot.
Wow.
You made the claim that the curvature of the Earth has been measured. Now, does that come from memory? This claim that you made?
No, because I've never drone 20 miles or 50 miles or whatever
make
miles.
the fucking claim then. There's a life lesson for you. Don't make claims that you can't back up.
Okay, yeah. Hey, I agree with you. That's a very
empty
good
claims,
point, right?
dude. Well done.
Okay.
You thought you were in a debate. Now I've just pointed out that empty claims aren't going to get you anywhere. Now maybe
Jedi,
you can drop the fucking attitude.
Jedi, you need to let me make my point too, right? I've let you make yours, and I agree with you, right? You need to back your points up. I agree with that, right? So now I'm asking you to back up yours. Like, what was your process? Because you said you were able to measure it yourself. What was your process? So then I know that it's a validated way to measure this huge curvature of Earth that you need equipment, other people, and a ton of distance to cover.
Okay, so how much curvature of the Earth should there be over a distance of, say, 10 miles? Do you know?
No, I do not.
Okay, so 66 foot of descent from the horizontal line from point A to point B. Point B should be lower at distance by 66 foot. Now, if you want, I can go and get the laser test that was done in the southeast of England between two piers along the south coast of England between Brighton and Worthing, where laser and target were both 6 inches above the surface of the water.
Wait a minute. That's other people doing your experiment for you. You just said you did it yourself. So where is that?
Oh, you want my observations that I have in my head?
Not your observations.
Yeah, with direct measurements. Hold on.
Measurements.
Dude, if I'm making observations to things that I know the distance to, then I can make an estimated measurement to where the horizon should be according to your sphere. Now, when I make the...
Okay, yeah, keep talking, sorry.
I'm not going to waste my time with you, dude. Seriously.
What? What?
One, you keep interrupting him while he's in the middle of a sentence, dude.
Wait,
if somebody's making a statement, hey, you're doing it to me too, dude. Listen, one.
Yeah.
If somebody's talking,
I was
just wait until they finish. You don't.
I was talking to.
Well, if everyone's cutting each other off. Yes, but I said excuse me. Do you understand the difference? If you're not going to say excuse me, if you don't say excuse me in between, you know what I mean? Let somebody stop and say, yeah, go ahead, one. Make your point.
Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Difference.
But
he's already talking. So that's why he's getting frustrated. Does that make sense? All right, I yield.
That makes sense. But can I share my perspective? He asked the question, and I was talking, and as I was making his point, he's like, I'm not finished. Well, from my point of view, he is finished, right? Like, am I just supposed to wait
one remember this though, that you've been having a decent conversation, but you got to remember the claim on the table, you already kind of know it, is the globe. So you're listening to information that debunk that. So you're if you wanna look at the stuff that is being presented and try to come to a realization of something, if you're interested in the information, don't just try to, I'm debating, because remember, objective reality is not something that we debate, right? Like we don't debate what water is, we don't debate those. Debate is more for gun rights, or I don't know, like the political, who's gonna be having the political office based on their views. That might be for debate, but objective reality is not for debate.
Yep. But isn't that the split point right now of whether the flat Earth or the spherical Earth is objective reality? Therefore, it is a debate. It is not established in this Discord call, that it is an objective fact. That's why we're all here, so then we can discuss and chat, right?
And that's the whole point, that the globe is just a claim on a table. It's not over there demonstrable. You cannot demonstrate the globe claim. It's not observable.
The claim of objective reality.
Measurable.
I agree, but let me make a point, and let me just John, let me make my point. I saw you unmute there. Let me make my point. So I was saying that I've never, traveled 50 miles with equipment to measure curvature numerically, right? And that's why I Google stuff, and Jedi pointed out that that's not a good way to go about it, right? Because, how can you trust anything on the internet, right?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
The reason why I interjected is because you jumped in and said the curvature of the Earth has been measured. That was your claim. Now, what you've got to do is you now have to go and Google that piece of evidence, because I tried to ask you, does that piece of evidence that you said, that the curvature of the Earth has been measured, come from memory, as in something that you've come across before, and you're speaking on this from some kind of knowledge? Or are you just making empty claims?
Well, yes. Well, as I grow up as a child, I'm exposed to all this information that this Earth is spherical.
Okay,
so I have a natural tendency to believe that the Earth is spherical, right?
Yeah, so it's just coming from belief.
To Google things. That's where I come from.
Okay, I get it. So it is just coming from belief that you have, not from a knowledge that you've got.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I jumped in. Thanks. That's all I wanted to say.
Cool. Yeah. that's fair. That's a fair point. I agree with that. Yeah. But that doesn't. That doesn't really.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just
go ahead, brother. I'm gonna wait until you're finished.
Yeah, but that doesn't make the data on Google. That doesn't make all of that just fake and nonsense.
No one said it was fake.
That.
This is why I jumped in now, because you're trying to build like some kind of straw man, and it's annoying. No, I never said that. I never said it was fake. I said that you've now got to go and Google the thing that you've. But that was a belief. It wasn't first-hand knowledge. I wanted the knowledge that you had, not a belief that you think it's out there somewhere, and we're going to sit around for the next 5 hours waiting for you to find it.
Hey, that's totally cool. But from my perspective, how I gain information is by looking at measurements taken from other people, whether
so
verified source or not, on Google. And
So
I don't have, I never went out and measured for myself. That is why I rely on
these. Asking you if you did it yourself, either. So this is like the third time I've had to jump when you've had a misunderstanding of what I've said.
Okay. I think I'm getting lost. What is your main point? What is your just point? What is your point?
Well, I've made it several times, but you then just made the claim again that I just believe that the measurements, right? What measurements? Again,
you don't have to Google.
Yeah, that you haven't come across before, that you're hoping are out there. Right? This isn't first-hand knowledge you'll give me. This is an appeal to belief.
Hey, okay, unmute me. Why are you guys muting me? Okay.
I'm not muting you, dude.
Yeah, that is so unfair. Okay. So that's good. But almost 99% of things that I cannot measure myself, that I know is true.
Not asking you to measure it yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm just making my point. Came from things that I had to go out and learn myself, right? But that is the same thing for how I learned about the spherical Earth, right? I didn't know. Yeah. There's no way. I was just born and said, "Oh, gravity is 9.81 meters per second." I had to go out and learn that. The same way I had to go out and learn that the Earth was a sphere. There is data that exists, and it doesn't necessarily have to come from your memory for it to be validated.
Okay, there is data that exists, right? Mm-hmm. What data?
The data from the measurements that showed Earth is spherical.
Okay, so is this just an appeal to hopefully there's something out there, or have you seen this information before? I'm recanting from memory that this has happened. I've seen the measurements to back my claim up that you've just made. Again,
I've probably seen it somewhere on the internet.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Would you know how it had been done? Or have you got to go and Google it? Okay, how's it been done?
Well, I don't know. I don't have the access to that specific source I looked at when I was 8.
I was hoping that there would be some kind of memory that I have seen it before and they did it like this, but give me 2 minutes. I'll go and Google it. I know it's out there. I've seen it before. You might be able to tell me the method of how they did it, but you can't even do that. This is a hopeful appeal to something hopefully out there in the wide world of the internet that will hopefully back your hopeful brain up.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. Now, let me ask you a question, right? So shouldn't that apply to flat Earth measurements as well?
In which regard?
Just measurements, numerical data, let's just say.
Yeah. Okay. So, in which regard? Same question. So
numerical data that measures the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. So, state your question again.
So, just like how you said, right, that I had to take my 2 minutes Googling stuff. So then I can back my stuff up, right? Back my stance. Shouldn't that be applied to you guys too?
I wouldn't have to Google it. I was just about to start recanting the stuff that I already knew.
So what are those recounts?
Okay, so I was going to recount the laser test. You wanted me to talk about my own personal observations.
Yeah.
You started stammering all the way through me trying to explain what that was. You started giggling and laughing.
Well, yeah.
So
now,
so hold on. This was stuff that you'd asked. Excuse me. This was stuff that you'd asked me if I had done. I hadn't asked you if you'd measured the curvature of the Earth. I just asked you if there was somebody out there who had. Now, on that same standard, if there was somebody out there who had measured the surface of the Earth, I was recanting those stories for you. I could give you the information. Not a problem. I'm not going to have to Google it and hope it's out there somewhere.
Yeah, but okay. Okay, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Now, from my perspective, I have seen these kind of measurements about the curvature of the Earth from a long time ago. That is why, in the back of my head, I always believed that the Earth was a sphere, right? But for me to go look it up right now, I don't have photorealistic memory where I can just pull up the data, the links, and all that. I have to go Google it again. That's the steps in the process, right? So whether you recently had looked into a source or not, right? That's only because you had looked at the source as of recent. That's not really, fair. Because information on the internet is indefinite. It's been around for years, right? So whether I encountered that information 5 years ago or now is the only difference standing between me and you in the point you're making.
Well, at the moment, you haven't been able to recount any of the information. I still honestly believe that you're making this up.
Okay, do you know why that is? Do you know why that is?
Dude, listen to what I'm saying. I think you're bullshitting. Right, so until you provide the evidence, I think you're just making an empty claim.
All right,
Don't take that. Hold on. Don't take that personal. Right, but until you back your fucking claim up, I'm going to call bullshit.
All right, yeah, fair. I was gonna look for stuff, and then you said, oh, you're Googling. That's no way to back your stance up. That's why
one. Excuse me, brother. Excuse me, brother. You've been talking about, you've been going on, and the issue that I see here, right, is that you're making knowledge claims, right? Like, I know this is true, I know that is true, and you're just misspeaking, in my opinion, because you're saying you should be using the word believe, right? Because you're saying I know when you should be saying you just believe.
Oh yeah,
right?
totally. But I'm just saying I know
the
that
information.
I've seen the information.
You don't know the information, and you don't know the information. Number one. Number two. This isn't a formal debate, right? Yes, this is a debate in its most basic definition of the word, right?
Yeah.
It's a discussion. All right. All right. So we're not debating what we already know. Yeah. We're not debating what we already know. Like he said, when you measure yourself or you measure something, it's not up for debate. Why? Because we're using units of measure that are agreed upon by everybody who uses these units of measure. That is the point in question right now, right?
That's fair. Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. It's like, if you're going to make a claim based on knowledge, then you better have the knowledge to back up the claim that's based on knowledge. If you don't have the knowledge, you shouldn't be making the claim that you know something. That's the issue. You have to put things in the boxes where they belong, right?
Yeah, let me try
stuff that I know, stuff that I believe, stuff that I think I might be able to look up and get some good data on it. Making
one up right
positive knowledge claims are there. Well, we had Zank 1 and U1 in the chat here, who I think wanted to voice a question or speak.
That wasn't me.
So I just wanted to give them the opportunity if Zank still wants to mic up while you're looking stuff up. Jedi, I apologize. I didn't mean to interject there. I just wanted to clear some things up.
No, that's absolutely fine. Those are the type of interjections I like, because you just rounded off my point really succinctly. You understood exactly what I was trying to say. So I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Yeah, we have Gam in the chat. Welcome. And again, we have Aw Nugent. Welcome. And like I said, we got Zank 1 and U1. Welcome. If you guys have any questions or you have any globe evidence that you think will shut us up, please feel free to unmute yourself and vocalize. We got Light in the chat, and we also have Kiwi Buzz. Welcome. And thanks for everybody for being here, listening. And to those on YouTube who are listening.
Cheers, man. Right
on. We got the dude in the house.
What's happening? I've been listening. There was a guy earlier, man. He was driving me nuts, man. A few hours ago. Oof. Anyway, you guys are crushing. This room's,
you must be talking about Sash, I think. Sash, right? Is that the guy you were talking about? Sash?
Yeah, I think that was him. wouldn't answer any questions and acted like he owned the fucking place. I was really weird.
Oh, he was lucky. I was getting my children to bed, man. I had all three of them were giving me a hard time.
I was driving home, listening. It's like, man, this guy's a mongo. Thanks. Anyway, you guys took care of it. You gave him every chance in the world. My goodness. Anyway.
Yeah, he was spending most of his time talking about how. Oh, I'm sorry. Who did I cut off? Sorry about that.
That
all right.
sounds
You
like
guys are
Gam
commentating. I
Gam.
had a question.
Go ahead with your question.
So I know that some people have conducted experiments where they tested the height of the sun, and they've done a lot of stuff with that. But my question is, how come someone hasn't tried to like buy their own vessel and go over to the ice wall or go to the quote unquote edge? I'm just like, have people been trying to do that, or
That's a false premise, though.
I'll post something in the chat for you, Gam Gam. I'll post something in the chat in regards to that. I'll let Jimsy elaborate on that. Excuse me, Jim.
She said that there's an experiment that someone demonstrated. Experiment the height of the sun. Did you say, Gum Gum?
So I believe it's 25 feet away. So you take one place and you measure out several feet, and you put 2 planks of wood that have very small holes in them, and it's supposed to demonstrate with the sun that if it was flat, the sun would go through the hole every single time and put light on the back of a piece of paper. But if the earth is not flat, then the sun would never hit the piece of paper. And when I believe it was the official Flat Earth Society did the testing, the sun did not come through the piece of paper, and they tested it on 5 different occasions.
Right. Damn.
So that's why I'm curious on why people don't just get a vessel and try to go to the ice wall to prove it.
Right. What have I come into?
I don't know, man. I have no idea.
But we're not ice wall flat earthers. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry to keep y'all hanging. I'm in the middle of grabbing an article, just something for her to peruse through.
All right. Information's coming forth soon.
My bad. Did anybody address the whatever test?
No, why don't we get a ship and just go to the edge? That one?
No. She said the height of the sun or something like that. Sorry, I have to.
Sticks and I think she's talking about Jeranism. Why you shine the laser through the paper and I don't know, or the sun. I don't know. Sticks, shadows. I think it's the sticks and shadows kind
Can
of.
you post? Hey, Gam Gam, can you post this in the text so we can know what you're talking about?
Yes, I'm looking for the article currently.
Okay,
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Also, whatever you're saying about the ice wall being the edge or whatever, that's nobody's claiming that. The ice wall that's claimed as a shore of the Atlantic basin. That's a basin, a shore of ice that is reported by the United States Geological Survey and other countries that when they travel to the Antarctic region, there is some areas of topography that they describe and label the ice wall. There's nobody in here doing that. That's topography of that region of the world. Do you get it?
Yes, I understand that. Sorry, I guess I was not clarified on that.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the edge of the world. Nobody's saying that. That's just the edge of Antarctica. The navigators have reported when they go to Antarctica, there's what they label as an ice wall. I mean, what do you want us to do about that? We can't do much about that. And I have a PDF from the United States Geological Survey, and they surveyed that topography and they labeled it ice wall. There it is.
There it is. Boom. Just like that. It's flat. Boom.
Whatever the height of the sun, or however the sun. I don't know if that's an experiment that she was trying to ask. So she's gonna post it to see what's the actual claim. I don't think that's an experiment.
Check it out.
Anyways, she mentioned shadows, so I think if you're gonna measure shadows, that's not gonna give you the Earth or the size of the Earth or whatever. You're measuring shadows. So if you're gonna determine if the Earth is curving, like if it has drop over distance, like a sphere will need to have, you're gonna have to measure the Earth or the water on the surface, not shadows. Gam. You think you have to measure shadows to determine if the surface is curving based on shadows?
It's Eratosthenes' famous experiment.
Aristotle?
Is the one I'm referencing?
Aristophanes. Yeah, Aristophanes.
Which is you're supposed to angle using the measurement of pi and using the graphic measurements with I believe it says 10 meters from the surface of your plane.
Okay, anybody wants to touch Aristophanes with the lady? Go ahead.
You have to make a bunch of presuppositions.
Matthew learned
before coming to that conclusion as well.
He left. Okay.
Yeah, that's not an accurate
I did that
observation.
I did that calculation with Matthew Learns twice in person at the beach, once on the equinox and once on the solstice. And it was just a calculation, man. That's all it was. We calculated a measurement of a shadow at solar noon. And we did some math and it worked out, man. The sun
What
was like
your calculations? What was the calculations that you used during that?
I could post them, man. We wrote them all down.
How many feet apart were you?
It was just one shadow. We were.
Yes, but you need two planks of wood and a backdrop to perform this experiment. You need multiple
calculations to the distance to the sun is what we did.
Yes, you need the distance to the sun, the distance between each other, and the distance to the fluorine of your conclusion. It needs multiple distances, so you cannot perform this calculation with just one person. It has multiple steps to it. And you also have to be making sure that you're facing the correct
I tried.
way. You can't.
Welcome to the conversation, Jenna. Sorry about that, Jim. I didn't mean to cut you off there. No, it's this has been discussed amongst us. I don't know, probably about thousands of times. Gentlemen and ladies in this forum have dealt with the Aristophanes measurements, sticks and shadows for I don't know many more years than I've been amongst the group.
What's up, everybody? Recent flat Earth. There was a recent Society of the Flat Earth that did this experiment, posted it on YouTube, said that they, I believe it was a year or two ago.
You gotta stop saying that. It's not Flat Earth Society.
They claimed they were Flat Earth Society.
No, they probably didn't.
They did claim that.
No, just Flat Earth, not Flat Earth Society.
And you guys, can you just address the Aristophanes and come on? It's an inconclusive. Listen, the Aristotelians is inconclusive because depending on your pre-assumptions and presuppositions about the distance to the sun, the light rays could be in parallel or converging, you're gonna come to different conclusions.
The shadow length has to be 65.5 inches. Someone in chat is asking me. The degrees has to be 36 of a 36, and it has to be facing southward. The degree of the second one has to be 36.1 degrees, and it has to be an approximate of at least a mile to conclude the proper conduction of it. 5 miles is recommended, and the mileage that was used during the original testing was 25,200.
Hey, Gam, do you think that if you measure this shadow, that's gonna give you the size of Antarctica, Africa, South America? You think
I'm
that you
not
measure
asking
this
the
shadow?
shadows for the measurements of a landscape. I'm doing the shadows to form what the shadow record of the slope of it is. You're not looking.
This the piece of a circle. You're saying that these measurements are giving you a section of a circle.
If the Earth is flat, is it spherical flat, or is what is the shape of it? Because no matter what, the math should be giving something circular. If it is giving a flat circular object, you would still have to use pi regardless, because the flat Earth is shown on multiple sheets, including represented in the Bible as circular with a dome over it. So no matter what you do, you still have to use pi in your math, unless you are claiming that the flat Earth is not also circular.
Nobody knows that.
Where's my Matthew?
Yeah, let Jenna handle this one.
And if we're talking about sticks and shadows, we need to clear some things up real quick here. And that is that light, especially from a thermal source, such as the sun, spreads out in all directions. Now, here's the thing with Aristophanes. He assumed that the light rays from the sun hit the earth parallel, that the light coming from the sun is all in parallel lines, which ended up, that was his assumption, right? And from this assumption, with these sticks and shadows, or the angles of shadows and wells, or the length of the shadows between this city and this city, of this building and this building, he assumed by the length of these that Earth must be a globe, right? Well, yeah, it would work that way if Earth were a globe, and if the sun, a thermal source, gave off parallel light rays. However, there's the problem. The sun does not give off parallel light rays. The sun gives off divergent light rays. The light goes out in every direction. So, with that being said, if we do sticks and shadows with a light source where the light spreads out in every direction, well, yeah, you would definitely get different shadow lengths on the ground. You could do this with the sun above you at high noon, and you're not going to cast a shadow in any particular direction in any length. But 500 miles away, somebody else standing 500 miles away, they're going to have a different shadow length. That absolutely works over a flat Earth.
Found it. It was a Netflix documentary. Here is a thing talking about it where there was the
You wasn't even listening, were you, hon? You weren't even listening, were you?
I was. You said that the shadows casting wouldn't be right. He assumed that it was a round globe and that you can't take it because he already assumed that it was a round globe and that the light rays wouldn't work. You are perfectly right in that. I fully understand what you were explaining to me. That is the documentary I was referring to.
It's not the Flat Earth Society. It wasn't the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, every flat earther in this room vehemently disavows the Flat Earth Society. Let's just make that very clear for the record.
Why?
Yep. They're not.
Because the Flat Earth Society is a government ops meant to make the subject look as stupid as possible. They are out to make a mockery of it, to turn people away from it.
Crepuscular rays. Beautiful.
That's a beautiful picture, John.
It's killer, man. I got a couple of those. I could post one or two. It might take me a minute to find it, but Yeah.
So you see, due to the fact that the light rays from the sun do in fact spread out, it means that Eratosthenes is wrong about Earth being a globe, and that sticks and shadows, the lengths of sticks and shadows at different times of the day, do not in any way lend credence to Earth being a globe whatsoever.
Okay, but if that is true, then how does a shadow clock work? Is my question.
The sundial?
Because the sun moves, hun. Because the sun
moves.
moves.
The shadow moves. The sun moves. The shadows move. It's so cool. Check it out.
Yeah, man. You play with a flashlight on the wall. Just put your hand in one spot, put the flashlight
puppet
behind
show
your
with
hand.
flashlight.
And move the flashlight left to right behind your hand, and you're going to watch your shadow dance on the wall.
So,
and you don't even have to move your hand for that.
But that doesn't make sense with how the sun is oriented in that picture. Then that was just posted in chat.
What, that picture of reality?
So how is the sun? How does the sun work accordance to the planet? I guess is my question.
It's a closer sun. It's local. It's kind of a local neighbor.
Yeah, I'm going to say that the sun's not 93 million miles away. Definitely not.
Well, I did calculations with a math professor named Matthew Learns twice.
I have those screenshots. Look, hold up, dude. I have those screenshots of him saying that. And what'd you guys get? Like
3,500 miles on average.
Yeah.
We did it.
Yep.
Okay, I have a secondary. Okay, my secondary question then is: why are people not going to the ice wall? Why are people not trying to?
Sorry. What's an ice wall? Sorry. What's an ice wall?
The ice wall that you showed me earlier with the land masses. Like, why are people not?
Sorry, hold on. Have people been showing you an AE map with a disc where Antarctica is the circumference of that disc, and you say that we say that that's the ice wall? That's not our depiction of the Earth. That's just a global model. It's just squashed out from the north where the circumference is pulled out from the south. That's all that is. It's just a map from a ball. There's no ice wall.
Ice wall is also it's the claim on the globe, so either way you cut it, flat or ball, there's, there would be an ice wall.
So why have people not tried to find the edge is my question. Why are we...
I posted some stuff at 2 minutes past the hour. Yeah, 2 minutes past the hour and 3 minutes past the hour. If you want to go up in the chat, check it out.
It's the Antarctic Treaty, sweetie.
Have you ever?
I understand that the Antarctic Treaty is a thing, but the Antarctic Treaty does not count towards individual people. It only counts towards countries.
There's a lot of different factors, right? There's a lot of different factors. There's limited time, resources, energy, manpower. Plus, there's restrictions, political restrictions, territory restrictions.
How come people haven't formed a group and gotten the money and the supplies and tried to do it?
It's not really our concern. We're not really concerned with that at the moment. Maybe eventually one day we'll explore, gather together enough people to explore more than we have. But at this current time, we're just focused on just getting people to come to the understanding that the Earth isn't a globe.
I think what you are saying is an excuse because it's been years and years, and I believe that if someone was going to do it, they should have done it by now because Flat Earth has been something that's been around for years.
Excuse me, what would they do and how would they do it?
I think that someone should get a crew, they should get a boat, they should go to the area that they are saying that they cannot go. And they should try to do it because that treaty only counts towards countries, not individual people.
Okay.
So,
but
like the Norwegian sailor?
Sorry. Why is this important to go to the South Pole?
Because wouldn't it prove it? Wouldn't going there and getting photos and video and showing
we have proved it.
Hold on. So going to the South Pole is going to prove what?
That there's an edge, that it is in fact flat.
Sorry, you have a misunderstanding about what the South Pole is. What's the South Pole?
The
Let me
top
ask you.
of the flat Earth?
No. Okay, let me ask you this question. What's the North Pole?
The top of the flat Earth.
Okay, so what's the South Pole?
They're both the top.
Oh, God, please. What's the South Pole?
The bottom?
The bottom? So what? So, okay, let me ask you this. What's the North Pole and how do I know when I've got there?
When you see the edge, I suppose.
No, north. Listen, North Pole. Right? What's the North Pole and how do I know when I've gotten there?
I think a top-down photo would make all of this just all the more easier.
Excuse me, I hate to be rude, but you're not answering my question. Am I
Because I
wasting my
don't know
time
what you're
asking?
asking me.
I'm asking you what the North. Excuse me. I'm asking you what North and South poles are. You're saying that when we go to the South Pole, that's going to be an edge.
Technically, if there is a flat
Excuse me?
Earth, there is no north or south. It is all on the same parallel. North
Excuse
and
me?
south is in a location
No.
area. So you're
No.
not asking me
No.
a real question.
No,
Ask me
I
a
am.
question.
I am. You're not following along. So you understand that we get north, geographic north from celestial north. I know when I've got to the North Pole because directly above my head there's a celestial rotation point called the North Pole Star, Polaris. Right, that's how we dictate
Then how do
where
the
we are.
stars move
Excuse
during the
me.
different segments of the season?
Excuse me, young lady, please. Thank you. So
That
I know
star
that
isn't there constantly.
Excuse me, I'm trying to follow your line of reasoning about going to the South Pole and it proving something, but now you're trying to deflect away from the very thing that you brought up. I'm trying to answer you succinctly.
Then continue. You are taking way too long. Go on.
It's because
Go
you keep
on with yourself.
It's because you keep interrupting.
Then
You
continue.
understand? Thank you. I don't need to get shush.
Go.
So I understand.
Say your thing.
Seriously?
Yes, say your thing.
Oh, no, seriously, shush. Thanks. So I know that I've gotten to the North Pole because above my head is the Northern Celestial Rotation. I can see it quite easily because Polaris is there. So that's a point on the Earth directly under a star. The South Pole is a point on the Earth directly underneath a celestial rotation point called Celestial South. You can see circumpolar stars like the Southern Cross rotating around this southern point in the sky. So I know that I've gotten south when this thing is above my head. Why does this mean I've gotten to the edge of the Earth?
I don't think that the stars mean you've gotten to the edge of the Earth, but since you brought up the
That's what North and
stars, I'm
South
going
are
to ask my...
dictated by.
So since you brought up the stars, I'm going to ask another question, since apparently none of you
need
can
to
explain
understand
the edge
this.
to me.
Excuse me, chatty woman, you need to understand this. North and South are dictated by points in the sky.
Okay, I have a question upon that then.
No, do you
British
understand?
man.
Do you understand?
I understand what you are saying. I have a question for you, British man.
Good. Let's see if it's relevant.
British man.
So my question is, why do the stars move? Because what you are saying cannot make sense. Because if I follow a star at a certain point, sometimes I'll end up over in your land in England, and sometimes I'll end up over in my land in the United States. So can you explain to me why the rotation of the stars vary upon the season, change with the flat Earth?
Rotation of the stars vary upon the season. It's because the stars move throughout the day, and that because of the way that they move throughout the months, they appear in different places. This can be observed in both north and southern celestial rotations. Now,
What
the
do you
things
mean
in
the stars move?
sorry, when you go out and look at the things in the sky, sun, moon, and stars, do not describe their movement as across the sky from east to west.
I do not believe that the stars move from east
Excuse
to
me,
west.
I'm
No.
asking you what you observe, not what you
What
believe.
I observe is the moon, the sun moving, and clouds moving. I do not see the stars themselves moving, because if you look at the brightest star, Orion's Belt, when you can see it in the daytime very faintly through a telescope, it does not move from its position in the sky when it becomes night.
Excuse me, do you know what circumpolar stars are?
Explain it to me.
They're stars that move. Now, in your model, the reason why they move is because the thing that you're standing on is rotating. So they definitely move within the idea that the Earth's a sphere because that motion is caused by the motion of the Earth. Now, the stars move. That's all I'm trying to point out to you, that when you look at the sun, moon, and stars, they move across the sky. You can observe this throughout the night if you had a telescope and enough patience.
In reality.
Also, I want to say, Secret Agent Man, I was not saying any personal attack to anybody. I was saying the same demeaning conversation they were. And also, if you don't want people coming into this chat and speaking, maybe you should remove it from your original Flat Earth chat, because I found this server via that server. And you guys talk about a lot of things in there. And the ironic thing is that none of you...
Here we go. Just insults and just a long run up to some kind of slap in the face. I bet.
Forget the subject. I want to talk about you guys. Okay.
The fuck.
Yeah. Another day, another dollar. Right, Jedi?
You get paid for this? That's kind of sad.
Nah, nobody in here gets paid for this. As a matter of fact, I'm sure a lot of us in here, myself included, pay money to, keep this information going. We don't make money doing this. We pay money.
So can we keep it back to the point? So the stars do move across the sky, lady. You know this, right? This is factual. Nobody's arguing
I
that.
don't understand why people can't get an image of the edge of the Earth. Why? You're saying the treaty, you're saying all of that. I feel like the treaty is excuses.
Excuse me.
You can't go there.
I don't care what Jedi has to say.
Really,
lady, real quick. Do you know why? Have you ever played a game that you leave the boundaries and you die instantly when you leave? Remember, you reach that spot that you cannot leave, and then you die, lose all health. Maybe it's that. Maybe that's what it is. Then now you have an answer. So now let's go to the next topic.
Curvature. You got any curvature? That'd be cool.
You already disproven my curvature by the shadow theory. You said that it was non-inclusive because the one with the long username, I don't know her name, she said that he was measuring it by the globe itself, so it would not work, and that makes sense as to her preface of it. The other person said that he did it himself, but he didn't have the proper measurements, so I can't take his stuff as conclusion.
All right. Antarctica's closed. Did you catch that one? You might want to
my name is Jenna, by the way. That's if you just want to call me Jenna.
Yeah, I didn't know what to call you. My apologies for that.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. So, what does the Earth look like if it is not the flat Earth I've seen? You have not posted a photo of it. I would like to see a photo of what it is supposed to look like.
Have you ever been to the beach?
No.
No,
I actually have not.
Oh shoot, man! You got to check out the beach. It's an absolute must for Earth. You got to see the beach if you live.
Hey, lady, back to in relation to the last topic, and I post something for you, a PDF in the text. What is your username? Sham or something?
Gam.
So it's called the Chinese Aristophanes. So from there you can see that people can come to a different conclusion depending on their assumptions about their, shadow measurements and all that stuff. This is a pretty comprehensive test of that sort. So I posted the PDF, the Chinese Aristophanes. Do you see it in the text?
Hey, James, what year was that, man?
I couldn't hear her. Flat dude, I couldn't hear her reply about if she got the PDF.
It's loading.
What if I told you that no man or machine has ever been far enough away from the Earth to see it in its entirety?
If Elon's rocket did not blow up in the atmosphere, I'd believe you. But because Elon's rocket has blown up in the atmosphere, I cannot believe you. I'm sorry. And yeah, he's literally the only reason.
How do you... I'm sorry.
What?
Can you elaborate on that?
Okay, so Elon Musk sent a rocket. I do not remember which one it was. It was like M34 or something. It was one of his SpaceX rockets. He sent it up and it was pilotless and it blew up. And if you took a telescope outside, you could go out and you could see the shrapnel and you could see the directional flow of the shrapnel coming down at an angle with like the perplex, and if you measure the gravity and you use the
gravity, whoa, slow down. So
you can measure the speed of gravity by measuring how fast the shrapnel's coming down.
Okay, all right. You know, in the spirit of I'm about to blow some fireworks up in the next couple of days. There's this really awesome confetti cake. It's a daytime 200-gram shot, and it throws confetti up in the air. And when the wind's going, you know what happens? The confetti comes down at an angle with the wind blowing it. So yeah, I'd imagine
too far in the air for winds to be hitting.
I imagine that there's upper atmo winds and things going on, strato winds.
They tested it at a certain point. There is no shrapnel winds to it. That is why planes try to set at a certain elevation, so that way they get less wind loss.
Don't get me started. What are you wobbling on about?
I guess you've never heard about headwinds and tailwinds in flight.
They're only up to a certain standard in the height. After you go so high in the sky, you no longer hit them. At the area that the shrapnel was flying, there would be no wind, so that would make no sense to your argument.
I don't know about all that.
I also wasn't even saying that the angle of the shrapnel proved anything. I just said that the shrapnel had an angle coming down. I didn't say what kind of angle, which is kind of ironic.
Wow.
What?
Whoa.
What kind of angle? Like an angle period. It doesn't matter what kind of angle. This is nuts, though. Like, wow. I mean,
fuck.
So, have you ever seen curves with your own two eyes, though?
I have a question for you. And yes,
No, wait. No, guys, she has. You've seen curvature with your own two eyes?
Yes.
Where?
When I was falling down, when they said I should go to hell.
Fucking troll.
Seriously, right, hold on, Jeddah, hold on. All right, the time that you're going to take place in this conversation is going to be severely limited if that's the type of shit that's going to come out of your mouth. Now, we've dealt with the other shit because it was kind of relevant to the subject, but that
I can't hear him.
All right, if you can't hear a moderator, I'm just going to remove you. Somebody needs to tell her that.
Yeah, you're gonna have to turn Jedi up, please. You're gonna have to unmute or turn him back up.
Oh, I didn't
He's a
have him
moderator.
muted. I just don't hear people that refer to me like that.
Your wig has been snatched, hon. Sorry.
Okay.
Your wig has been snatched.
You took my weave. What a shame. You
Sorry,
should
by
look up my
pointing out that
username.
you're
You should look at my username and look it up. I
Excuse
think
me,
it would be
delusional
very
woman.
interesting for you guys.
Delusional woman. Do you want to go back to anything that you just said about you seeing curvature of the earth and your answer when I was falling to hell? Should we take that back and maybe try again and you can answer the question? Or if you're not here to be serious, I'll fucking kick you out.
Yeah, my question to you, hon, was when have you ever seen curvature with your own two eyes? And you were flippant and facetious and not being honest.
You're right. I was being facetious, but it wasn't towards you, Jenna.
I'm not going to deal with this emotional woman. I'm just going to mute her and we can move on
I've
to
not
somebody
done
else.
anything to you. I was answering her question. I was being cordial to her. I only started not being cordial to you when you were not cordial to me,
Not
sir.
happening.
It's not
Don't
happening.
deal with people who bullshit and just talk crap, especially those who don't like to be challenged on the crap that comes out of their mouths. If you can't be an adult, you can't take place in this conversation. Bye.
I am being.
Yeah.
Gotta grow up a little. That's all. Today's
Go for it.
bro tech checks. Fucking, I don't know.
Does anybody know why I can't type in the text chat? It's really weird. Anybody else had a problem with that? I go to type and it flashes up the keyboard and pulls it away.
Yeah, it's not doing it for me with text. I can text, but it's doing it when I click the GIF selection. So then I have to go to my emojis, go to GIF and search Tenor there, Yeah, like it's there's just issues at the moment with Discord. I don't know if it's a lot of people are complaining about not being able to do this or not being able to do that. Like, yeah, it's weird.
I can't type in the text chat. I can put emojis in. I can send gifs. I can send my documents and pictures and memes, but I cannot type a single thing.
Is it happening?
Maybe you shut off the app.
All
Are you on the
servers?
phone, Jen?
What's that?
All servers or
You
just
on
this
your
one?
phone?
It does it in this one. It does it in politics. It does it in PNR. It doesn't do it to me in my server.
Interesting. All right.
I would say maybe shut off the app and then turn it back on and rejoin and see if it's still doing it, or has it been doing it for multiple days?
So I'm having that same problem in the text on my phone, and I've actually been reaching out and asking if anybody knows what's up.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. And yeah, I'm on mobile, y'all.
Same.
Yeah, I've actually been having no problems today. So, but when I do have problems, if I shut off the app, close the window, and then restart the app and rejoin, it usually works fine.
Yeah.
You guys know how the Discord app works in different OSs like iPhone and Android, that kind of stuff, Windows. So there's different versions of these OSs, and sometimes when they update the app, it gives certain glitches, certain issues. Like before in the iPhone, it was opening the mic for people while they were muted, unmuting them and doing other type of weird stuff. Now is this glitch, this issue that they're gonna have to fix it in the code. It happens with apps, have different issues depending on the software that you're running. So yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true, Jamesy. So
I
yeah,
can switch to a different keyboard, and it'll let me type, but I'm kind of used to the one I've been using for the last few years.
Red Hara, welcome. Notice that you've been sitting in with us. Thanks for being here. Zigmoid is still here. Saki is still here, listening in. Got Light, still sitting in, listening. Heisenberg, welcome. Thanks for being here. If anybody has any relevant questions or globe Earth evidence that they believe would prove their point, they are on a spinning water ball hurtling through outer space at breakneck speeds, now would be the time.
It's millions of miles an hour.
Yeah,
we're shooting through outer space. We're shooting through outer space millions of miles an hour. Everybody knows that. Everybody feels it. I'd like to hit the brakes, man. Slow this thing down for a second, you know. Whew. Going fast. Hit the brakes.
We got Miss Doves here. Welcome, Miss Doves. We got Mush Chain here, I believe. Welcome.
Only feel it if you slow it down.
That's what they say. It does speed up and slow down. It does speed up and slow down. I know that, right?
Really?
According to the globe model.
You're only going to feel acceleration or deceleration.
Well, it does that around the sun every year.
Yeah, you'd also feel you feel a curved path too, Mush Chain. You wouldn't. It's not the same. If you're traveling in an arced path, you're going to feel that as acceleration.
Oh yeah, you're gonna feel it no matter how subtle the arc is. Is there any limit to our vestibular senses? Is there no limit to it? Or we can feel any perceptible shift in direction? Or
it's pretty good, man. Our perception's fucking pretty tight, man. Otherwise, I would probably lost a couple of fingers by now or something.
Well, I mean, our perceptions are attuned to the environment we're in. If they were too
Well, yeah.
attuned and we felt every little motion, then we wouldn't be able to make sense of everything, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I like, riding motorcycles and stuff, getting real bumpy. I know I'm, stationary and level up here on top, but the bike's fucking bouncing up and down. I just bend my knees a little bit. I'm all right. Like a built-in gyroscope, isn't it?
No frame of reference to validate that claim, but it's all right. Nico, welcome. Who else do we have? I think that's everybody. Yeah, Miss Doves, thanks for hanging out with us. Gam, yeah. If you want to type some stuff in the chat, go ahead. I posted a bunch of articles and videos and stuff, and some memes addressing some of your points. So if you want to go ahead and check out any of that data, any of that stuff, might answer some of your questions. But yeah, everybody's got any questions?
At the end of Gam, what was Gam's point? Gam was saying that Elon Musk shot a rocket up, and if you zoom in with a telescope, you can see it blow up. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. But I didn't understand her logic there, because Gam was saying that the shrapnel from this explosion, it comes down at an angle, and this angle you see is a is some
curvature.
Yeah, it just I think she was just saying words. I don't know if they really believed what they were saying or not, but it was weird. Whatever they were saying, I never heard that argument before.
Hey, learn something new every day. Yeah, I never heard that one either, bro. Never.
The angle of the shrapnel.
Yep. That's a globe. Gotta be.
Yeah. All I want to say is projectile diarrhea in space is not a good thing to be happening.
Is that Jen from Japan?
It certainly is. Nice to hear your voice, sir.
Oh, excuse my language.
Dude, I was talking about you just yesterday and the day before yesterday. How we met on Hangouts and that, man.
Bro.
Yeah.
I miss you, brother.
Yeah, I have missed you. Yes, definitely.
Yeah, love your energy. You always bring me up. Let's do this. Let's flat Earth the people. Let's go.
Let's flat Earth and fly through space.
Stop
highlighting
this
all the
world
anomalies.
and let me off, man. This shit's flat.
Yeah, man. Certainly is.
Right? Yeah.
Well, let me give you the Flat Earth State of the Union. Well, since the reinsurgence of Flat Earth in 2014, Flat Earth has enjoyed exponential growth, we'll have to say. We've had a 10-year magnificent, unwavering victory over the heliocentric model. They have lost every day and every second of that day.
Absolute slaughter show.
Yeah.
That we have just crushed right, flat, straight, level.
Yeah.
No spin.
In the last 4 years in particular, TikTok has been very instrumental. TikTok has been very instrumental in introducing new flat earthers in the millions, especially the youth, which is what we want. We want the youth. They're the future, you see. So,
Let's show them what's up and what's down.
What's up? Any Globers in the house?
What's
Any Globers in the house?
Yeah, anybody? Question?
The Globers don't seem to understand a straight line and a curved line are not the same.
Mm-hmm. Two different things.
Two different things, yeah. They're not related. They're not married. They're not relations. Yeah.
They're not even
totally different.
Cousins, bro. I mean, they're so...
Oil and water. Oil and water, ladies and gentlemen. Oil and water.
Yeah, curved and straight are mutually exclusive.
Yeah. Now,
Who you Jen? Is that Jen CB? What's up?
It's Jen. Can you
that
believe
is in CBR1, the one and only.
I'm freaking
the
out.
loudest flat earther you'll meet on the planet Earth.
This
That's
is
me.
the greatest flat earthers
Good to
ever
hear
lived,
your
man.
voice, man. It is good to
So
hear your
good.
voice, brother.
It's great to hear your voice too, darling. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Jen, we go way back, brother.
We go way back. Ponto Pete's. Yeah.
Yep, Ponchos and Karens
Ponto Pete's and Karens. Yeah.
Sun and so is that Sun and Moon.
Sun and Moon Family United.
Yes, Karen. She's still doing shit, man. She's still going,
Yeah.
bro.
Oh yeah, she is. Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
believe it? I love her.
Oh yeah.
I love you, Karen. If you're listening.
Yeah, we did
Yeah.
2 good videos together. One was on 9/11 and no justice for the plaintiffs still. What's the hold up? And then we did one on the hidden cost of motoring in Britain and how Britain's ripping off the motorists.
Yeah, we did a lot of stuff, Jen. Damn.
Yeah, man. But it's been all entertaining as well. It's been fun all the way.
Dude, we
It's
took
fun
on
all the way.
physicists. We took on physicists live stream, bro. Remember that?
Yeah, yeah. And we took on the Globus, 8-hour non-stop Gin CBR1 straight through like an express train.
Freaking days. For days.
Hey,
Yeah,
guys.
it was fun, man.
Hey, guys.
Hey, guess what? We're still
Yeah, so-
doing it, bro. If the
Yeah.
Earth was a globe, man, we would have been gone a long time ago, bro. If
Yeah.
if there was any evidence, I mean, give me like one freaking thing.
One slither of a proof. Yeah.
No, you have to
Jen,
lie
and,
to see. You got to come up with like
Flat Earth
Ponzi train shit. And I was like, oh, come on, really? They ain't love
Yeah.
like Ponzi train. Get the heck out of here, man. Get out.
Yeah. Yeah.
The new people, welcome to the VC. Please save us from Gene and Flat Dude. Please save us.
No, I just wanted to
what
ask
happened,
your question.
what happened to the politics server? Are we not there anymore then?
We
No,
are.
we're there. Jen, I just wanted to get you guys up to speed on this server.
Yeah,
This is
please.
the
Thank you very much. Sir. Go ahead.
English Hub. Yeah, this is the English Hub. We were invited here by a friend of Cyclones, Vivek. And yeah, he's been very accommodating to our group. And he set up a bunch of cool things here for us. But DJ's basically been spearheading this and getting us going over here. They have different rules. But yeah, basically, this is a server for people who come to learn English. They have, I think, like 300,000 members here. So you're going to have people with varying commands over the English language coming in. So you got to bear with those individuals.
Yeah, you got to be
And
soft.
yeah, exactly. So it's just different. It's a different vibe than
Yeah, it's
politics.
totally
It's
different
not so
vibe here, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not so argumentative. Obviously, we have some trolls following us over from different
Right.
servers and stuff. I just wanted to get everybody up to speed because I know certain people haven't been here before. So yeah, really quickly, just wanted to get that out. And yeah, that being said, welcome to anybody who's joined the room in the last few minutes. Welcome. If you don't feel comfortable with your English and you want to still ask some questions, please do that in the side chat. And yeah, that being said, yeah, sorry to interrupt you guys.
No, it was great. Is there anybody that had questions about Flat Earth or anybody in the room, man?
If you only speak Japanese, Gene can translate from Japanese to English.
That's true.
If you speak Spanish, Jamesy will translate from Spanish to English.
This is bilingual Flat Earthers up in here, man. I love it. Come on.
If you speak Chinese, Flat Dude will translate.
I'll translate. I can do that.
I got a question. I got a question for the Flat Earther.
Okay.
So as a globe earther, I can't see the globe, obviously, so I have to envision it in my mind. So if you're trying to convince me, show me that the world is actually not that, then what am I supposed to envision? Like, what am I supposed to be thinking about? Because all I'm thinking about is a disc in space. Obviously you guys, that's not what you guys are saying. So what am I supposed to be thinking?
You just go outside. That's reality.
Yeah.
Instead of thinking you can see reality from the outside out. You do it from your perspective. That's where you see reality from your point of view, and you start from there and you build from there. You start from where you're standing, you walk outside, experience reality, do all you can do in reality, confirm it's there, touch it, smell it. Sometimes it's gonna hurt, sometimes you're gonna fall, it's gonna hurt, the real stuff. But if you just envision, like you're saying, and you're just gonna envision cartoons that you saw on the TV, and you're thinking you're gonna be able to realize something just by looking at cartoons of the globe or the whatever disc floating in space. That's not how reality works.
Yeah, just 2 points I would give you though, if you're really going to speaking in reality, and that is get to a high vantage point and see what you can survey. You're looking for that curvature, so you can use your Google if you need from your location what you can see. Look at the curvature chart and see how much curvature there should be there from what you're doing. And remember that water is always level, doesn't adhere to a curved surface. So water is your clue number one. Water is always level. And then get to a high vantage point where you can survey more. And then you will see for yourself that it's going to be extended horizontality.
Is that French? Come on. You speak French too, Jen?
It's all Greek to me.
It's all Greek. Ugh.
Yeah, so that's how you would do it. You're looking for curvature. That's the key aspect of your ball regarding the shape. And bearing in mind, flat earthers don't make the claim that we know this shape because we don't know. So always saying that it's not that oblate spheroid because we're measuring flat earth. We're not measuring any curvature. It's extended horizontality. That's what we got.
Does water need a container, and is it always level at the surface does water need two things, right? Container and
a level surface. Wow. Because when you put it in a container, it takes the shape of that container, doesn't it? Right? And lives there. But you can pour water on the table, and it would just, if the table's perfectly level, it will just sit on that table, provided you don't overfill the table.
But it makes like little bubbles, and it looks curved from the bubbles, man. What's going on with that there? Is it surface tension?
Yeah, that's it. Water retention. Yeah, surface tension as it's dropping through the atmosphere. That's what happens. But once it lands, it spreads level.
Right. Every time, 100%.
Every time, yeah. If it encounters a curved object on the way, it will land on the curved object and think this isn't level and roll off.
Well, you gotta also remember many of the things about water that we have in reality, the way it behaves, and also it requires a pressurized system. In the globe, you wouldn't have a pressurized system for the water to be in the liquid state. It will be gases going away from the earth, and water also evaporating and going away from the surface. So that's why the globe is impossible.
Let's call that the three states of water. Can we call that the three measures of water? The three
the three states. That was good.
The three observations of water. What do you want to call it? You guys give me the name of that, because that is a dead balls fucking crusher.
Yeah, the three states of water, the three facts of water, the three fundamentals of water,
fundamentals of water, the three observable phenomenons of water. What are we going to call it, man? Gemsy, come on.
The states is the most popular.
It's called water.
Well, we know that.
The physics of water.
The physics of water.
Water behavior. I like that one. Let's go with the three states of three things water behaves like. Help me out. I'm blowing
the three fundamental physical facts of water. The three fundamental
physical facts of water.
I
like it. Yeah. The three fundamental fundamental of physics. Oh goodness, it's a mouth.
Yeah.
That's a little tongue twister.
It's a bit of a mouthful. You might bite your tongue along the way, but it's a fact, isn't it? Though
It's a fact. You might as well put the facts of fundamental physical water.
There you are. You've got it. You've got it. The fundamental facts of physical water. Look at that. That's beautiful.
Boom! There it is. We got it. All right, let's roll with that. That's one of those like questions. I got you questions, bro. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So let's stick with the three.
So you need a pressurized environment,
right?
For the pressure environment, you need a container. The globe
Correct.
doesn't have a container. You wouldn't have the pressurized environment. You wouldn't have the liquid water.
Boom, boom, dude. I love
There you
it.
are.
Fantastic. Plus, you need stable temperature to have liquid water, right? You need a stable temperature.
Yeah.
To have that liquid water, and if it gets too hot, it'll vaporize. If it gets too cold, it'll turn solid. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Just a quick question. What's happened to New Perspective? Dave, is he here?
Not here tonight, but I talked to him last night.
I haven't,
Okay.
Great
I haven't
conversation.
seen him here. I sent him a DM. I sent him a DM with a link to this server, but I haven't seen him here at all.
Okay, well done, that man. Yeah, I'm still using the Flat Earth Dude and New Perspectives tangential. Can't get that word out. Tangential points
velocity.
Velocity as a plane is landing on a moving ball Earth. I was doing that only the other day. Yes.
Yep. It's a great one, Jen. You love it.
It is.
You know you love it. You love that one as much as I do. I love it.
Let's
If
check on
somebody came to me and
CBM.
said, what's your number one proof for flat Earth? I'm like, airline flights.
Yep.
And I'm like, what do you mean by that? And we can go on for hours. Just get out of here, man. I got
Let's check on CBM real quick. Go ahead, CBM.
Excuse me, guys. It's
CBM. Sorry,
We
go
also
ahead,
have-
mate.
We have Noodle here as well.
Noodle.
We have Noodle.
Hey, I talked to Noodle before. What's up, man?
We have Rod Hara. We have Saki still chilling here. We got Sigmoid. These are people who've just been sitting in, listening to our conversation tonight. So thanks for being here, everybody.
Yeah, thanks
If you
for
have
hanging out,
anything,
man.
you want to introduce yourself, feel free to mic up.
Yep.
Or you could introduce yourself in the side chat.
Chat it up or open your mic, man. Say hi. What's up? Glad to be here. Open forum
Rod,
talking about Earth,
being
man.
here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Try
open
and give
forum.
everybody a stage. Yeah. If you got something to say, we'll give you the time to talk, and if not, it's okay.
It's totally open, man. Join the conversation. Please join. Don't be shy. We're not going to bite your head off or chew you out or call you
Yes,
names.
we will. Yes, we will. What are you
wait.
saying? We won't. We will.
Well, we might bite your globe off, and we're not going to bite your head off. But
Why
we're
not?
gonna- Well, it's a bit aggressive, man.
So if it's a bit too aggressive, why would you even mention it? Why would you even mention it then?
Because that's a saying, American saying.
We won't bite your head off. That's a bit aggressive. We won't bite it off. Yes, we will.
Okay, let's do some biting. Let's get busy. Anybody want
No,
to?
we won't. No, we won't. We won't. We won't do that.
No biting.
We won't do it.
No biting online. My goodness, it's not
Just saying.
acceptable. It's not acceptable. Hey, Jen, man, is Mount Fuji upside down? What's up with that Mount Fuji?
What a question. The climbing season opened yesterday.
Yeah.
So that'd be today your time. That would be today your time, I think, if you're there still behind us.
On
Yeah. Okay.
Wednesday,
But the problem is now is that they're limiting the climbers to 4,000 up until like 2 p.m. And after that, you can't go up because they've had accidents, people not making it to the top. And, they want to reduce the accidents. And they're also charging $28 now.
Wait.
Whereas I used to go up for no dollars versus $28. Wow.
Dude. Jen.
Yeah.
Jen. 4,000 a day. They're limiting it, or
yeah, they're limiting it to 4,000 up. Yeah,
a day, 4,000 a freaking day. What?
Yeah,
at $28.
Yeah.
All right. Shit. Hold. Somebody, can I do the math on that? Hold on, man. Hang on.
No, you can't. No, you cannot. No.
What's up, chat?
Since you asked, I'm gonna tell you, no, you can't. If you didn't ask, I wouldn't say no. But since you did, I'll say no.
Hello.
So I think by 2 p.m. they close the gate, right? Because after 2 p.m. they're saying you're not going to get to the summit. If you're planning on going to the summit, you're not going to do that. So they're not going to allow you to climb up and be hanging around because of accidents and that, basically, which I think is a bit unfair. I would never pay the $28 to climb. It seems I've climbed it 14 times. I never paid. So my sons went last year without me. They wanted to do it on their own. And they didn't pay any money. They didn't pay any money last year. But this year they've started it.
Hello, I have a quick question for the panel.
Yeah, please.
Why are you a bunch of flat earthers in here?
That is CB.
Get on, brother.
Oh, because we can't find the curvature anywhere.
Dude, I got it right away, man. Hi, you Mongo. Fucking Mongo.
I don't understand why you're doing this. Why are you on Discord? You should be going to your government or other places than Discord. You're not doing anything sitting on Discord.
You have to be.
But we have gone to the government, especially in Britain. In Britain, we have gone to the government. We went to the education minister in Britain.
Somebody may take
Did you change anything? Nothing has changed.
Nothing. No, nothing. Admittedly, nothing has changed. But they actually did go. I think we needed to go again and again and again. We have to keep on going, and and maybe we would have affected a change. But don't get me wrong; it's still high. People did wake up from that event, so that's good. And that's what we got to keep going. We haven't given up yet. We can thank Anthony Riley, myself, and Anthony Riley for that, because I was the one that was talking about flat Earth being a revolution. And Roxanne Glenn was saying, why do you keep saying revolution, Jim? I said, well, because that's what it is. We are now bringing back the truth, and that is a revolutionary act in these times that we're living in. And we have the right to do that. Sorry?
You're just sitting in here on the Discord. You're not really doing anything. You're not making any changes to the world.
Oh, we are. I've made so much changes to people's lives that they shower me with gifts. Here in Japan, where I am.
For you, how many people in this world, like, if you had to mark a percentage, what percentage of the Earth do you think?
Hey, guy, asking the questions. You know that the people in Japan, students call Jin Sensei. They call him Sensei because
they call me a great Sensei. Is what they call me now.
They learn from him. That's a change that he's making on people. They learn from him, and that's change in itself.
Yeah, great Sensei.
Well, that's they should fire him. For being
hey, guy. Does anybody call you Sensei? Listen. Answer this question. Does anyone call you Sensei?
Your mother, your sister.
Here we go.
Hey, Jamesy.
Yeah.
You remember the guy? You remember the guy earlier who was faking the accent, and then we got him to actually speak in his normal voice.
Yeah,
that guy was funny.
I'm not faking anything. This is who I am really. I'm just wondering, like, what percentage of the Earth do you think are flat earthers? 5%, 10%? What percent of the Earth do you think is flat earthers?
100%.
What?
100.
No,
hit up that soundboard.
I don't understand. I don't know what that is, but. Are you saying it's like 5%, 1%? What the percent of the people on the Earth are flat earthers?
1%.
Good luck changing 100%.
I have no idea. It could be 10%. What do you think, Jan? What's the percentage, man? Where are we at, man? 10? Give me a 10. Come on, Jan.
Yeah, I was going to say closer to 15. If we've got the moon landing hoax at around 25% of the world's population, knowing that the moon landings were a hoax, and like
Right.
I've said, TikTok, the last 4 years of the lockdowns, TikTok has been instrumental in introducing more flat earthers. We're into the at least 15% of the population knowing that the Earth is flat, and that's a brilliant and fantastic start there. We're getting impetus and purchase from that because more and more people look at it. Look, the Japanese textbook at university, when they looked at flat Earth and they looked at the anti-vaxxers, okay, but they looked at the flat Earth, they said at the end of the comprehension text, it stated that more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. That's in Japanese English textbook.
Damn. More and more people are becoming flat
Did
earthers
you see
every day.
this guy? He's talking about TikTok.
Correct. It's been instrumental. People have learned about flat Earth from TikTok.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Millions.
That is a great failure. That is a failure.
It's not a failure. It has not been a failure at all. I'm sorry. It has not.
Very, very successful. TikTok's been very successful with flat Earth. I think it's been a huge,
very instrumental.
Come on, everyone knows that CB gets his dates from TikTok. So what is he talking about?
I do not know who that is. I do not know who this person is. But
what was this CB?
That's you.
No, I don't know who that is. I'm sorry.
That's where you get your standards when you're gonna date TikTok.
Oh
no, I don't know such things. That is haram. I don't do this.
And
Dates are very haram.
Yeah, you might remember in 2016, Flat Earth overtook Donald Trump in a hit on the YouTube.
Yes,
surpassed Donald Trump on his campaign trail. We went past him like a bullet train.
Like a
That's
bullet
fake
train.
news. That's fake news.
There were flat earthers that made videos that had millions of views, dude. Millions. Like, 5, 6, 7 million. And I was
because they were debunk videos.
Damn.
No, they weren't debunk videos. No,
they
they weren't.
Like real videos. But yeah, all that shit got erased, man. All of it. Book burning. It's like a book burning.
By the end of 2017, the CEO of YouTube was being grilled about what are you going to do about flat Earth? And then she said that we're going to have videos up that say Earth isn't flat. Basically, that's what she said.
Yep. And we're
in that hearing.
You're saying they deleted your videos like the dog ate your homework.
Well, no, they didn't. They didn't delete it. They just buried it somewhere.
Homework, bro. Yeah, that's what happened, bro. The dog ate the homework, bro. We did all the homework.
They destroyed the technology.
And Google is the dog, and they ate it, bro. They ate it.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. There's such excuses. So many excuses from the flat earthers.
So many excuses. So many evidences. So many things. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, the State of the Union for the flat Earth is that it's been a 10-year success.
Yay.
In spite of some of the content producers going back to the globe.
Hey, Jen. I was thinking about something recently, man. I thought I would make a flat Earth missing persons list, man.
Yeah.
And there are some major flat earthers that are were so kick ass back in the day. And they absolutely are gone.
Because they went back to the globe.
For example, Dr. Zach. Remember Dr. Zach and his AutoCAD computer?
Yeah.
They were really good. They were.
He's a missing person. So Poncho Pete is a missing person, bro.
Yeah.
Right? Snack to the future. He's a missing person right now.
I know what happened to them. I know.
They went back.
I know what happened to them. They got jobs.
Yes, I get it, but we love those guys, and I just want to make a tribute to them and call them the missing persons.
Yeah.
And just homage to them in some way, I get it, man. People got lives, they got wives, they got
Anyways, guys, forget about that. We have Harash, we have Panda. You guys are welcome to open your mics and ask questions. Go ahead, Harash.
Yeah.
Panda.
We are here to
Finally, some
serve you.
clothes for us.
Yeah, we're here to serve you all the answers you may want to your questions. So please, whatever it is, just ask. This is how we all learn together.
We got Harsh and we got Panda. We got Kiwi Buzz in the house too.
Yeah.
Kiwi is OG, and I wanted to ask CBM how CBMs work on a globe. Go ahead, CBM.
Oh, that's one of my specialties. Damn.
And if you're wondering, remember, we the flat earthers are not thinking, we're not thinking we're superior to you, because that's not what we are. Okay?
Right.
We're all in this together. We've learned some things. Now we're going to pass it on to you. That's all it is.
Yeah, Panda had her mic open, so I just wanted to see.
Go ahead, Panda. Sorry. I'll shut up now.
Shut up, Jen. Shut up. Panda, you there?
Just saying hello, Panda? Or were you just saying hello, or did you have something that you wanted to ask?
Hello. Ask what about English grammar?
You could turn your mic up. We couldn't really hear you.
What about should I ask?
Oh, we're talking.
She's asking what should she ask?
Yeah, something about the flat Earth or the globe Earth. I mean, something you may not be sure about. Why are we flat Earthers? Or, why don't we think the Earth is a globe? Anything you can think of.
Yeah, I want to learn English, and I don't know what people are joining this voice, and I just curious.
Okay. Well, thank you for your question and your statement. You want to learn English. Why do you want to learn English? Why?
First of all, I don't like my country. I didn't like my country, so I wanted to know the other thoughts, idea. And I don't think people speak my first language well, so I thought I should learn English. It's easy to communicate with people from overseas.
Thank you very much. I understood everything you said there. So your English level at this moment is very comprehensible, and thank you very much for that. Which country are you in? Are you in China? Am I wrong? Where are you?
You're wrong. UK.
I'm from next country of China.
Okay. Which country is that? Taiwan?
No.
She doesn't have to say if she doesn't want to.
Okay, yeah, no problem at all. No, it's just interesting to know. I'm currently talking to you from Japan. Okay, that's where I am currently. Although I was born in England, have been in Japan here for 26 years teaching English, you see. So this is why I was asking you the question. So yeah, it's I'm glad you said that you wanted to learn because you don't like your country and you want to meet people from around the world with different ideas, different thoughts, and English is the way to do that. That's excellent. Any other reasons? Are you looking to get a job where you can use English, for example, maybe in the future?
If I speak English well, I guess I could have. I will get a better job, so I'd like to improve my English.
Are you thinking of leaving your country and going to another country, an English-speaking country? And if that's the case, which country would you like to go to?
I'm not planning. I don't plan to leave my country, but if I could move to a different country, I'd like to live in the UK.
Okay. Oh, that's a good choice. That's where I was born. Yeah, it's a good choice. Good choice.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So, do you have any other questions now that you've started? Your English is pretty good. We all understood what you said. So please ask some more questions. Go ahead. Anything.
Question.
I can ask you, what are your interests in the way of hobbies and things like that? Do you have anything?
Yeah, I want to improve my listening skill. My listening skill is really trash. So
Okay.
I'm struggling to improve my listening skill.
Okay, then listen to
I
my
usually-
question. Yeah, go on. Sorry, go ahead. You
sorry.
usually... No, go ahead.
I
You usually...
watch a movie, sorry, videos on YouTube
Okay.
in English, but
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult.
I don't think my listening skill is good. So how should I do to improve my listening skill?
Oh yeah,
Because
it's just to
native-
communicate. The best skill is to communicate, talk and listen, talk and listen, talk and listen. That's what you've got to do. And then obviously you took the right route by watching videos on YouTube. That's an excellent route to grasping the language. So you've just got to keep interacting with the language. You've got to keep talking and asking questions and listening, and that's how you do it, you see. And try to relate it to your life experiences, because through that we get to learn about you, you get to learn about me and everybody else, and your vocabulary builds and your listening also improves. Do you get me? Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for your explanation.
Yeah. That's how I learned Japanese, you see. Make lots of mistakes. Don't be worried about making a mistake, because no one's going to give you a fine here. So we will just correct you as you go along. That's what it is. So you're not going to get 20 lashes on your backside. No, we're not going to strap you down and lash you down for saying something wrong. We're just going to help you and correct. And that's why. So making a mistake is a good thing, actually, because that's how you learn.
Thank you.
Okay? Yeah.
I see. I got it.
Yeah. So one of my hobbies is like motorcycles. I love motorcycles, for example. Yeah. That's why my name is Jin CBR1. Ooh, whoop. That's a CBR 1000 noise. That's the noise of the engine of my bike. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, I've gone into the sunset, if you will. Right. So I love motorcycles. I started riding them when I was 17. I got myself a CB 100N, and now I ride the CBR 1000 RR.
1000. Dang.
Nice machine.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, this conversation is well posed for the server purpose, which is the English server. And the lady that opened her mic very politely and replied to us, and without fear, she's engaging with an English teacher, which is, lady, Panda, Jin CBR, he's an English teacher. So that's a good thing that you are engaging with him. And eventually, if you're able to listen to conversations in this VC, it might be overused, because many conversations in here go kind of deep in many different topics, and the meaning of words are very pronounced in these conversations. So that might help you long term to your English learning endeavors. So welcome to this English server and the
and short
FE
term.
channel.
Yeah, long term and short term as well, because some of the language you pick up, you can use you can use immediately because you understand. You see, but so that's one of my hobbies, motorcycling. I started when I was, like I said, 17. I'm now 63. My son also is a motorcyclist, and he's doing off road like we used to do. We also like bicycling, cycling, mountain bike, trekking. Going into the mountains with the mountain bike and following the trails. We do that as well. Okay. That's my hobby anyway. One of.
I just wanted to say, Jean, that she said that she engaged, but she will probably be in the listening mode mostly. Good for her. And we just want to double check on other people that joined the VC, like Shanikiha. Shanikiha. Is that like a Japanese word? Shanikiha?
Konnichiwa. Yes. Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. O genki desu ka? O kigen wa dou desu ka?
I think they dropped.
Ah, okay.
Damn.
Yeah. Well, I asked them, how are you? How are you feeling is what I asked. How are you? How are you feeling? Yeah. In Japanese. And they went, oh, I'm going to go too much questions there.
In Chinese, it's ni hao ma.
Ni hao ma. Yeah.
Hey, Jen, how do you say the Earth's flat in Japanese, man?
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah. Chikyu wa taira desu. Chikyu, Earth. Wa is taira, level. Chikyu wa taira desu.
Damn.
Flat.
That's a mouthful, bro. That's a whole mouthful.
Chikyu wa taira desu. Then I can't find the curvature. Is kyokuritsu ga mitsukerarenai desu. Kyokuritsu wa mitsukerarenai. Hakari wa dekinai. I can't measure the curvature. I can't find the curvature of the Earth.
I love it. I love it.
Can I correct you with Japanese? 測りはできないです is not correct. 測ることはできないです is correct.
あ、そうですね。ありがとうございます。そうです。Yeah, 見つけることはできない。Yeah, I didn't put the こと in. Sometimes I'm naughty like that and I cut it. That's the English side trying to be direct without going too much into the... So I omit some things that I think is not necessary, but Japanese being purist, they want it perfect, yeah. So, kyokuritsu mitsukeru koto wa dekimasen, or dekinai desu. Hai, suimasen deshita. And then I said, excuse me for not doing it right just there. Thank you. Well, what did you think about my Japanese anyway? Is it good?
Yeah, your Japanese is good, I think so.
はい、ありがとうございます。はい、頑張りましたから。全部で日本人から習ったけど。Yeah, so I said I've tried very hard and I've learned it all from the Japanese.
So can I ask you, why do you want to learn Japanese?
Oh, okay, yeah. なぜ日本語で勉強したのは、奥さんは日本人ですね。イギリスに会いました。それで、彼女がおいで、日本に来て英語を教えてはほしいですけど、みんなに、日本人に、それで、イギリスから日本までで引っ越しした。それは26年前。Okay, what did I just say to the young lady? I said, the reason I went to Japan was because I met my wife in England, of course, and she said that I should come to Japan to teach English because they need English teachers here. Okay? And I've been here for 26 years. There you go.
I love it.
So you live... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Me?
Yes, you said something. You was going to say, so you... Go ahead.
I think, yeah. So you still live in Japan?
Yes, hi, ima, Nippon ni iru, ima. So this.
Oh, I see.
Yes, I'm in Japan right now. It's a hot day, sweltering. Everybody's complaining. I don't even have the aircon on because I like the heat. So aircon tsukatte nai yo.
Yeah. Hey, Jen, you're sweating, man.
Yeah. I like the heat, man.
Let's check on Mark.
Mark, if you have any questions about the topic, VC topic, go right ahead. You're welcome to open your mic. Go ahead. You guys continue. If Ark doesn't say anything.
Yeah. Just wait.
I have a question.
Art.
Is anybody else having trouble iPhone or Android, type in the chat because I'm having and I'm not the only person. Toby Dog is having an issue to where you go to hit your text box and it'll flash the keyboard up and then drop it right back down and it pulls it away and you're not able to type anything.
Listen, in the new Android versions, in the newer Android version, I'm having issues. In an old Android version, I having no issues.
Right.
So is this a Discord bug?
Discord bug based on the software version, most likely.
Yeah, you're not the only one. I've heard other people having problems as well with, especially typing in and not able to get their message into the Discord. But I've been very lucky because I've been using an iPad from 2012 iPad and a 2014 iPhone 6 Plus. And I've been destroying those Globers heavily with that stuff. And then my Japanese, listen to this, my Japanese student only last week, Thursday, last week, gave me an iPhone 11, which her husband wasn't using anymore because he had upgraded and it'd been sitting there for a few months. And she knew that, that I would be able to use it. So she gave it to me last week.
Yeah.
Says, Jin Sensei, I've got a present for you. See what I mean? Showering with gifts. I'm using it right now. That's what I'm using now. Yeah, and it's been really smooth interface.
Let's check on Jenna. Good stuff, Jin. Jenna, which Android version are you using?
Oh crap! You had to ask me. Let me check.
Yeah, Jenna.
So go to your settings. Go all the way down to About Phone or Phone Information. Click on that, and then go to Software Information, and it will give you the AI or version or Android version, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, with the iPhones, you'd have to go into General, then go to About.
No, I got it. I got to go to my About phone. It's an S24, the Galaxy S24.
Okay.
Funny because that's what I have. That's the one that is giving me issues. And then I have a Note 20 Ultra that has an older version of Android, and the Ultra works perfectly.
Yes.
And the
What the
S24 is giving me issues, and that one has a newer Android version.
I'm wondering if I just connect my old phone to Wi-Fi and get on. Well, no, I can't because my Discord's logged out of and everything on my old phone. Yeah.
Well, logging again.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. You can always log back in.
I'm going to see if that works. And I also thought about uninstalling and reinstalling the app.
Yeah.
I tried that on my S24. I tried that. It didn't work.
Shit. Okay.
But yeah, who knew? I got myself a nice phone, iPhone 11 there. It updated to iOS 18 on Saturday. We updated it, and I'm just destroying those Globers even faster than I was before now.
So last point about the version, the S24 that is giving me issues is an Android 15, and the S20 Ultra that has an old Android version is an Android 13. So from 13 to 15, the 13 is having no issues with Discord, but the 15 Android is having issues. So you guys have a reference about which versions I'm using. The newer version is giving issues, the older version is not giving issues, and it's confirmed with Jenna's that me and her have the same phone, so we have the same Android version that is giving issues. So there you go. That's one variable.
Yeah. I noticed that Jenna hasn't been into the Earth Awakening server or Gem Panda server of late for quite a while.
I'm pretty sure that I got banned from there after somebody said they have a curved level, and I was like, show it to me, and then somebody else started going on about, okay, so just close your eyes and imagine blah, 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 that you're on a globe and this and that and the other thing, and I was like, so I have to imagine it.
There you are. There you go.
I have to fucking close my eyes and imagine it for it to be anything? You guys want me to play an imagination game? And I'm pretty sure I got booted.
Yeah, well, all the years I've been there, it turns out that Jin is now moderating there. Would you believe? Jin is a mod in the Gem Panda server.
No.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. And you know, Jin, you guys, you drop me into the Gem Panda server, and I seek and destroy. Yeah, that's what's been happening all these years, right? They've made me a mod now.
Wow.
Gem Panda.
Don't believe
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I don't believe it.
The irony.
Man. You had to earn them stripes, huh?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, Jan. It's unbelievable, bro.
There you go. Right. So I can unban you if you want to be unbanned. You can come. I can get that sorted out. There you go. That's the point. Jin's got the flat earthers back now.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Yeah. Let me tell you the underlying reason why they gave me that mods. Because they're trying to shut me up. Because when you're a moderator, you're meant to be facilitating the conversation and sitting back.
Right.
But Jin cannot sit back, can he? So I've said, I'm going to talk. You can take the mods away from me because you're not going to shut me up because you give me the mods. Okay, now. Okay, so it's up to you. I didn't ask for it. You can take it back anytime you like. I'm going to talk. Yeah, man.
Dude, that's a hell of a story, bro. Think about that. A flat earther, a mod at Gem Pandas. What? Get the fuck
There
out
you go.
of here. No.
There you go.
That's never going to happen, dude. I would have never, ever thought that was going to happen. No.
Yeah. Not me, especially me. Not me. Me.
Especially you, man.
Yeah. I'm not that guy, am I? I'm not that guy you're going to give mods to. The man who destroys your server, you want to give him a moderator.
Yeah.
Wow.
You are such a cheerleader, trooper, front line through. I mean, you are.
That's 63. 63. I'm still
Frenches.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they gave you moderator, because you destroyed it and now they want you to build it back.
Yeah, that's the point.
Oh, there you go, Jesse.
Yeah. I thought that one as well, Jemsy. True. It's a true point.
So now you invite Jenna, and that's like part of the build-up. And then Jenna invites me, and then we keep going.
Come on, everybody. Let's go in there and destroy them. Yeah.
Let's destroy.
Because that's all you're going to get is a
need an invite. I need an invite because I don't even think I have that. I have that on my list anymore. So send me an invite.
Send me an invite.
Send me a DM right now, and I can send you an invite. Okay, just send me a little DM, and I'll do that for you right now. So yeah, man, I can't believe that I've been made a mod, and then I'm also a mod in the Omnivore server. Do you know what I mean? Omnivore server, Din's a moderator there as well.
All right.
Yeah, and again, you know why? Because they're trying to stop me from talking. You see, you know. They don't want me because like I said, when you're a moderator, you don't really talk much. You're just meant to be facilitating and ensuring the conversations go smoothly, really. And you might interject now and again, but so I caught the tactics, but I have to interject. That's me. I can't.
Arian, go ahead, Arian. Your mic is open. You can ask a question.
You have to interject, Jen. There is no choice, bro.
Hey,
exactly.
We're on a flat Earth. It's stationary, and we can prove it. Mongos, let's go. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So one has to interject.
Go ahead, Arian.
We got this, Jan. It's so easy, bro. It's so easy that if there was explosive diarrhea on the ISS, that they would have to evacuate. I mean, they would have to evacuate immediately, right?
Immediately. That the projectile velocity of that projectile of that brown substance.
Oh my goodness, that shit's going everywhere. Pink eye fucking syndrome.
Yeah.
Where's my goggles?
The stench and the brown stain on all the switches. Come on, man. Who wants to touch that?
Nobody's gonna. It's gonna be a disaster. So yeah, just something. When you came in tonight and you said that, man, I knew exactly what you were talking about. Like, wow, it was so funny, man. I'm like, that's Jin from Japan, bro. I know who I'm talking to.
Yeah, as soon as I heard your voice, I thought, yeah, I'm going to connect with Flat Earth Dude immediately. And that was the one.
Jen, I sent you a message.
Yeah,
direct
I'm
message.
just looking for it right now. I'm just looking for it now, actually, to see what happens.
Might be in your folder of unread.
Yeah, because I'm still getting used to this new iPhone 11's format. So let's have a look and see what you've done there quickly. Let's have a look.
Oh, I also sent you a friend request. How are we not friends yet?
Yeah, that's a surprise because I thought we were.
Let me check it.
So I've accepted it because we've been talking for ages on my other phone. Maybe because it's my new phone. Perhaps.
About 3 years, going on 3 years. I've been in Discord doing that. Yeah,
absolutely. I think we circumnavigated the friend request bit, and we were still talking. So that's what happened there. Because it is possible to circumnavigate that and still communicate with people without actually having a friend request, accepting. But I've done that now. So, yep, we're connected. Brilliant. Let me see now if I can do this, because it says, that's a pain, yeah. The setup is different. Come on, where the bloody hell?
Hey, welcome everybody. If you got something to ask, question, please jump in. Now's a good time. The Earth is observably and used as flat and stationary, man. We checked it out. And it's without a doubt, that's how they use it. That means sailing, flying, wherever you use
Okay,
it.
Jenna, here we go, Jenna. It's coming your way now. You got the invite, yeah?
Yeah, there it is.
Yep. Okay. Just had to work it out. Sorry, Flat Earth Dude. You carry on there, mate.
I was just filling some air and saying, hey, man, we checked out airline flights and sailing, and the Earth is flat, man. Water's level. I mean,
yes. Yeah. Flat Earth Dude is the man who enjoys life in the nightmare. What is it? What was it? What did I coin it?
We're living the dream in a nightmare.
Nightmare. Yeah, that was it.
That was it, bro. That was it. Yeah. Damn. Living the dream in a nightmare. That's kind of what we're going through. Literally. I mean,
yeah.
You have to deal with Jim Pandas of the world. You are fucking living in a nightmare, bro. I mean, you are. Nobody besides you, Jen, has taken on Mr. Panda. I mean,
I am the nightmare when I go in.
You have to have more hours with Jim than anybody in all of human history, man. I mean, come on.
There you go, man.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
There's nobody that's taking on Panda more. Dude, I went in there one night and that guy annoyed me so much. I'm like, I'm never coming back here again. That guy's annoying, bro. I don't know how you.
Yeah, but I annoy him more.
You annoy him more. Dude,
yeah.
Do you remember when you and Snack went at it for 8 hours?
Yeah, 8 hours attack with Snack and his cronies, and Jin totally destroyed them.
Yeah. I don't know. It was some kind of crazy night, bro. You guys were going back and forth.
Because he insulted me. Me, you see, and that was it.
You guys insulted each other for 8 hours. And
that's right.
I was like, oh my God.
But the thing is, right, he wasn't able to talk though. It was me talking for 8 hours nonstop, and he couldn't get a word in for 8 hours. You'd gone to the shop, done your shopping, got your bottles of IPA, cooked a roast dinner, had your meals, right? And we were still at it.
And you guys were going back and forth. And that was crazy, man. That was fun. Thank you. But
oh yeah,
it comes
people
to like,
people were saying, I never knew Jin could do that.
only
I said,
Jin.
yeah, there's a lot you didn't know. Yeah. And like I said, I'm 63 now and I'm still running on my 30-year-old energy.
Absolutely.
That's awesome, man. That is so cool.
So great. So great, bro.
Yeah, I've been blessed.
Jen, you and Panda. Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I can't believe that I've been made a mod. That's the thing, because I go in there like Rambo, machine gun flying, flaring up.
Sorry if I interrupt you. What are you talking about?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's a good question. We're talking about a server which is owned by a guy called Gem Panda, and it invites flat earthers to come and discuss the flat Earth versus the heliocentric model, the shape of the Earth meant to be a globe. Okay, but he is the worst host you could ever meet. Very rude, obnoxious, mutes you in the middle of your sentence, calls you names, abuse. It's all going out live. Okay, but I triumph through all that. For all that nonsense, I'm the man with the rugby ball, and I get it to the try. Bang. Do you understand? Yeah, I deliver the truth.
Who is Panda? Is it
He's an Englishman living in Leicester, in England, and he is the host of the server called Debate Flat Earth and More. Right? He's from Leicester, a very articulate Englishman, very smart. He's got one or two disabilities, okay, but he's a very, very articulate man, very clever. Remember, he's telling the world that the Earth is a globe, so he's a very good deceiver. And I am there to highlight all the anomalies in his statements and his position. And he doesn't like it. You see?
Like the moon landings are fake, bro.
Yeah. Nobody's gone to the moon, and we can prove that.
The moon landings were a Hollywood production in low quality video. And
yes.
It's really bad. If you look at the moon landing videos, they're bad. They're bad.
Yeah. So that's who Gem Panda is. Gem Panda owns a server called Debate Flat Earth and More. So the and more section is all different topics: medicine, health, hobbies, and whatever you want to talk about, politics. But it's mainly a flat Earth debate, and he invites all us flat earthers to come and debate. But he's very rude, very obnoxious. He calls us morons and all kinds of names. But the point is, I entertain the listeners in the live stream. And I say, ladies and gentlemen, can you see the abuse? He's not actually addressing the problem. He's busy insulting us. But is he proving the Earth is a globe? He's not, is he, ladies and gentlemen? There you have it, you see? So always remembering to engage with the actual listeners. Get them to be paying attention. That's what I'm excellent at. I excel at that. They made me a mod. I've
I can't believe this, man. This is breaking news.
Them.
This is breaking news, dude. Jin is a mod on freaking pandas. Come on.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
This is unheard.
They must like the fact that the audience really clicks with you and resonates with you. That's, hey, I mean, if it helps them get more viewers and it helps their viewership, right, of course they're going to make you a mod.
Okay.
Well, yeah, awesome. Yeah. I thought it was an attempt to shut me up because I don't shut up. Do you know what I mean? They have to. I said Gem Panda's got the most highly polished mute button on earth.
Now
the amount of usage it gets. There are times when I go in there and say, Gem, today you better order a new mute button. You're going to need it.
I love you, brother. Fuck yeah, I love you, man. That's the attitude we all need to take sometimes. And Jin has been doing this for 10 years. I've known this guy for 10 years. He's been fucking nonstop in your face. Let's go. Earth is flat, without a doubt. Water's level.
Yeah, well, if you're not, if you're not attacking people, right, and you're not ad homing people, then they really have no leg to stand on. And if they do silence you and mute you when you're bringing up like real points, then they're going to make themselves look like they're silencing somebody who shouldn't be silenced because you're totally cordial about your approach. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Jin uses the F word about once every 20 million words. He is so polite. Jin, you are amazing, bro.
Thank you. That's key, isn't it? I got to the Gem Panda server from Becky from Australia. Do you remember her? Becky from Australia. Yeah. Yeah, she gave me the link, and I went in there to talk about the photographic anomalies from the Apollo missions. You know, the Apollo missions. You know, the idea that they've taken like one photograph every other second, but you don't see them do that. But that's what the map states. If you've got 5,000 odd pictures, you'd be taking a picture one every other second, and we don't see them doing that. Do you see what I mean? You know. And then they called me a retard and started slagging me up, and that's when I went in there super polite, and they did that, and it's been a nightmare ever since. Yeah,
Jen. So we added up the photos that they took from the moon landings.
Yeah,
and they took an astronomical number of photos.
Yeah, 5,771. All those missions combined.
771 photos.
Yeah, 5,700.
Add up the time that they were actually on the moon.
Yeah.
It worked out to how many photos per second or what?
Yeah, it would be like in some cases two photos every 2 seconds or something silly like that. It was ridiculous anyway. And
it was silly.
When you actually look at the footage, they're not doing the action. The action doesn't match the numbers, or the numbers don't match the action. Yeah. So there you go.
Yeah. But the numbers were like they had to take a picture every like 3 seconds or something.
Yeah. That's about right.
Something like that. I mean, dude, correct me if I'm wrong, please. But yeah, I remember that from like there was this website called Aulis.
Yes, I've got that one. That's from the Apollo Detectives. I've got that site still.
Yeah,
yes.
That place, it went into how many seconds the moon. That website was amazing, bro.
Yeah, I have dismantled many a server with that website.
Yes, I bet
the information is just compelling and destroying. I did it yesterday in Omnivores. Totally annihilated them.
Yep. That annihilates the moon landing, bro. That's it's
you've got what's his name, Scott Henderson, who is an American, an expert in photographic anomalies, and also an expert with vacuums. I've learned a lot about vacuums of space and chamber from Scott Henderson. Then there's Marcus Allen, a British guy who is the CEO, chief editor of the Nexus magazine, living out in Bromley, in England, Bromley, Kent. He brings in the photographic anomalies and other things, radiation and that. Then there's Gerard White, who I don't particularly like, the Australian, who poo-poos flat Earth. Okay, so this is Gerard White. He knows that the moon landings were a hoax, but he doesn't seem to be able to cross the road to understand that if they didn't go to the moon and they don't have pictures, what are you believing in? Because he still thinks the Earth is a globe, doesn't he? You see,
right?
And he vehemently pisses on the flat Earth. So that's why I don't like him. But he's done some good work. For example, it was him that stated that when you fire radiation into aluminium, okay, when it passes through, the radiation gets a boost. It intensifies when it's on the inside. So it's going to be a very bad day in the office for the occupants of that spacecraft as aluminium goes through. So aluminium is the worst material to use for a spacecraft to go to space. You cannot be using aluminium. Shouldn't use it. It offers no protection, but then it increases the risk of you dying from radiation. Okay? He did the experiments. Yeah, it was good.
They said they went through the Van Allen radiation belts.
That's right. Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, no problem. We got this, bro.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, we went through there quickly. You see, so we spent less time.
Quickly, bro. We were in a hurry.
Yeah.
All I'm interested in is explosive diarrhea. on ISS, but yeah, that's just me. I'm weird like that, but
but as you well know, those photographs you're talking about, the action belays what we actually see, and those numbers just don't match up. Right. 5,771. And the main point is what they've said. From all those 5,771, all of us, when we were born and living through this moon landings hoax, and it's been promoted every year, and the anniversaries and everything. Do you know we've only seen about 2 or 3 from those 5,771? The public has only seen about 2 or 3 of those shots. The one with the man on the moon with and he's lit up. That's Buzz Aldrin. That's not even Neil Armstrong. That's Buzz Aldrin you're looking at. Okay? The famous one, we're on the moon. The helmet and it's very shiny, looking good. Yeah? That's Buzz Aldrin. That's not Neil Armstrong, the first man on the moon. There are no pictures of Neil Armstrong posing on the moon. There's only one shot that was taken from the Lunar Excursion Module camera, which is attached to it here. And it's the back of Neil Armstrong right in the corner of a shot. He must have been hiding because that's what it looks like. Okay? That's the only shot we've got of Neil Armstrong on the lunar surface. What? Every other shot you see is Buzz Aldrin, his colleague. See? So that shocked me, that did. From 5,771, we only get to see 3 photographs all around the world. Isn't that amazing?
It's crazy, bro. That's amazingly awesome. Because, it just backs up that they faked all this moon landing stuff, bro. They faked it.
Yeah. It's really, really, really odd, isn't it? That you take 5,700 odd pictures and then you don't show them to at least you've got to show at least 20 or 30. We're only looking at 3 in all the years. Nuts.
Hey, welcome to Flat Earth, man. Anybody got any questions?
Yeah.
Because guess what?
Any question related to the English language as well, because if you're here to improve your English, then please ask those questions as well, because that's what this server is mainly about. But the idea here is you're going to learn English, so you may as well learn some true facts in English, historical facts or historical lies that we are highlighting. Okay, that's a good way to learn. So you're learning English and you're learning about the deception that has been perpetrated on everybody. Your country, my country, all over the world. Okay, so if you think that they went to the moon, it's an impossibility. You cannot go there because the vacuum of space will kill anything you put in it. Anything, any man-made product. It'll easily kill the humans. We can't live there. But man-made machines cannot survive in the vacuum. Impossible. The vacuum turns the equipment to gas. It's called off-gassing. That's the molecules that make up any object. The molecules gas off and dissolve, evaporate. Okay, that's what a vacuum can do.
What? So if I put a glass of water in a vacuum, it starts to evaporate. Is that what
it starts to boil? Yeah, at 37 degrees Celsius. Usually it's 100 degrees, but when you put it in the vacuum now, at 37 degrees Celsius, it starts to evaporate and boil. Yeah, absolutely correct.
Wow. Damn.
Imagine what would happen to a glass of wine. Whoa. Or a glass of whiskey.
Wow. I think whiskey would take a little longer. I don't know, man.
I thought the tolerance to heat would just be quickly, boom.
But
it's explosive, isn't it?
The alcohol would evaporate.
Yeah.
Boil off.
Exactly.
And turn into gas, man.
Gas, yeah. You see, that's what vacuum does. Yeah. So what we're saying is that you have a small vacuum chamber on your table, and you pump the evacuation pump on the outside. You switch it on, so now it's pumping away the air inside that vacuum chamber. It's being evacuated. The air is being removed, and then what happens is that the molecules that make up the object start to give off gas. started to break down.
What do they break down into, man?
The gases. That's all. The relevant gases and disappear.
I know it breaks down to hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah.
And things that are flammable. I mean,
right. And then they deposit themselves into the actual chamber themselves, because the experts who use these vacuum chambers, like in the university called MIT in the United States, they hate having to clean up. So when they've done a vacuum test and experiments and showing the off-gassing phenomena, it's a hell of a job to clean it all out, because if they don't clean it all out and clean off the gaskets, because they've got to use a new gasket seal, they can't pull the vacuum again. Do you understand? The values can't be. So it's a hard job cleaning, just to clean after one test. Such is the mess that it makes on the inside of the vacuum chamber. So with that being said, it is impossible for them to have taken the films to the moon, ordinary film, to take it to the moon, because it would have gassed off. There's no way they could have taken any pictures at all. No chance, because of the temperature variation and the radiation, and then the vacuum would have killed the film. You see? And
don't
those
forget.
tests.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Film doesn't do well in the vacuum. Is that what you're saying?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Yeah, I've seen the results. I've seen the results of film subjected to a vacuum chamber for 4 hours. Okay, 4 hours in a vacuum chamber, 10 to the minus 3 torr. And what happens to the emulsion is that all the chemicals bleed into each other. Okay, because they're beginning to separate, so they mix themselves up. So then, when you develop the film, you take your pictures and you develop the film. Where you should have like green grass, right? You've got brown grass instead of green, and maybe the sky might be pink instead of blue and stuff like that, because the colors have mixed up. Yeah. And that was just 4 hours at 10 to the minus 3 torr. If you go to the moon, the vacuum value is 10 to the minus 11 torr, or even 12 torr. So that means that the film would have been destroyed at a much faster rate. Much faster rate. Magnitudes of orders of tens times much faster. So yeah. This is what's interesting about studying the moon landings, and then looking at the vacuum of space and the dangers therein.
Extreme danger.
Yeah. Danger, Will Smith, danger.
Hey, they're golfing on the moon, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah. They're golfing on the moon, right? But they didn't hit that golf ball 6 times as far as they should have done if they were on the moon, because the gravity, which doesn't exist, by the way. So gravity is not something that is real. That's a fictitious force. It's not a real force, but let's just say it's real for a second.
Yeah.
When they if they had gone to the moon, it would only have been 1/6 of gravitational force, 1/6. So they should have been able to jump 6 times as high, or hit that golf ball 6 times as far. But it didn't work that way, did it? It didn't work that way at all. That's what we noticed. And that was, you remember Bill Cooper? Remember Bill Cooper? William Cooper?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he did an expose on the moon landing hoax, and he said that we were all expecting super athletic abilities whilst they're on the lunar surface. No one displayed that. No one. Yeah. You know, Superman type, dynamic, physical ability, and it didn't happen. Okay, it did not happen at all. They could just about. They jumped as high as they would jump here on Earth. Same height, no more.
Same height.
Yeah. The measurements were made, so they calculated it. Yeah. And William Cooper said that it was clearly obvious that they were on they were on Earth here and not on the moon. Because your body weight would have been just 1/6. So with the load on your back and your body weight, you would have weighed about 65 kg or something like that. And you would have been able to jump up and down like nobody's business on the lunar surface. Would have been able to do somersaults and everything, but they didn't do that. Yeah. So anybody got any questions? Any question. It doesn't have to be moon related. Anything. Yeah, because it would be nice. Yes, some of you might be interested in the NASA budget. The NASA space budget, that's the space agency, NASA, never a straight answer, NASA. Their budget has been reduced. Last year, it peaked at the highest it's ever been, $80 million a day. That's a $29 billion, $200 million budget. This year, it was cut to $67 million a day this year. Okay, that's where it's at now. It's dropped back down to 2016, 17 levels. Okay, so they've suffered a cut, and they're going to suffer a cut next year as well, apparently. They're going to cut it again. I think it was like what is it? They called it a 15% cut or something like this. So they're not getting much, well, they're still getting a lot of money. $67 million a day is a lot of money, and they don't give us any real photographs of Earth from space. Isn't that amazing? Yeah, isn't that not amazing that you can be given $67 million and you don't every day, that is, and you can't show us a real photograph of Earth in space? They can't do it. $67 million a day they're getting. It's a lot of money.
It's closer to 80 million now a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right, because it's 67 million is what they're getting this year every day. It was $80 million a day. That was last year. That was the highest it's ever been. Okay? That's a 29 billion, right? 29 billion, 200 million budget works out to be $18 million a day. Okay? That was last year's, the highest budget they ever got. Now they've gone back down now.
I mean, let's say you were given $80 million to make a movie, bro. Can you make a movie?
Wow. You'd make a fantastic movie with that.
$80 million a fucking day. Excuse my language. And you're going to kick the world into whatever you want them to think, man. You can do it for $80 million a day, bro. I mean, space is real. We got Tesla, we got SpaceX, $80 million. Yeah, you could do all kinds of crazy stuff, man, for $80 million a day. All right.
Yeah, you could.
You gotta go to bed, but yeah, keep it cheers, keep it cool, keep it fun. Just pick out the trolls faster. Than Jen, you're good at that, but come on. Don't give the trolls so much airtime, man. Please. Damn, I hate that. But check out Earth. Don't believe me, man. I met a guy tonight. He's never seen a giant redwood tree. A giant. Have you ever seen a giant redwood tree, Jen?
I haven't seen it in real life, but I've seen them on TV and on videos, and they are gigantic.
My God. In real life, you stand up next to this tree and you look up and you're like, you have to stick your head straight up. You gotta go, holy goodness gracious, man, this tree's 200 feet tall.
Yeah, you're literally like an ant. You're like an ant next to it, literally. They're that big.
Amazing, dude. It's to see a giant redwood, bro. It's so like, what the heck is going on Earth, man? What is happening? Where do we live?
Yeah. It's a great question.
You know, it's like seeing the ocean for the first time, man. You're like, ooh, it's flat and level. It's beautiful blue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God. It's so
I remember seeing it for the first time in 1969. Sorry, no, that would be 1970, 71. Coming back from Nigeria for 2 weeks on a ship called the MV Oriole. This ship was made in Scotland in 1950. It is now scrapped now. It died in India 2001.
Right.
Okay. That was the end of that ship. So it lasted 50 years. Okay. But I rode on it twice. Okay. And that ocean is level. And remember, we're talking, I'm a kid, but you don't forget that, do you? Because you're looking for land and all you're seeing is horizontal water. Remember, I'm looking at horizontal water, not thinking it's horizontal. I'm just looking leveled water. I'm not thinking it's flat earth. I'm not thinking it's globe earth. I'm just thinking, where's the land? There's too much water here.
Where's the land?
Yeah, where's land? Yeah.
I need some land. ASAP, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're right. You know, I'm able to recall that. You see, that's the thing. I'm able to recall that vision, that journey, like it was yesterday. Such was the impact.
Well, that's called direct experience, Jen.
Yeah.
And once you see it, you know. And if you know, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
it is very important to look back at your life, isn't it? That's what I always say to people. In order for you to understand whether or not you're living on a globe ball earth, you should have experienced it. So you're going to need to look back in your life, you see. That's why your memories are so precious. You need to be looking back. Even your memories of your grandparents and your parents' lives are very precious, because in there's a lot of data, a lot.
It's a lot of data. It's a lot of data, Jen.
Yeah, yeah. The powers that shouldn't be don't want you looking back at your lives, especially when you're talking about the globe Earth. Because once you start to look back at your life, you wake up. It's an avenue to wake you up, because you haven't experienced living on a globe. And that would be impossible, because you're talking about a globe here. Yeah.
Yep. No globe. It's the experience. That's what I was taught. There's no globe experience. Anyway.
Because you're given your five senses, you see. You're given your senses. God gave us the senses so we could understand the world that's around us. That's why he gave us the senses. So the idea that you're living on a globe, but you can't see it, you can't measure it, you can't feel it, but you're on it, that doesn't work. That goes against God's senses that he gave us.
Exactly. And if I was a diabolical, cuck Mongo, I would try to trick everybody into believing that they cannot trust their senses.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what they do.
That's what I would do. And how would I do that is exactly how they did it, bro. They put that globe in front of every child in the world and they shoved it in their face and they're like, this is where you live, Mongo. Accept it. And, we all accepted it for a long time, Jen. Come on, we did. Oh, okay. You guys are smart. I don't know anything. Yeah. Once you realize, oh, shit, water's level. Yeah. That's why we got censored. We used to get millions of views, Jen.
Yeah.
Now we get like hundreds of views. That's it.
Yeah.
Hundreds.
Yeah. We were like an express train, weren't we? The flat earth was coming. people were waking up, like I said, in the millions.
Millions, bro.
Yeah. TikTok gave us a little bit of an adrenaline rush. They injected the numbers up, which is good. And we're just going to build up. You know what? They were so panicking. That's why they did the final experiment. That's why they did that, the 24-hour sun. Because they had to do something. They were panicking. But again, we told them that if you looking at the sun doesn't determine the shape on the ground you're on.
That's right.
It doesn't.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's like saying, hey, man, I'm in the forest. I see a bunch of trees. Therefore, I'm a tree. No.
Yeah.
It doesn't correlate. It's not going to line up. Right.
It doesn't colorate. It doesn't match.
Correlate. Love it. Yeah. It doesn't match reality.
Yeah. So you have to be careful of people trying to say that your senses are not reliable. I've said to some of these Globers, even like when I'm riding my motorbike, I'm riding my motorbike and I'm going around the corner, and when you're cornering, you're watching the apex and the line and that, and then sometimes you might hit some gravel, okay, and suddenly you're going down, and whilst you're going down, your senses are trying to upright that bike whilst you're crashing. Whilst you're crashing, that's your senses. And then the Globe said, yeah, but your senses failed. Just because they failed there doesn't mean I'm not going to rely on it. I have to rely on it again, because nine times out of 10, I don't come off the bike on gravel. So that was just bad luck on that day. That's all. So of course I'm going to rely on my senses. I'm not going to stop relying because I had one crash because a front wheel washout, and that's the end of my days of riding. No, I'm getting back on the bike, dust off. What? And you carry on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
You relied on your senses to keep you from sliding out.
Exactly. And sustaining injuries.
Your motors.
Yes, it was a gradual crash.
Yeah.
Because that's what the body does. The brain instinctively wants to be level, you see. Even when it's cornering, it knows what it's doing. This is beyond my control now because I'm riding it, but the computer is saying we're going to stay level. Oh, we're going down, but let's stay level. We're going down. we've gone down. You see? That's how that worked.
You have a built-in gyroscope, is what you're saying.
Yes, we do. We do.
Yes,
exactly.
We all do. We all have the built-in gyroscope.
Yeah.
We know which way, left, right, up, down, we're constantly adjusting to keep ourselves level.
Right.
Constantly.
Right. Yeah.
We want to be level. We don't want to be leaning left, right.
No. But the body compensates. For example, when you're going uphill now, you will notice that you're putting more pressure on the balls of your feet, and now your heels are playing an important part in keeping you in your shoe. Because if you didn't have the heels, you'd slide out of your shoe as you're walking up. You know what I mean? Right? And then you're leaning forward to try and keep level. And then when you're going downhill, you're leaning back to try and keep level as your toes are hitting the front of your shoe. You're sliding to the front of your shoe now. You notice how the weight shifts. That's the same in an aeroplane. In an aeroplane, you're flying, you're in the seatbelt. When it takes off, you're leaning right back. The backrest is taking a lot of pressure because the plane is going up, at an angle. Then when it levels off, you're sitting on the seat and there's less pressure on the back of the seat now. When it's going downwards, you're going to be leaning forward. This is how you know your gyroscope and your body weight shift tells you all this. There's your senses.
These are your senses. These are your God-given senses, bro. Right?
Right. So that's how we know that an aeroplane is flying horizontal because it's not taking a curved trajectory. Okay, it doesn't do that. And the in-flight telemetry data tells us that. It says this plane flew horizontal for so many hours. No curved trajectory at all. And that's impossible when you're living on a globe. You must follow the curvature.
On a globe because the globe has a curvature. Therefore, you must compensate for curvature if you're flying around it. Right?
Yeah.
You have to.
Yes. It has to be all-inclusive in your flight. Predicted. In fact, it should be coming up on your heads-up display. Oh, London to Tokyo, Japan. London Heathrow, Tokyo Narita. 6,000 miles. Altitude 50,000 feet. time duration 9.5 hours, a predicted curvature to be experienced 3,740.47 miles. And if you look at the globe, that's a quarter of the globe. All that information should be on the heads-up display for you. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Exactly.
But it's not, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not there, bro.
It's not there because we're flying over a flat Earth, you see. That's why it's not there. It's not necessary.
So
see how easy it is to prove.
Well, Jen, it's much easier to fly a plane on a flat stationary plane than it is on a globe.
Yes.
It's curving and spinning and doing all this crazy. But if it's just flat and stationary, you just take off and land. Yeah, good. We're good to go, right?
Yeah, no bother, no problem. You're good to go.
Right? No problem.
It's like when the 24/7 drops Jin into the Jan Panda server, they don't have to worry about dropping me into the wrong house because the Earth's rotating, because it's not rotating. Because if it was, then they'd have to make sure that I don't land in someone else's server. You see? Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Because the Earth isn't rotating. They just drop it in and we destroy.
Drop in, man.
Yeah.
That's hilarious analogy, bro. I love it.
Yeah.
And without a doubt, man, the Earth is navigated and flown and traveled flat and stationary.
And measured flat.
And measured, of course.
Yeah.
But it's flat, measured, stationary. We got it, man.
Yeah.
It's not moving. No planes have to adjust for spin or tangential gradients or none of that.
Yeah.
There's no pilot in the world adjusts for curvature or spin, bro. Not one.
No, that's right. And if you look on YouTube, for those who are listening for the English lesson, if you look on YouTube for 28 pilots confirm flat Earth.
Oh yeah.
28 pilots confirm flat Earth. Now that's a short documentary. I think it's about 40 minutes long, and you're hearing the pilots tell you that the Earth is not a ball. They fly over a flat Earth. Pilots who fly every day.
Your buddy in Japan put that out, man, right?
Yeah, that's right. Flat Earth Banjo. He's a Brazilian married to a Japanese woman, 2 children. Yeah, 2 girls he's got. Yeah. That's right. Flat Earth Banjo. Yeah.
Shout out to Banjo, bro. Shout out.
Yeah. I don't think he gets enough recognition. He's a great flat earther, that one.
What? Didn't he also put out like emergency landings?
Yes, 16 emergency landings prove flat Earth. Yes. And then he's gone on to do 6 more emergency landings, prove flat Earth. And then he went out and did Pearl Harbor, proves flat Earth. Brilliant.
Damn.
Yeah.
So flat Earth is something we can all check out.
Yeah.
We're not lying to you. We're not trying to trick you. We're not you're shooting through no. There's no vacuum, outer space, millions of miles an hour, trillions of miles away. No, none of that.
We've got 200 proofs for flat Earth, roughly 200. We don't have one proof for the globe. Not one. How can that be? Not one, but we've got 200 proofs of flat Earth.
One.
Wow. God, that's embarrassing.
Crazy. Think about that.
Yeah.
We got 200. They got zip. They're dead.
Right. So therefore, it makes perfect sense that we've had a 10-year victory. They haven't got a single proof.
10 years, man. We've been looking for this single proof. They got nothing. After 10 years, bro. Think about that.
Nada.
Nada.
Nine.
How do you say that in Japanese?
Nine. Shoko wa nai. Hitotsu na shoko koto wa nai desu.
They got. I know how they say it in the UK, man. You ain't got F all, bro.
Yeah, you ain't got F all, mate. Niche.
Right? You got nothing, bro.
Yeah, you got nothing, man. Can you believe that? 200 versus 0. And you're going to be losing debates, are you?
No, you're not.
You're not. Obviously not. Exactly.
You're going to crush. And As long as you bring Jin with you, you're gonna kill.
Yeah, we're gonna destroy. We're gonna destroy psychologically, intellectually, physically. Do you know what I was saying to them yesterday in the Gen Panda server? I see, ladies and gentlemen, I've noticed that your heart rate is up as soon as I've come in. Yeah. You know why? Because it's getting intense. It's getting exciting. The opposition's frying up. But at the same time, your heart rate is up. That's beneficial because it means your blood is traveling around your arteries quicker, which means it's eroding your cholesterol because it's removing that for you. So just listening to GCBR1, it benefits you to your health. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it raises your heart rate. Therefore, it's kind of like a workout. It's kind of What do they call it? Cardio. You got to get some cardio.
Yeah, that's right. The cardio is working for you. So that's going to reduce your blood. Gin CBR1 reduces your blood pressure when we're talking about flat Earth. Yeah. And
Dude,
they hate that.
That's the best explanation of you I've ever heard, man. You're like the cardio fucking, let's go, man. Jumping jacks. Here we go. Let's go.
Here we go. Do you remember Billy's Boot Camp? I did like Billy's Boot Camp. He was good.
I don't remember that. Dang it. Is that an English thing?
No, it's American. Billy's Boot Camp is an American. And he had his videos, the exercise videos. He was ex-military, wasn't he? And he produced some keep fit videos that were very popular here in Japan, by the way.
I don't remember that. Damn it.
Yeah, you look it up. Billy's Boot Camp workouts. They were really good.
Jin is the fucking workout camp, bro. I'm going Jin's workout camp.
Yeah, Jin's workout when it comes to flat Earth, babies. Yeah.
Hey, thank you guys for putting up with me, man. I, try to keep it fun, light, and truthful. And
truthful, yeah. Yeah, just same here.
Honest, man.
Thanks for the invite to the server.
Airplanes fly flat.
Yep.
We got pilots. We got emergency landing. I mean, all these things add up, man. But
they add up in such a compelling way. You see, it's compelling. That's the thing about it. When you hear torpedoes prove flat Earth, okay, right? And you think, what do you mean torpedoes are proving flat Earth, right? But then you look into it. Because I knew what it meant anyway, but I looked into it. And I thought, wow. Now, it turns out that the British, the Americans, and the Australians, right, totally underrated and underestimated Japan, okay? Because they were saying that the Japanese could not make a torpedo to rival theirs or even equal theirs, yeah? You know what happened? Japan makes the best torpedoes, double the performance of all the said three. Double. Okay? Yeah, the range was doubled. 25-mile range, they were knocking them out. They could kill a ship 25 miles away. Called the Sansol Gyurei, which means oxygen torpedo, 93. Sansol Gyurei. That's air torpedo 93. Type 93. Air torpedo. Massive thing. Long like this. They called it the Long Lance, okay? And it would destroy the enemy 25 miles away. Okay? And torpedoes just take a straight linear line, you see. Don't they?
Yes.
They don't follow a curved trajectory.
Straight. Totally straight.
Yeah, you just aim and fire, and that's it. It's gone. No curve at all, yeah. Yeah, the Japanese Sansol Gyurei Type 93. Brilliant invention. No, I don't like war. I'm not into destruction. I hate war completely and utterly. But it did make me laugh when the British and the Americans and Australians were stating that the Japanese were not capable of building a torpedo to rival theirs. And before they knew it, they were being hit and they didn't know where it came from. They were being blown out of their uniforms. There you go. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So torpedoes prove flat Earth just by the way they fly under the water. It states if the Earth was curving and at 25 miles, the torpedo taking its straight linear line would have surfaced at 7 miles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it would have popped out of the curvature, man. It would have popped out of the curvature, right?
Yeah. It would have popped out at 7 miles, man.
Shit. Sorry, Captain. It popped out of the curvature. Yeah, we didn't account for that, bro.
There you go.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
I got that one from Richard. You know, Richard, Thrive and Survive. He's brilliant, isn't he?
Love Rich. Yeah, I do love Rich.
Yeah.
Is he okay, man? I haven't seen him.
Yeah, no, he's okay, man. Yeah, you know what? He turned his health around. Because remember, he had that, I think he had a couple of strokes. And then he totally just stopped. He just became super fit, healthy now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Good on Rich, man. I like that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Love Rich. Damn. I know he lost his original channel, bro.
That's right, you see. Yeah, he did. On his original channel, he had the submarine. That's where I got the submarine one from Richard, you see. And then what he's done on his new channel, he's impersonating the Japanese, isn't he? You know, lotte. You know, he's putting on a Japanese accent right as they fire their torpedoes. It's really good. Little light humor with his new video. Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, the planes fly flat. The torpedoes, go through the water flat.
Yeah, horizontally. Yeah, usually.
And then everybody builds their buildings on the flat Earth. I get that. That's easy.
Yeah, curvature is not considered anywhere.
No, not anywhere. There's no curvature considered.
Yeah, they're not thinking about the curvature. They're not adding it in. They're not thinking, hold on, if I'm building this, I must think about the Earth's curvature. Okay, Harry, the mathematician, you've got to now start to do the calculations.
No.
No, they don't do that. Yeah, it's level, away you go. Simple.
I still can't believe you're a mod at Pandas, man. That kind of freaks me out. I'm freaking out still.
There you go. Yeah. And do you know what? I think 2 years ago, I was complaining because what's his name? Black guy. He was a moderator for the Flat Earthers in there. Chemo. That's it. You know Chemo, don't you? Chemo.
Kevmo.
No, Chemo. Black guy. Chemo.
Yeah, I think I ran into him. Yeah.
So Chemo was in the server, but he left. Yeah. So it left that we didn't have a Flat Earther moderator to represent us. So I said to Jen Panda, you should give me those mods because we need one. We're getting muted all over the place here. No one's got our backs. Yeah. Okay. And then he did offer me it, right? And you know what I thought? I thought, no, I don't want to be a mod because I don't want to align myself with them. I just want to be a menace to them. So I goes, you know what? I'm going to turn down the mods. So I turned it down. They actually offered it to me after I asked. And then I turned it down, okay, 2 years ago. Because I purely wanted to be a menace. I didn't want to be a mod. Because I knew what it meant to be a mod, Yeah. But in the end, they offered it to me 2 months ago. So 2 months ago, I became a mod. Yeah, I go in there and Jen Panda and everyone's saying to me, Jin, you're a mod now. I was like, am I? Why? I said, why?
Why? What the heck is wrong with you, Jim?
I said, why? What's going on here?
That's what I'm asking, man. What the hell's going on? Why would you do
man.
that?
Yeah. How can you give your worst enemy of a Flat Earther the mod? Because I am the worst Flat Earther that goes in there for them. Then I've had them saying, why do you come here? Enough is enough. He's been here 4 hours.
Have you ever heard of the Tasmanian Devil? Have you ever heard of that one?
Yes, of course I have. Bugs Bunny's best friend.
Yeah. You're like the Tasmanian Devil of fucking Flat Earth, dude. You can come in and whip that shit up so fast. Like, dude, without a doubt. And you are like fucking bullhorns. Let's go. Take it, Mongos. You gotta take it because it's the facts.
It's the facts. I had them packing and shipping out. Ship them out. 3 days ago, there's a guy called Red Cloud. He's from England. Hate the guy with hot chili pepper. But anyway, he was giving one of our colleagues, Rigorous, right? Rigorous, who is really sharp. Rigorous is like new perspective in yourselves. He's very articulate. He's very cool. Doesn't get flustered. Right, but he's totally destroying them. Right, that's right. And Red Cloud was just being totally abusive. When I arrived, I could hear the onslaught, and I just said, "Look, Red Cloud, whilst you're busy losing your rag, have you presented that curvature yet?" And he just packed up and left. And Rigorous said, "Jin, that was perfect timing. I've never seen him leave so quick." Yeah, Rigorous.
I know why he left so quick, because he knew at that moment that he was going to get absolutely put on the carpet, bro. You got to get whipped. And, it's not a fun place to go to get whipped by Jin, bro.
No, it's not. Not when you're going to be lying and misrepresenting my position, insulting the flat earthers, because that's what they do. When you go down that road, it's all over for you. Forget it. You won't have the stamina to keep talking. You won't have the intellect to drop the facts, and then the insults. I'm the best at it when it comes to that lot. They don't have it. They don't have that venom.
They know they don't have the stamina to keep up with you. They don't even, and they're like half your age. A lot of these.
That's guys. Right. I told them I trained to do this. I actually exercise to come and do this. And then I send them pictures of me exercising. You know what I mean? This is me getting ready to kick your asses, you mugs. Can you do this?
They're half our age. And they're going to get wrecked.
Exactly. Yeah, it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. It is. And they know it. And I know it because the Earth is flat and stationary, and it's proven in so many different ways, from airlines to sailing to freaking,
Yeah. And what does it do to you? What does flat Earth do to you? You now know that your governments haven't got your best interest. When you know that, you begin to do things your way. You don't follow the rules that they give you. Why would you need to follow a rule that is devaluing your very existence? I'm not going to do that. Sorry.
Couldn't have said it better myself, man. You've devalued yourself to a point of like, I'm not worth understanding, where we live, on Earth. I don't understand oceans you've buried yourself in like simplest things, man. The most simplest things.
Self-preservation is key. It starts with you. You do it. Don't look for the government to help you, because they don't have your best interest. They're busy educating you and your children and your children's children about a globe that doesn't exist. That's the highest insult to God's creation, and the highest insult to humanity, to be told you're living on a globe and it doesn't exist. Whilst they're taking you're paying for that, by the way. You are paying to be lied to. And then you're busy going to vote for more of that. You're running to the ballot box, and and they're not taking, and your votes don't even count anyway. That's what's going on. Yeah, that's what's going on. Wow.
Yeah, you got tricked. You got tricked into believing, which I don't know if you ever saw the movie of Wizard of Oz.
Oh, I saw that.
Oh man, talk about some trickery.
Yes.
It was the very first color movie that ever came out.
I didn't know that.
The very first.
Wow.
It was before Gone with the Wind, but they were both in 1939. But Wizard of Oz was first, and it was a color film. And
frankly, my dear, I do give a damn.
Well, Gone with the Wind.
But
frankly, my dear, I do give a damn. No,
I do give a damn, because it's flat Earth, you see. Yeah.
I don't give a damn, is what he said.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Anyway.
in this case, frankly, my dear, I do give a damn.
I love it, Jen. I fucking love that. I love that. I'm going to use it. I'm stealing that shit, man.
Yeah. That's because you mentioned it here.
I do give a damn. Yes, I give a damn that the Earth is flat and stationary because we can check it out, man. We can go on airplanes and talk to pilots and
go on ships, go on hovercrafts, get into hot air balloons, ladies and gentlemen. And that the phenomena of watching the horizon rise up with you as you're climbing in a hot air balloon, you've got to experience that because it's massive. It's like you're in an elevator, because that's what it's like when you're in a hot air balloon. It's like you're in an elevator going up, and the horizon's coming up with you. It's rising up with you, but obviously you are above it. So it's not above your eyesight, but it's there. It's in your line of sight as you go up. It's brilliant, isn't it?
It's brilliant, bro. It's super brilliant. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anytime you can rise in elevation, you're going to see farther. It's a gimme. That's like a no-brainer. But they say, hey, man, that line's the curvature, bro. I mean, that's where the horizon is the line of curvature.
Yeah.
That's what they say. And you're like, okay, how do I prove that? And they're like, well, no, man, you just got to believe me, bro. That's you just got to, what? It works.
Yeah, that's how we got into trouble, by believing without validation. Remember, Carl Sagan said this, and the reason he said it was because he was very concerned that science had moved into the religious realm. It had become a religion, science, and the scientists weren't adhering to the scientific method, and he felt that we were being bamboozled. So he said that a belief without validation or confirmation is a mistake. That's what he said. And remember, this is Carl Sagan, who is an astronomer, and astronomy doesn't have any science in it. There you go.
I think wasn't it Michio Kaku that backed that up and said, hey,
yes,
we're off.
Michio Kaku.
We're off by like a 10 zeros. My bad.
Yeah, 120.
120 zeros.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. So both those Mongos, these are the guys they put out there. Carl Sagan said that we're going into pseudoscience, and Michio Kaku said, we're kind of in that as well.
He said three things, Michio Kaku. He said the statement that no one in my field uses what's called the scientific method. We do it by the seat of our pants. Do you remember that?
Yeah, seat of our pants. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. That was Michio Kaku. And then he also said, there's no such thing as gravity. We lied to you, he said. There is no force keeping me down on this earth. We lied to you. He also said that, Michio Kaku.
I met a physicist at a party years ago. And I asked him, man, I'm like, what do you think of Michio Kaku? And he's like, oh, I don't like that guy. I don't like him. Because he was saying shit like that,
Yeah, revealing the truth.
Real physicist is like, I don't know about that guy, man. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like him. I just remember that. That was like 5 years ago, maybe 6.
Yeah, it's about that. I think it's more like 5. That's when Michio Kaku was dropping the bombs, But then the most ridiculous statement that I ever heard from one of those theoretical physicists, and this would be Lawrence Krauss, he said this: we know what happened in a billionth of 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 a second. Wow.
Like 3 billionths of a second.
We know what's happened because they were referring to that Big Bang, I think. We know what happened in a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a second. Wow. As if you could measure a billionth of a second, ladies and gentlemen. That's an impossibility.
Hey, mate, I got to switch subject real quick, man. Matrix just put in the fucking chat, man, about something about a trip to the moon. That was the very first movie ever made. Do you guys know that?
Apparently, I was just having a quick read through it. There's about 100 and something movies that were done in color, but most of them have actually been lost. Technically, the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, even though it was a cartoon, was still a full-length movie, was done before The Wizard of Oz, and it was in color.
Yeah. Disney.
So, yeah.
Really?
Interesting stuff.
Interesting, bro.
I always thought it was Wizard of Oz, but yeah, I punched it in and had a bit of a look. Anyways, as you were.
I think it might have been.
Thank you, Matrix, sir. Thank you, sir.
Matrix. I'll say, man, Technicolor. Have you ever heard of Technicolor?
Oh yes, I used to do deliveries for Technicolor in England. Yeah, because they were affiliated in Britain as well.
That was the term. Wizard of Oz was the first Technicolor movie. How about that?
Yeah.
I remember a lot of movies.
They used to be near Heathrow Airport.
Filmed in Technicolor.
Yeah. See, Technicolor had a massive spread site very close to Heathrow Airport. Okay, Technicolor. Yeah. I used to go there a lot because from there you had good access to all the studios, Shepperton Studios, Pioneer Studios, and Elstree Studios. Now, Elstree Studios was where Stanley Kubrick helped to do the moon landings, okay? He used a little bit of the Elstree Studios. In fact, they referred to Elstree Studios as NASA 2 or something like that, you know? Second NASA base or whatever, because of all the paraphernalia from the moon landing stuff. Stanley Kubrick, best film director of all time.
Yep.
So, yeah, you mentioned, it's funny how you mentioned Technicolor, and I'm giving you all this spill. Yeah? Isn't that amazing? And I'm in Japan here, and Jen is relating to you where Technicolor is in England, and its affiliation with all the studios. There you go, look at that. It's amazing what's locked in this brain of mine. Wow.
Hey, guess what, Jen? Guess what's locked into most people's brains?
Yeah, that ball Earth.
They live on the fucking globe, dude, that's spinning.
Yeah.
Can you believe that, bro?
Yes, I can believe that because I was in that for 48 years, but I took it for granted. Yeah, I took it as a given. So I didn't even think about the globe at all, really, because that's where we live and that's it. But I did spend like several hours trying to buy a T-shirt, right, of the globe because I wanted to promote it because I loved it. This is in 1988. Jin's not a flat earther, you know. I'm riding my Honda Dominator 650 single Paris-Dakar rally motorbike, and I'm traveling all over London. I covered about 60, nearly 70 miles roughly, okay, to try and find these globe T-shirts. I went to the regular places where I saw them. They weren't there. I got them to phone up their other branches. They didn't have any in stock. I went everywhere. You know, when you don't want something, they're in your face. When you want them, they're not in your face. That's what that was, right? So I ended up buying some T-shirts to do with the African National Congress, who were fighting against apartheid in South Africa at the time. You know, Nelson Mandela was in prison at the time, but shortly to be released. And these T-shirts I bought 3 of those, and I was promoting those because I couldn't get a globe T-shirt. Look at that. Maybe because God was saying, no, wait, you're not going to be buying these T-shirts. You're going to buy a Flat Earth T-shirt in the future, because that's what I did in the end. I bought 2 Flat Earth T-shirts instead. Luckily. I'm glad I didn't buy those T-shirts, because we don't live on a ball, man. Can you imagine that? And I had my heart on the sleeve. I was desperately trying to find these T-shirts, man. Couldn't find them. No globe T-shirts. No internet online at that time, 1988, by the way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, that was interesting, you know, because my heart was, I wanted to promote the globe because I was proud to live on the earth. Even though I could say I took it for granted, but I still wanted to wear the T-shirts. Do you know what I mean? It was a given that we're on a globe, but I'm glad I didn't get the T-shirts in the end. Perhaps that was divine intervention there. God said, no, you're not going to get that. You better get the ANC and promote the anti-apartheid that's going on Yeah, and that's what I ended up getting. See? And now I'm a flat earther.
Damn. That's awesome. That's awesome, brother.
That's a true story.
I love it. I freaking love it.
I went to the Nelson Mandela concert, the concert that helped to release Nelson Mandela. I went to that concert that year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. With my ANC t-shirts on.
Again, what do you think of the Mandela effect?
Yeah, no, I'm not into that at all. I don't subscribe to that at all.
Me either, man, because I know that Mandela was arrested. He was in jail.
Yeah.
Did not die.
No.
Ever.
No. Had he had died, Winnie Mandela would have been doing the funeral. You would have remembered that.
He got out of jail and became president.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, where is this fucking Mandela effect? Because, I mean, that's what I know from, watching the news and watching the media, reading the newspapers. Mandela was trying to, say, hey, man, our country's fucked up. I'm here to, fix it.
Yeah.
Jailed. He was like the. He was like the.
Well, he was a revolutionary, wasn't he? He just wanted to make sure that his country, where he lives, excels and does well and flourishes. But you got the whites taking over the land and giving the Africans non-arable land to live on, so you can't grow corrugated iron jungle places where you're living. So he just wanted a better life. But unfortunately, he was in prison for it. And when he got out, most of that fire, pepper energy had been lost because of his age. So he wasn't able to effect the change that people were expecting, you see, from Nelson Mandela. Although he was the president, that's all very well and done, but he didn't effect change. But the changes come since. Africans are getting better land now. It's been divided better, much to the disappointment of the whites who are there. But unfortunately, they stole it from the blacks, so you've got to give it back. And then let's enjoy the land together is the key here.
Hey, let's enjoy Earth as being flat together, man.
Together.
What do you guys think of that concept?
Yeah, man. That is a concept and a half.
Pretty easy, man. It's not a far stretch. We're not trying to, pull any wool over anybody. We are just stating, man, that airlines and sailboats and they all fly flat stationary, bro. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you got a pilot that can fly an airplane on a globe, man, I'd love to talk to him.
So let me get this straight.
Okay, can I ask you something, guys? Let's assume the Earth is like flat. Like
we're not assuming. We
don't have to assume shit, bro.
Okay, but like okay, girls, damn. I just wanted to ask, like, what is at the border? Do we know? Are there only theories? Do we know what there is at the border?
I'm going to have to apologise, Rout, because I have only been as far south as Melbourne, and I've only been as far north as a lovely trip around Lake Superior into Ontario. So I didn't cross any borders other than crossing country borders, or a wall of ice, or fall off an edge. I didn't get to experience any of these. Maybe I didn't get to travel far enough, so I do apologise for that. If someone else has been further, they are more than welcome to speak up about this.
I love your accent.
Thank you. It's a good question you asked anyway. And of course, water likes to lie level and also likes to be contained, doesn't it? Yeah. So the ice wall would be the container for it. Okay. And then you've got your land mass in the middle. But as none of us have been able to go that far, we can't say yes, 100%.
Why don't those ices melt, though?
Oh, that's another good question. You know why? Because there's so much ice this is what's good about the creative design. Hang on.
What I'm just trying to say.
I was in the middle of saying something there. Let me just finish what I want to say. You asked a good question. Why doesn't the ice melt? The reason the ice doesn't melt is because the ice mass and the path of the sun, the sun cannot melt it. The sun is fixed on its course, and the mass of the ice will never be melted by the sun. Just cannot do it. Just too much ice mass. Way too much. You understand? That's a clever design. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, there is no way to like scientifically prove that, like, you know, like what exactly is at the border.
Oh, yes, there is. Actually,
we don't have enough evidence, do we?
Actually, no. Actually, there is. That's definitely provable. There's, you know,
definitely an ice wall, and not like it doesn't stretch more or something like that.
No, the point is this: the water is definitely being contained, and you can go to the ice wall and go and check it. If we could go there, it's definitely provable, no doubt about that. That's why they're keeping us on the mainland, and they're lying. They're hiding the secret from everybody. Definitely provable.
How do like people, like, let's say it's like probably like they probably have guards, right?
Yes, I can give you that. Yes, they've got guards. They use the submarines that are underwater. Remember, we've got nuclear submarines.
How is it though that we have so many CIA agents, FBI agents, politicians, military officials, which have come out sometime and have like spilled a lot of truth about these things, you know? Why haven't we seen like somebody come and tell us about those things that you're discussing right now, or like showing pictures and stuff like that?
That's very good. I don't think the CIA, the KGB, and the government forces are going to tell us everything. So they'll let little bits slip out.
No, they won't. But of course, there will be some corrupt people. Well, not corrupt, but like people who are willing to say the truth, you know?
Yes, and those people have spoken out. People have spoken out.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why the Flat Earth movement has gained momentum, especially this generation coming up now. We've had a 10-year win over the heliocentric model, and we're not stopping now. So it's not going to stop now. The cat is out of the bag, and now it's going everywhere, telling everybody, and that's what's going on. So we're winning this.
Do you think other planets, though, have are round or are also flat?
Oh, yeah. We don't know. You see, with the planets, because we can't go there to actually confirm anything, the answer is there. Of course, we don't. Of course, we do not know. That is the correct answer. Of course, no human being knows what those planets are there.
But why do you think that moon is round?
I don't think the moon is round. I see a circular object.
Okay, so
I don't know it's a spherical ball. I see a circular object that lights up by itself. I don't see a spherical ball. I don't know that. I have to go there to check it.
So the sun is round, the moon is round, but the earth is flat. That's
yes, that's true. Because remember,
to do with the shape of the ground.
Exactly. When you play snooker and billiards and pool, all the balls are circular, but the table is flat, isn't it? Rectangle, flat, isn't it? You see?
So according to you, where does the earth end if it's flat?
I have no idea. I haven't been to the extremities of that. I have no idea. None.
Then how can you say the earth is flat when you have no idea?
Oh, whether you see flat. Yes, because we measure it flat. That's measurable. The surface is measurable. Why do you say the earth? Why? Hang on. One question for you from me. Why do you say the earth is a globe? Did you measure the curvature of the earth to know that?
If you actually see the map.
Answer the question. Did you measure the curvature? Did you measure the curvature of the earth to know? No, you didn't.
No, let me speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, how do you want me to measure it?
Oh, there you are. You see, ladies and gentlemen, he hasn't measured it. There you go.
Hold on, Jen. That's up to you. I think it was Rishi. Yeah, Rishi. That's up to you how you measure it, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me one thing. Imagine you are standing at the end of Russia. Why are you able to see Alaska? If you are saying the earth is not round, then you must be saying the map is wrong too.
Yeah, that's right. That's because it's flat. Because if it was curving, you wouldn't be able to see that. Earth's curvature would be blocking. But because it's not blocking, that's why you can see. It's quite simple, isn't it? And remember,
you guys do believe. You guys do believe in gravity, though, right?
No, we don't do any believing at all. We don't believe in anything, and gravity doesn't exist as it hasn't been proven to exist.
So what is the force pulling every object downwards?
There is no force. There is no actual force pulling anything down. What it is this. Things that are lighter than air will rise up because they're lighter than air. Okay? Like a helium balloon, for example. Now remember, before I put the helium in the balloon, that rubber balloon that was empty was dropping to the floor. But now I put some gas helium, now the gravity can't pull it down, it's going up. What happened? It's the same balloon.
Okay. What you said could be true, I would say. This is what I will say right now. But what if you try what if you try the same thing in a vacuum chamber?
Yes, if we tried in a vacuum chamber, what happens is this. When you remove the air, the balloon drops down. But then when you release the gas, the helium gas, it rises up again. You see?
Why is
because
that?
Gas is always omnidirectional, yes.
No, but like, wait. If you're in a vacuum chamber and you have a helium balloon,
yes. I answered it.
So
the helium balloon drops down. The helium balloon drops down, yes.
Why?
But then if you release the gas, why does it drop down? Because it is not being supported by the air. You've removed the air that's supporting it. So it's going to drop down. And then if you open, hang on.
But the thing is, but you said,
let me finish. When you open that balloon, the gas inside the balloon will flow out and rise up because gases are omnidirectional.
Okay, but the thing is that like helium is lighter than air, and there is no even air in the chamber.
That's why it drops down, because the helium balloon was lighter than air. It was above the air, resting on top of the air. Now you remove the air, so it's going to drop down naturally.
So what is pulling the balloon down when you remove the air?
There's nothing pulling the balloon down at all. It's just that it's heavier than the medium in there. It's heavier than the medium, which is nothing. Heavier. Okay, that's why it's dropping down. But like I said, when you release the gas, it flies back up again. The gas does, because gas is omnidirectional. Okay, we know this.
Well, gravity does exist, though. There is like scientific.
Gravity doesn't exist. Look, Sir Isaac Newton totally disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass. He said it was an absurd idea, and he didn't want his name to be associated with the theory. He couldn't prove it. So, and then today's standard of gravity is the Einsteinian, which is the the bending and warping of the space-time fabric. That's today's current gravity.
Okay, how would you then
superseded? Yes.
How would you then explain magnets?
Again, they have an inherent quality.
Magnets are not gravity, my friend.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
they do have to do with a sphere-like object having.
No, they don't. You can get magnets in all shapes and sizes. Little spheres, little flat discs, cubes.
Yes, I know. But they get their magnetic field.
Yeah, but stop.
By the Earth's
Magnets
poles.
have nothing to do with the gravity that you are claiming.
Yeah, or spherical shapes.
I know. I'm just starting another topic.
No, yeah,
so
but
you've conceded to the fact that you've understood that this gravity you believe in is incorrect.
Yeah.
Never been proven. We're having a discussion right now, I think, and not a debate. Or am I wrong?
No, we're having a discussion. That's fair enough.
I've known that for years.
Yeah. And the point is this, that your gravity
I am asking for opinions and for knowledge, and not
we're giving you facts
fed into me, you know.
Facts. Yeah, I'm not giving you an opinion. I'm giving you the facts of this situation. I don't give you a theory.
I'm just trying to understand the way you think and what you believe, you know.
Yeah, but you're not listening. That's the point. First, I told you. No, you're not, because I told you that we, the flat earthers, don't do any believing. We don't believe in anything. There's no believing going on. Okay, that's the first thing. So when you ask me, do you believe? I'm going to say, no, I don't believe. I know or I don't know.
Knowing.
That's correct. So I know gravity doesn't exist. I don't believe it doesn't exist. I know it doesn't exist. It cannot be proven. And when you can't prove your theory, and your theory is unproven, it means it's not the truth. So you throw it in the bin because you can't prove your theory. Thank you. That's why I don't give you theories. Only facts. We can use facts. We can't use theories. Right, he's gone. Yeah, the problem with that young man was that he wasn't really listening, and he was throwing out theories, basically, and that he believes. Okay? It's the first time he's met people that don't believe in anything and can say they don't know when they don't know. We don't try to pretend that we know something. When we don't know something, we don't know it. Then if we are going to offer a theory, we will say, this is theoretical. I can't prove this theory, but this is my best hypothesis, my best guess. It's not the truth because I can't prove it, but this is what I think is going on. But it's not the truth because I can't prove it yet. That's what we say, and then we tell you the theory. And that way you understand that it's not the truth. It's an idea. Maybe you might have a better idea or a better hypothesis than my one because of what I've told you. You could create a better one. That's what it's all about. Theories are not the truth. You know, they're just theories, ideas, suppositions. Yeah. So those of you who are listening, just bear that in mind, you know. We, the flat earthers, don't believe in things. We just tend to say we don't know when we don't know because we don't really know the answers to those questions. We haven't been to the extremity of the end of the earth, so I don't know what's there. I would like to go there. Unfortunately, we're living in a system that's corralling us and stopping us from doing that, devaluing us, because God created this earth for us to go and see it. Using our senses and using our common sense, we can create vehicles to go and have a look. But we're being stopped by governments, are stopping humanity's movements on the earth that belongs to everybody, not the government. That's why revolution is necessary.
Do you believe in the idea of satellites?
No, I don't believe in anything, and I know satellites do not exist in space because one.
Do you believe in Google Maps?
Do I believe in Google Maps?
Hold on a second. Do I believe in Google Maps? As in, if I click my mouse button and where I've got a little icon here that says Google Maps. So
No, because you don't believe in anything.
What does believing
you don't believe in
Google
satellites,
Maps?
but you believe in
Hold
maps.
on, stop. What does believing in Google Maps have to do with proving the shape of the ground? Do you believe
You
in
don't
Santa
believe in
Claus?
satellites.
Therefore, you live on a globe?
Do you believe in satellites?
No, I don't.
Hold on,
No.
Jen. I've got no issues with anyone claiming there's mechanical devices above our head. What I do have an issue with is when they claim that these mechanical devices are in the so-called vacuum of space. That's what I have a problem with.
Yeah, I'm in the
Answer
same
my
camp.
question. How do you think Google Maps work?
They're working
Mercator
from
projection.
Yeah, there you go. Mercator projection. The communication we're having right now is coming through fiber optic cables, which run underneath the sea on the seabed. They cover 700,000 miles, and there are 460 currently of these bundles of cables. Okay, and that's how we're communicating.
what's the
And
source?
I'll
your
I'll put the source in there for you in a minute. 10 trillion financial communications happens each day via these cables. And that's 95% of our communications, 95%. The other 5% comes from the cell towers, okay? The wind turbines, which are now being used for communication, not just to generate electricity, but for communications now. Then we've got ocean buoys, or buoys, as we say in England, right? And then we are using the military radar communication system as well. We piggyback from their system as well. That's how we communicate. And then you have little equipments called satelloons, which read the weather systems and relay that across the world. So currently, we're not using any satellite to communicate right now. We're using the cables to communicate right now. But I'll give you the source for that in a minute. Excuse me. Carry on, Matrix, whilst I look for this video.
Yeah, next question, mate.
Waiting for the source.
What, you don't accept that most of our data is transmitted through cabling? You just assume it's done via satellite?
Just send me the source, I'm waiting.
So that's a yes.
That's a no. I just
No
want
what?
to use the words I can't use, but
So you believe our information is being sent via satellite? Yes?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to require 2 minutes whilst I go into my library to get you that source. Okay. I'm going into my library.
Right, Jim.
2 minutes. Thank you.
I find it interesting where people will ask for the source of something as trivial as how information travels. No one really cares. But yet, when we say the Earth is measured flat, they just skip past it as if nothing was said. It's like, wow, yeah, Earth is measured flat. But I want your source on where the data gets travelled from, because you said 95% is cables and 5% is other shit. In all honesty, Jin, I thought it was even higher than that. I thought it was like 98, 97, 98% through cable.
Yeah, and you'd probably be right now. Yeah, because this documentary happened to mention 95, and I heard it was 98. So, it's close, isn't it? Yep. Just give me a few more minutes, and I'll get this video for you. I'm scrolling down right now as we speak. I'm hurrying. I'm going past all my favorite videos, all my favorite sources. Coming up soon. Yeah. Look at that. I'm on it now.
Well, how's this, Jin? I just typed in how much of the world's data is through cable. First, second, third. Geography. Do submarine cables account for 99%? Submarine cables account for over 99% of intercontinental data traffic. Is regularly coded in the press with no source given. That's the only one that's actually given a number.
Thank you.
But I've heard it quite a few times that it's up high 90s.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, what's this server called again? Is it 24/7?
The one we're in now?
Yeah.
The one we're in now is the English
24/7 English, is it?
It's just called the English Hub.
Okay, the English Hub. Thank you. Yeah, that's it. That's what I was looking for. So I'm trying to send it. Hasn't come up yet on my listings, which is unusual. Hang on. Come on. Where are you? Where are you? Why haven't you come up? Still searching. Got everybody else but.
Here we go. As of 2020, the bandwidth of global internet traffic is around 2 petabits. So LEO satellites in current advertised deployment could theoretically carry about 1.5% of today's internet traffic. And that was in 2020.
Oh, right. There you go. See?
In 2020 at 1.5%.
Well, that's a little bit odd. I want to post it in this server, but it's not coming up.
You might only be a prude or something. You only just signed in over here.
Yeah, I've only just signed in, yeah.
Yeah, you've got to get your levels up. Same as over in politics. You got to get your levels up before you can post stuff. But anyways,
that's silly. That is
Google
really.
Search that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is a real shame because I've got it all set.
Is it just a link to something?
Yeah, it's a link. It's a link to the video. Yeah.
Well, send it to me and I'll see if I can put it up.
All right then, Matrix. Yeah, let's see it. Have I got a friend request with you? Have I? Have you sent me stuff? Give me. Yeah, send me a message and I'll do it that way. What a pain in the ass that is.
That's all right. Oh no, I've sent you stuff before.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, but you might be right down on the listing, so we haven't communicated for a while. So it means I'm gonna have to just send me a quick message.
Oh, I just added the friend request thing, so that should pop up.
3, okay.
1, and there you should have it.
Okay, let's have a look.
Jib lag.
Yeah. Am I lagging?
No, you're actually pretty good today. Normally, you're
because
a good couple of seconds behind.
Yeah, it's the device I'm using is a new one, which I got from my student, and it's allowing me to communicate quite clearly, without any lag now, which is good. That means I'm going to be even more devastating. Yes. They're going to be in trouble now. Come on. They're a bit of a rookie with this system. Hang on a sec. Come on. Still having problems here. Okay, let's get rid of that. Right. You get all these. You get these pop-ups that come up. You think you're pressing a button, but a pop-ups come up and then rendered your next move. Yeah, there you go. Here we go. Come on. Can we get out of here? Okay, right now. All right, let's see. I think that's Matrix. There we go. Look, see, it just took its while to get to me. That. Okay, right. Now that I've got that, let me go back to where I was and give this young man this video that I've got for him. Come on. There we are. Right, there we go again. Try again. Okay, I've copied the link. I'm now going to send you the link now. Okay.
Yep.
So,
good.
Sorry, it's taken a while there. All right.
No, if I was on my phone, I'd have the same trouble too, mate. On the PC, not too bad, but on the phone, I'd have no idea.
Yeah, there you go. I'm doing it now. It's coming your way now. Did you get it?
Yep, just turned up.
Yeah.
So if I go
Send it to the guy. What's the guy's name? Is that Richie? Is it? What's his name?
Oh, he's gone, has he? Rishi or something it was.
Rishi, yeah. Whoever it is, anyway. The video is there. It's going to be sent to you by Matrix. Well done, Matrix. Thanks for that. But that's a great.
It up in side chat. So yeah.
Yeah, whack it in the side chat for him. Yeah, there you go. That's a brilliant documentary. That was only like 15 minutes long. It's not long at all, but it clearly tidies up where those cables are, how we communicate. Fantastic. So as you
the new person that just dropped in.
Yeah, welcome, sir. Thank you for coming in. Your wish is our command.
Well, if you've got any, curves, queries, or concerns, please put them forward.
Brilliant. Quirks, queries, or concerns. I love it.
Yeah, curve queries or concerns. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Rishi's back in. Excellent. Inside chat, Rishi just posted up 11 minutes past the hour. A little documentary there from Jin.
Yeah. Okay. That's the source about all the cables that are under the oceans, 460 bundles, covering 700,000 miles of the ocean bed. It's all there.
Where is it? Send it to me personally.
In the side chat.
Yeah. Can you send it to him personally, he says?
I can probably do that. Stand by.
Okay, yeah. So you understand, I don't believe in anything because I know. And if I don't know, then I say I don't know. So there's no believing going on. Either I know something or I don't know something. Do you understand that now? That's what we mean by we don't believe.
Wait, you're gonna give it to him personally? Like, you're in Japan. Where's he? That's a long way.
Yeah. Where are you? Are you in India? Pakistan? Bangladesh? Sri Lanka?
You'll have to accept the friend request first, Rishi, before I can send it to you, mate.
Yeah, you've got to make a friend first before you actually get that video. But if you go into the side chat, it's there for you. Let me see. Let me see what this side chat looks like.
There you go. Sent. Excellent.
Okay, I'm looking. I don't see where you've posted it. You said you posted it in the side chat. I'm in the side chat.
And welcome back to the Fluctus channel.
I'm still scrolling up though. There's a lot of chat here.
No.
The role of subsea or submarine cables in the global economy cannot be overemphasized.
It's the same. I can't post it. How comes?
These fiber optic cables lying
If you wish to unfriend me, Rishi, I've got no issues with that. I know some people are very
Great job of preparing $1,000,000 cable. What does this have to do with anything regarding the Earth being flat or not?
Well, it doesn't.
One sec.
It was to do with the data being transmitted that when it was questioned about it,
Yeah.
you asked for proof.
Satellites. You said satellites, you see. And I told you that there are no satellites, you see.
So 99% of internet transfer data is most communications is done through cables, and then relayed through towers and all that. But I'm just wondering, Jin, can you actually type anything in the side chat?
I'm just doing that right now. I'm just actually experimenting as you speak. And yes, I posted a link in the side chat.
Right, so you can post in there because some people have been reporting problems that they can't even type.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Certain functions are glitching out for a lot of people. Like for me, it's GIFs. I can't just click on the GIFs thing and then search. I have to go into emojis, then go to GIFs, and then search tenor, which didn't happen before. I used to just be able to click the GIFs thing and then just type in what I wanted. But yeah, so it's playing up. But no, that's good. As long as that's good that you can type. I was just checking.
Yeah. I've managed to post something, but I don't think it's what I intended it to be. So I'm just checking it out now. Skip this. Let me just see. I've skipped it. Yes, that works. Yeah, so I can post, copy and paste. I can do that. Okay, let me drop this. Let me get out of there. And then let me go like this. Let me get back here. And get back here. And there we are, yes. So yeah, I can actually post in the side chat. That's not a problem now. Okay. It's gone quiet. What's happened? Yep. Welcome, whoever you are. You just come in. Welcome. If you have any queries, quirks, curvature queries, please feel free to ask. I await your question.
Name is Naruto.
Hello, Mr. Naruto.
What is your name?
My name is Jin CBR1. Okay. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Naruto. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. Who's saying Earth is curvy?
Say that again, please.
I'm supporting Earth is flat.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, right. So you're a flat earther then, yeah? How do you know that the earth is flat? How do you know this?
Yeah. When I travel, I observe only one thing. Wherever I go, I only see straight roads. So which is flat, not a curvy roads.
Yeah. What about when you go out to the seaside, you know, the sea? Is that flat?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very good. What about when you fly in an aeroplane? Does the aeroplane fly in a curved trajectory?
Yes, it is a good question. But when we are traveling in an aeroplane, our eyes can view limited. So it is our illusion. So we assume that sky and sea or land that are touching each other, but it is actually parallel to each other.
Okay, that's good. So are you saying that the aeroplane is flying flat and level, or is it flying in a curved fashion?
Yes, aeroplane traveling parallel to Earth, but our vision makes us we are feeling like, oh, it's a curvy because of our eyes are round.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's true. But actually, you know, I've never seen the curvature from an aeroplane because, and when I've been in many aeroplanes, they fly level and straight. They don't fly in a curved fashion. They don't take a curved trajectory. Yeah, they don't. Ne? They don't fly round. They fly straight. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. Oh, that's good then. Yeah, yeah. When did you find out about the flat Earth? When?
I observe oceans. Basically, so many people say gravity holds the water on Earth, but if the Earth is a curvy, like in a spherical shape, so some regions also gravity has a low gravity levels. So the water must be go into the space, but it's not happening like that. Why? Because Earth is flat.
That's right. It is flat. Now, my question to you was, when did you find out about flat Earth? When? This year? Last year? When?
Yeah, in my childhood, I found out this, but I have no evidence for this. So,
okay. So you found out about flat Earth from your childhood days, yeah?
Yes.
Ah, interesting.
What about you? Did you find out yourself or someone?
Well, no. When I was 7 years old, I went to school and they taught me that the Earth is a globe. Of course, the teachers are correct, so I didn't think about flat Earth. But when I heard about flat Earth, first time was in Nigeria, and it was that the Earth isn't flat because Copernicus, Christopher Columbus, and Galileo had proven all this Earth is a globe. Yeah, that's what it was in the Nigerian textbook. And NASA had gone to the moon, you see. So for me, I looked at flat Earth as stupid. It wasn't true, okay, when I was a child. But then that was back in the 1970s, 1970, 71. But then when we get to 2015, 2014, flat Earth videos were being suggested in the YouTube when I'm doing my research, and I thought it was stupid, so I didn't pay it any attention. I ignored it. I said it was silly. But then in the Boxing Day of 2015 now, December 26th, I was thinking, let me look at one of these stupid videos from the Flat Earthers. What the hell are they going to tell me? What could I learn? What stupid thing are they going to be telling me anyway? So I clicked on the video, and I'm a Flat Earther now because I'm the stupid idiot, because I didn't realize. Okay? So I was in the globe for 48 years, believing the globe for 48 years. And now 10 years, I know the Earth is flat. Okay? 10 years now. You understand?
That's really good. Yeah.
Yeah. So I watched the videos, but it was easy for me to understand it's flat because my life experience has been all on flat Earth. No globe experience at all. I'm now 63 years old. Okay. And so from my birth to 63, I haven't experienced living on a globe. No globe evidence, no proof, no experience. Is that the same for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's quite easy, isn't it, to understand that the Earth is not a globe. You said you learnt it in your childhood days. You were very lucky. I had English education, so that distracted me from the truth. But if you ask me, if I was 5 years old or even 6 years old, and you asked me, is the Earth a ball? Is the Earth a ball? I would probably say no, because I wouldn't have seen any evidence for it. Okay? I'd say, no, I don't think so. I don't think the Earth is a globe. I don't have any proof, you see? So I wouldn't say yes, because I wouldn't know that the Earth is a globe. So the answer would be no, you see? But because I went to school now, they taught me that the Earth is a globe. That's why I believed the Earth was a globe for 48 years. Yeah. Have you? Where are you at the moment? Which country?
I'm from India.
India, yes. I'm in Japan. I was born in London, but I'm in Japan now, talking to you from Japan. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Nowadays, there is a viral news also going. Like astronauts are not going into a moon or space. That all are created a movie clips. Is that true?
Yes.
Are you believing?
No,
no one stepped in the space. They are just a fake. Do you believe in this?
Yes, Naruto. Yeah, they're fake. Moon landings are not real. India did not. India says they have 3 satellites. Yeah. Okay, they have 2 satellites called
Recently we sent Chandrayaan 3.
Yeah, Chandelier 1, Chandelier 2, and then Chandelier 3 landed, I think it was maybe 3 years ago, March, under the south pole of the moon. They didn't do that. That's all lies. All of that is lies. They never did that. They can't do that. No one can. So I know they've been lying for a long time. I know no one's gone to the moon. I knew that from 2001.
Yeah, it's a controversial topic, but why government is hiding this fact from us?
Yeah, because the government has everybody under control. So all governments control their people, okay? And then they take your money and they get rich from your money whilst you are being controlled. That's what it is all about. It's about controlling humanity. That's what it's mainly. Enslavement. Okay? We are slaves. That's the actual situation. We are slaves on the earth. That's why everything is under control.
What do you think about these satellites? Like they are updating routes, Google Maps, and also internet availability in our globe. So what do you think? Is satellites or exist or?
No, they don't exist. Satellites do not exist. No satellites at all. If you if you look in the side chat, I put a video there, and so did Matrix. There's a video that explains how we communicate, the communication system. It's in the chat. So look in the chat and look for either Matrix or Jin CBR1, and you will see the video. Okay, there's two, both the same one. That one is 15 minutes long, and it explains how the system works. And then in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to post an image of the Satelloons and the drones and things like that. That will help you understand the communication systems via helium balloon. 1 second, whilst I try and find that for you, because it's very, very important that you understand that the communications we have, no satellites are in space, zero. Not the satellites that they're talking about with solar panels and, relaying information. That's all a lie. Because the vacuum of space will kill it. It will die in the vacuum if it could be there. Due to the phenomena known as outgassing or off-gassing in American English, and degassing if you're learning it in university.
Mm-hmm. And what about these manufacturing companies? Like they are manufacturing related to rockets and aerospace satellites. They are manufacturing different kind of products related to the spaceships, right?
Yeah, they're making products, but these products don't go to space. So they're making the product.
That cost millions of dollars.
Yeah,
of crores.
That's right. So they're making the products, but the products don't. Yes, they're costing millions and billions, as you said. But they, like you said, they don't go to space. That's the only thing. So it's okay to make the product. Go on.
Yes. You're saying it's all fake. Then how these people getting profit by making that by manufacturing that products, and how they get profit?
You must remember the companies are getting the money from the company gets the money from the government, from NASA. NASA asks the company to make the products, and then they make the products and they get the money. NASA gets the money from the government, and the government gets the money from you. Do you understand now?
Mm-hmm.
If you're a flat earther, you would have known that one. That's an easy one. Flat earthers know that very easy. That's an easy one. If you're a flat earther.
Yeah, I don't understand a lot of things. I have a lot of doubts, so that's why I asked you.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. Most flat earthers know that one, you see, because that's what you learn. You know that the government's lying. So then you trace, you go back in history, and then you learn it all again. And then you find, that's where they do that. That's how they do that. I see. So that's how they're making the money. And it's from my tax. Do you get it? Yeah. So you asked a good question. It's all good. It's all positive. It's correct. Not making a mistake there.
What do you think about this bore wells? Like
the what?
What do you think about bore wells? We are pumping into earth for water, for petrol. Do you think there is a end surface below the earth?
Yeah. What you have to speak a little bit slower. What do I think about what?
Do you think there is an end?
The end of the earth.
The
earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that. Of course, water lies flat, of course, but how far the earth goes, I can't answer that question. I haven't been there. I wish I could answer it, because I'd like to know. I want to know. Yes. I want to go there.
The scientists say there is a core, there is so many things like lava in below the earth.
Yeah, lava. Yeah, that's true. Lava is below the earth because it comes up to make volcanoes. That's there. That's the God's truth. That's not a lie. course, because we have volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. So that's all true. It's just that we're not a ball shape. That's the key point here. We are not a shape like a ball. If you understand what I mean, yeah?
Yeah. Plus, there's a misconception amongst globers themselves. Like a lot of people don't understand. They see volcanoes, they hear about volcanoes and lava, and they think, and they hear about the core of the Earth being like a molten ball of metal, iron, and they just put the two and two together, even though that's not what the so-called experts say, right? So the lava that comes out of volcanoes, right, that doesn't come from the core. In their story, it doesn't come from the core. That's formed much further up towards the crust, right? So between one layer and the mantle, there's pressures building up, causing material to melt and turn into like molten, substance, and then it's builds up with pressure and comes out through volcanoes that way. It doesn't come from the core of the Earth. The lava doesn't form at the core of the Earth and then come up. That's a totally different thing. Yeah. Unrelated to each other. Well, they'll say that I guess that the core of the Earth being so hot helps create all this pressure and heat towards the surface. But I mean, the actual magma that's formed under the crust isn't coming from the core. It forms much further up towards the surface in their paradigm, in their story. I'm not saying that's what happens, but in the story. So your globers have a lot of misconceptions. Like we get globers come in and they say moon phases are caused by the Earth's shadow, and we have to correct them. No, sorry, that's not what you're supposed to say. Right?
Okay, I have another question for you guys. What do you think about sun and moon? Is it in a spherical shape or a circle, or it is also flat like Earth?
Sorry, mate, can you repeat that?
Yeah, okay. What do you think about Earth? Moon and sun. Are they in a spherical shape or in a circle shape or?
Yeah, I don't know. They look like a circle, don't they? I mean, well, a full moon looks like a circle, and the sun looks like a circle. They very well could be spheres. I don't know. They could be spherical shape, but I don't even know what they are to be able to say whether they even have a particular type of shape or not. So, yeah, we can say what they look like, but we can't definitively say for certain. We can't say for certain what they are, without being able to experience them with more than just looking at them. You know what I mean?
So many people using telescopes and saying that planets are in a spherical shapes. Do you believe it is real?
I'm not sure. What are you saying? That you're saying people look at through telescopes and what?
And they are saying planets are in a spherical shape, like a ball.
Well, like I said, it doesn't matter if you're looking at things in the sky with your eyes or a telescope. You can only say, well, it looks like this or that, right? And then they very well could be that thing. But if we were to hold that standard, then we can just look at the Earth and we look at the Earth and it looks flat. So if that's the standard that people want to go by, then they must accept that the Earth is flat because it looks flat, right? So if someone wants to determine what something is just by looking at it alone and not doing anything else like measuring it or being able to physically interact with it in any other way, just by looking at it, then that's that's called a standard, right? That's a determination of truth, right? That's going to be their level of by which they want to say something is true or not. And if it's simply just by looking at something and saying, well, it looks like this shape or that shape, right? Then we can just look at the Earth and go, well, it looks flat, so it must be flat. Oh, I look at the moon, it looks like a sphere, so it must be a sphere. Okay, fair enough. I'll look at the Earth. Well, it looks flat. Does that make it flat? Does that mean it's flat? So, people have to be careful by what standards they want to go by. Just by looking at things. There's other ways that we can tell, right? The Earth does indeed look flat. Is that enough? Might not be enough, because what if it's just so big that it's something else, right? So big that it just looks flat, right? If you're on this giant big ball, maybe it's just so big that it looks flat. But then when we go out and we try and do things with the surface, right? We shoot light across the surface, right? There's no deviation, right, between the surface and the light's path. So that means that it's not getting any further away from the surface if it's going in a perfectly straight horizontal line. So that means that there's no curve there, right? The Earth's not curving like a ball. So we can test things like that. We can also make very, very long distance observations and or send radio waves across the surface and reach targets, anybody else want to chime in on this? I'm just busy in the kitchen at the moment.
Yeah, if you've got any more questions, please ask. Yeah, he gave you a great answer to that question. Thoroughly enjoyed that one. So, do you have any more questions? BBC notifications. Sorry about that. Come on. What is this? Oh, something's gone wrong there. Let's try again. Oh, it's gone quiet.
Yeah, what happened? Did our friend leave?
No, I think he's still there, just chilling, I think. I haven't checked.
Okay, cool. It's very interesting. Much of the time, right, people come in and say, "Well, what about all the other planets? How come all those things in the sky, they all look like balls, right? How come they're all spheres?" You know, and then like a little while later, they'll say, "We'll mention, how the Earth appears to be flat from from any vantage point that we can achieve, it just all looks flat, right? And the water looks flat, everything's flat, right? And then they'll say, just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. Well, why didn't you apply that standard to the things you were looking at in the sky? Does that mean just because it looks like a ball doesn't mean it is a ball? So yeah, I'll just monologue then. If nobody else is going to talk, how's that? And then I'll make even more people leave. I was watching a video earlier that aliens on YouTube, extraterrestrials, governments releasing information, there's disclosure happening, aliens are real, and all this stuff. And I left a comment, and it's because they're talking about extraterrestrials, right? And I just left a comment saying, there's no such thing as extraterrestrial. Right? There's terrestrial, and then there's celestial. And celestial doesn't mean outer space. And just left it at that. Just food for thought for them. It's so deeply ingrained into people's minds, their psyche. It helps identify them as what they feel is a human being, right? That we are on this object in outer space, and out there are other worlds, right? That there's other worlds like what we live on, where there's potentially life forms that exist in environments similar to what we have here, or maybe even different types of environments. I mean, that's just how far it's gone. Right? So it's a very tough thing for people to accept that idea of the universe that they have, it doesn't exist. So that's hard for them to let go. Yeah, let go of. It's almost like a hope for them, hope that there's other planets, that there's other life out there. We're not the only thing. Whether they think that all this was created by a deity or not doesn't matter. It's still like this false hope they've been given. Maybe some of these beings will come to Earth and teach us better ways, and stop killing each other, and stop destroying the ecosystems and all that stuff. You know? Or maybe they'll come here, and be hostile, and want to go to war with us and eradicate us, and we'll all have to band together as nations under one flag and fight the demonic aliens from outer space. Stop them from trying to turn us into slaves.
Yeah, true. That's what the revolution has to happen, you see. What's going on here? Yeah. Earlier on I could post in here. Now I can't post in the side chat now suddenly. Strange. One minute I can, next minute I can't. What's going on here? Right, paste. Can we paste, please? That's odd. Yes, mine is there. It's called the English Hub, isn't it? Yeah, it's rather odd that this the English Hub, something's wrong here. 1 minute I was able to post, now I'm not able to post. Okay.
As in, you can't post anything at all, or just you're trying to post like an image or something?
I'm just trying to post an image at the moment, and I'm not able to do that, so let's try something else just quickly.
Yeah. Some people have been reporting that problem, but it may have to do with your level in the server as well, being so new. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on those those requirements.
Yeah. Okay, well I can post words anyway. Words are coming through, no problem. So we can type text, basically. That's not a problem there, it would seem. Yes, okay. Now what's wrong with the posting the image bit? Paste, yeah, paste. You don't get it. No, I can't paste an image. Is that we're not allowed to post images, is that what it is?
Possibly if you just joined the server, you might be like too low of a rank.
Yeah.
It may be that.
That's a bit silly, that is, really. Been around a long time and now I'm at a low ranking, you can't post. That's nonsense. Because, it's all about communication, really, and you've got material you want to communicate with, you can't. Necessary obstacle. So how long do we wait before we post? We'll have to speak to admin about that. Maybe they can fix that. Because you can't share anything.
Possibly, if you just let me. I'll put a request in the back chat to Cyclone, and he might be able to help you out with that, but it just depends when he gets online or whatever.
Yeah. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, I'll just make a request on behalf of you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That'd be nice. Because, I want to share material, which is all very good, and not be able to do that. It's just a bit odd.
Hey guys, I have another doubt. Asian.
Sorry, can you say that again? You've got a what? You've got another thought. Was that?
Yes.
Yeah, go on.
So I heard many people saying, it is in a spherical shape and it's a rotating, so that's why wind is coming. Oh.
Yeah, can you hang on? Let me just get my volume up here. Right, can you repeat that again, please?
Okay, Earth is in a spherical shape and it's a rotating, so that's why we are getting air and wind.
No, that's not true at all. We're getting the wind due to thermal temperature fluctuations is what's creating that motion, not because the Earth is moving. Okay.
Do you believe flat Earth is rotating or?
No, we're not moving. We're not moving. We are stationary. Earth is not rotating at all. If that were the case, then when aeroplanes are flying, they have to think about the Earth rotating underneath as they're coming into land. And when you're shooting your weapons of mass destruction, these military soldiers, they would have to consider the Earth rotation when they fire their weapons, because the target may move. By the time it reaches the target's not there because Earth's rotation. So you have to predict where the target's going to be once you've fired your missile. You see what I mean? Earth is not rotating.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be very hard to hit a target. You'd have to keep on doing the maths every time. Wherever you change your location, wherever you change your position at that location, you have to calculate where the target's going to be. But they don't do that in the military. Aeroplanes don't think of the... Yeah, go on.
Yes. What do you think about seasons?
Well, the seasons are working as God created them. When the sun is where it is now, it's in the Tropic of Cancer, where we are. We're now enjoying our summer. So those who are in Australia now are now enjoying their, I think, is it winter for you over there? Or it's not autumn, is it? Yeah. So it'd be winter for them over there. So they've got winter now because we have summer.
Yeah, winter, and not really enjoying it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So they've got winter over there now, because the sun has changed its location. So the heat has moved over to us. So now we're enjoying the heat, and all our plants are blooming and germinating. Yeah, we can plant rice and grow rice, enjoy the heat. That's how the seasons work. Simple, isn't it? The globe is a mistake. The seasons don't work on the globe properly because it's reliant on the tilt of the Earth's ball itself has to be tilted at an angle. But when they do that now, and you look at the time and date and the recordings of the hottest days, they're recording the hottest days when the sun is the furthest away from the Tropic of Cancer, and the coldest days when the sun is the closest. So they've got it all back to front with that globe seasons map that they have, and the angle tilts. Yeah. So the seasons don't match and work on the globe because of the recordings of the highest temperatures and the coldest temperatures. Okay.
Okay.
On the globe, that is. On the globe model. That's one of the stupid anomalies they have. Seasons don't work, but they work perfectly well on the flat Earth because the Earth has been flat from the beginning of the creation. So when people say, how does this work on the flat Earth? It's working on the flat Earth because it's been working on the flat Earth from the beginning. All actions that you see on earth are happening on a flat earth. All actions, wind, snow, rain, human beings, animals, insects, everything moving on the earth is happening on a flat earth. Every phenomena you see is happening on a flat earth. It's not happening on a globe because the globe does not exist. There is no globe. Okay? So the idea that how does this work on the flat earth? It works because it's been working for eons of years. Okay? That's the answer to any of those funny questions that they ask. How does this work on a flat earth? It's been working before you were born, before I was born. A little disappointed here. I can't get some images posting because I got a really good image of the Sutherlands that I want to give you, but unfortunately that can't happen. Let me check. Go like this. Go like this. The English hub is not coming up on my delivery list. The English hub. It's not coming up at all. The server doesn't come up where I can post it. Everybody else is there, but you.
What do you think about Sun? Is it smaller or bigger than Earth?
Oh no, it's obviously smaller than the Earth because we can see it above our heads, and it's giving us the time zones. So the sun and the moon are smaller than the Earth. The Earth itself, as it's laid out, is bigger than the sun and the moon. That's knowledge. We know that. You can see it. That's not a belief there. That's knowledge. What we don't know exactly is the distance from the Earth's surface, but we have two estimates numbers, either 3 to 5,000 miles from the Earth's surface. That's the estimate number we have.
You are saying Sun is smaller than Earth. Then why smaller sun has a high impact on Earth? Like if we stand in a sunlight, you get tired in a just 20 to 30 minutes. So it is a very powerful, even it is small.
Yeah.
So how is it
Yeah, that's
possible?
right.
Smaller sun can have that much of power? Then
Well, you will have to ask the person who created the Earth, God. God created the Earth and has endowed the sun to have that much power. Remember, it is moving across the Earth to give everybody a good morning, good afternoon, and a good evening as it moves across the Earth. So that's the way it is. That's how that is. God created that. No human being created that. And it's clearly obvious when you look up, that sun is not as big as the whole Earth. It's not. Because where I'm standing, I know England's over there, America, Australia, and Australia hasn't got this heat. So we know that now that the actual sun is definitely smaller because Australia is in winter now. So the sun is over here where we are. See? We're enjoying the heat of the sun now. Australia haven't got that heat. They can see it, but the power of the heat is not reaching them as much as it's reaching us because it's over our heads. Do you understand?
yes.
Yeah. So the general size of that sun is local to us here at the moment. And as the days go on, it will slowly move away from us and go over to where Australia, South Africa, and New Zealand, and then we are feeling cold. They've got the heat. So that tells you that the Earth is bigger than the sun. Yeah, I've noticed in the politics that the 24/7 wasn't on. Is it back on now? Because it wasn't there when I looked. Okay, got a few things going on here. Okay, let's get rid of that just for a second. All right, 24/7. The English hub. Okay, let's step down from here. Interesting.
We don't like being lied to.
Without looking into it, that it would be a problem. If he's just going to say, oh, well, it just bounces off the ionosphere because it has to, otherwise the Earth's flat, then yeah, that's not sufficient. But let's give him the opportunity to say what he was going to say.
Now, there is one issue. There is one issue that you guys, number one, you kind of pile on to us because you can't accept for every person to know everything about every system. I wouldn't expect a flat earther to be able to,
No, we don't expect you to know we don't expect you to know anything. We just expect you to be honest.
I understand. I was just making a point there. I don't expect a flat earther to, do the same. And you have to understand the reason that I can not, I would say, disregard, but gloss over more fundamental things that aren't necessarily hard to learn or acquire, but are just very rigorous in their time. Like, I don't have time to set up a way to measure the Earth's, for example.
You shouldn't have to, though. So I'm not saying you have to have done it, but I'm saying someone would have had to, that we can verify. And no, I'm afraid you can't gloss over these fundamental assumptions of your arguments. Well, you could, but then that would mean you're not making the argument for a globe. If you say, oh, I'm not arguing the Earth's a globe, then yeah, you wouldn't have to prove that the Earth is curved. But if you are going to make an argument that the Earth is a globe, then of course you have to substantiate that fundamental assumption that the surface is curved, and you can't just gloss over it. You have to prove it, or we won't entertain it. Hitchens' razor says claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So that's it. If there's no evidence, it's dismissed. You don't just get to then look at the stars and say, well, let's just imagine we're on a spinning ball, then this would make sense. That's just begging the question. So that's what we're interested in. You'd have to prove your initial assumptions before we can start speculating on the stars and black holes and whatever else.
The original argument and debate was simply, we look at boats. They go over the horizon. And I personally, with an optical zoom camera, have tried to zoom boats back in different atmospheric conditions, and it never worked. That's the only example that I am yet to disprove, like many flat earthers say it easily happens. And every time when I do see a video of it happening from a flat earther, it's always in very particular conditions. Number one, they're always pretty high. The camera is always one of those weird Nikon Z90 N900s, which I'm not claiming, but the CMOS sensors on those are always a little strange, in my opinion. And I know you guys, when round earthers do a debate, they don't use refraction, but they don't understand refraction. I personally don't understand it too well. I only know it as a property that happens. I only know the basic numbers in basic atmospheric conditions. It can help you see about 10% further, but in more extreme cases, it can see you 100, even to 100% further. But besides the point, one of the cleanest pieces of evidence I personally have, it's simply boats going over the horizon. And yes, I understand there are specific cases where it appears like it doesn't happen, even though I haven't been personally able to validate that for myself. And all videos that I have seen of that appear a little strange to me in multiple different conditions. So that's one piece of evidence that I would like to put forth.
Okay. Well, yes, DJ, I'm sure you're going to go to the same thing I was, so take it away.
Well, just really quickly, right? So, I mean, you did mention, usually what I see when the globe earthers present their evidence of boats going over the horizon, it's always in very choppy conditions, right? And we don't see the observer height, and it usually looks like there's waves and wind and whatnot, and very blurry conditions. Now, the footage that I would go to, that I've saved on my computer, is the crystal clear, very nice footage in nice still conditions where there's no wind, and big boats, if possible. So I just put a really good example, right? This person's just standing on the beach, right, or on the shoreline. So it isn't from a high height, and we don't have windy conditions. We don't have any noticeable miraging effects whatsoever, and we have an absolutely giant ship. Now, when he's zoomed out, right, we cannot see the ship at all. Even like halfway through the zoom, it's very, very small and you really can't see it. Now, when he zooms in, there is nothing obstructed behind it. Growing up on the east coast of Australia, surfing, fishing at the beach, which are both things that you're sitting there and you're like, most of the time you're waiting for waves or waiting for fish. So you're watching things, right? And we have a ton of cruise ships, a ton of fishing boats going out. So you'd be just sitting there like watching the boats go out. What happens most of the time is like just what you see in this GIF. Unless there's ocean swells, right? Obviously, if there's ocean swells, even small ocean swells, it's going to make the ship appear to disappear bottom up. There's no way you're going to be able to zoom it back in to view again, right? Because it's physical obstruction. Now, more rarely, especially if it's early in the morning, if you're going out doing these observations, you can absolutely have like a little bit of atmospheric sinking, which is defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon, apparently sinks beneath it. Now, what we need from the globe side is distance markers, right? Or tracking radar for the ship, right? So we can work out if it matches up with the globe mathematics, and to be able to negate the sinking refraction effect and the ocean swells. Now, I haven't seen a single presentation put forward by the globe side that is able to dismiss those possible and obvious explanations and factors that could easily explain what we're seeing. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I could show you a ton of different ships, from low altitude, clear conditions where we can zoom in and see the ship again. And personal, you don't have to believe me, but I'm not lying to you when I say most of the time they fade off into the atmosphere before they even get too small. Right, because usually if you check the weather report just about anywhere, the maximum visibility rating's not that far. It's like 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers usually. So most often a big ship it'll just kind of like blur out. And if it's really clear conditions, it'll just get real small until you can't see it anymore, unless those things are present that I mentioned. So I would say that most of it's just kind of like inconclusive evidence when it comes to ships over the horizon. I don't think it's the best argument for the globe side, to be honest, because we can. This is one last thing, really quickly, right? This is the real thing, right? We can just replicate it on a smaller scale. Like we can show you the same thing happen, the exact same thing happening over like a couple of meters distance with a little toy boat, proving 100% that it is not exclusive to a curved surface.
Yeah, and further to that, this whole argument is arguing for a geometric horizon, a curve of a ball Earth of 3959 miles, resulting in a horizon that boats are going over. But that's been debunked for years now. The globe side aren't even claiming a geometric horizon anymore. So the boats over the curve argument has been abandoned by the globe side. Now everything is an illusion, because the Earth's observably flat.
I personally don't claim everything is an illusion, and most of the scientific world, I believe, doesn't claim that. Can't speak for all. Obviously, I don't know what the globers
Let me explain it to you like this. You're arguing that the horizon is the curve of a ball Earth, yeah?
Not necessarily. The horizon is the farthest point your eyes can see, or something like that. I don't know the exact definition.
It's not the leading edge of a sphere Earth that boats are going over?
Leading edge.
Well, what do you mean? Okay, now you're going to have to define horizon, because now you're getting a bit wishy-washy. So what is a horizon?
Cyclone. Now he's saying the boats don't go beyond the horizon. Now he's saying that.
No.
Now he's saying that it's not the curve of the Earth.
Saying that. Boats go over the horizon.
You just said that's not the curve of the Earth. That's just sight.
Yeah, you're kind of saying now that because your argument was that the boats are going over it, meaning it's a physical thing.
Exactly. That was your argument.
That's your argument, dude. So you can't now turn around and say, "Oh no, it's not really the curve the boats are going over."
The farthest point that we can see with our eyes is a little over the actual geometric.
Yeah, so it's not the curvature. So it's not the geometric curvature. Now you are saying it again.
No. Don't confuse me.
Hold on a second, bro. Look, let me just clear this up really quickly, all right? So when the bottom half of the ship's missing, what's blocking the bottom half of the ship?
The Earth. Yes.
Okay, so you are claiming a geometric horizon.
Yes, that is what is happening. But the actual horizon, the farthest point that we can see, is actually a little farther than the geometric horizon due to the different atmospheric
Right, so
conditions.
what you're seeing is not the geometric horizon.
It's not the geometric horizon if you want to assume
You just
that
said it was a geometric horizon before saying it wasn't a geometric horizon.
Let me just explain. Let me see if you can get my logic here.
No, you cannot have the cake and eat it.
Excuse me?
You cannot have the cake and eat it.
Let me just stillman you really quickly, right? I understand what you're saying. You're saying that really there is a geometric horizon, but because of atmospheric conditions, it can appear a little further away.
Yeah, exactly that. So if I'm standing on a beach and if we do the math,
then the boats should not disappear beyond the horizon. Then the boats should not disappear.
No, that's good. So if you're standing at the beach, you're at 6 foot. How far is the horizon going to be for you?
Okay, I'm 6 foot. You can calculate from my eye, draw a perfect line, with a triangle and everything. You're gonna get a maximum viewpoint before the horizon would start to.
And how far away is that horizon?
Well, I don't know the math top of my head, but I can do it if you want.
Well, you have to, because this is your argument. This is what you're claiming the boats are going over.
Yes.
So we're gonna check if that's true by checking if it matches the distance that the curvature predicts.
But let me explain my point all the way through.
No. We're on this point. With 6 foot observer height, where will the horizon be? You're going to go and work it out. You can also just Google distance to horizon calculator, and you can plug in 6 feet, and it will tell you how far away it should be. So you need to do that to continue your argument that there's boats going over that.
Okay, it's a simple formula. I believe it's the distance is equal to the square root of the height times the radius of the Earth squared, if I'm not mistaken. So I can do it right now. It's not a big problem, but listen here. There is a geometric point. If we assume no atmosphere vacuum, there is a geometric point where I cannot see any further, where the horizon physically blocks it.
Yeah,
but
that's what you believe. But that doesn't exist though in reality. That's what you're about to try and find out.
Suppose that exists. If we suppose
we suppose that exists, and then we go and check, and it doesn't.
But listen here, I'm trying to explain my point. When we add an atmosphere on top of that, the actual amount I can see is a little higher because of the fact that light will react differently. It might be.
Well, how much further can it go?
By my understanding, in typical atmospheric conditions, it can be around 10%, but in extreme conditions, it can go up to 200%.
100 or 200%. DJ, keep me right here. We've got further than that, don't we?
Oh yeah, we've got thousands of percent, bro. So
okay. So by your metric, then Omsky, we have debunked the globe because the refraction cope only goes up to 200%. You said. Well, we've got higher than that. So refraction doesn't cut it.
Actually, no, exactly.
The experts say that standard refraction is 7 to 8%, right? Standard refraction 7/6R, and then under extreme conditions, it can be 15%. Up to and some of them speculate it could be a maximum up to 20-30%. But most of the experts say 15% is very extreme. I was listening to a physics professor the other day, and he was saying it's usually 7 to 8%, but under extreme conditions, it could be 15%. And if anyone could show him observations that are beyond 15%, he will be shocked, right? And we've got thousands of percent, 2,000% and whatnot. So there is no type of atmospheric refraction conditions that can do that, right? Because once you start getting, extreme differences in the refractive index, you start getting crazy miraging effects. So many of these observations we're showing that are, a few thousand% further than what we should be able to see. It's crystal clear, right? There's no characteristics of any miraging effects taking place.
Yeah, so boats aren't going over a curve. It's just optical. Yep. So we're back to no globe.
You claim that, but I've seen it happen multiple times in different atmospheric conditions.
You've only ever seen a flat body of water expanding out as far as it goes, not limited by any curvature. You've never observed or measured that.
So unless you are able to expel the possible variables that could explain the boat, because we're not saying it doesn't happen. Right? It does happen sometimes. Hello, bro. Hold on a second. Hold your thought. So look, hold on a second. If you're not able to eliminate the mainstream explanations for why it could happen, if these are just it's not flat earth explanations, it's like mainstream explanations, right? Sinking refraction, waves, right? These are obvious things that could cause that to happen. So you would have to show an example that compensates for those things and makes sure that they're not present, right? Because we can show the same thing happening over and over again on a flat floor or a little pond.
I've seen the videos, for example, in floors or ponds. You're never going to get a perfectly exact floor. And for the pond, every time I see the camera is not on the pond, but it's on the edge of the pond, and it essentially goes under.
You're just coping about everything, dude. You're just looking to dismiss absolutely everything. You don't actually want to know.
Well, let me just respond to that really quickly, right? So many of the observations, maybe you've seen some ones that weren't done that well, but I've got ones that I can show you where, they have the door closed, right? They have the temperature control in the room, and they'll set up some figures across the whole floor, and you can see the figure on the other side of the room, right? You can tell it's a flat floor. Floors are pretty flat generally, right? So you can see the bottom of the figure on the other side of the room. Then they'll manipulate the humidity and temperatures in the room, and then you'll start to see the thing disappear bottom up, right? Showing that the cause, right? They're manipulating the temperatures, which is manipulating the refractive index, which is making the thing start to disappear bottom up.
Yes, but as you specifically said, someone has to manipulate the conditions for that to happen.
Yeah, so where the conditions...
99% of boats show perfectly going up bottom first.
Don't do some bullshit statistics. Don't just make up statistics. Don't do that. Listen, dude, I don't know why you're so desperate to believe in the globe, but it's very obvious that that's all this is.
I have observed. Majority of boats I have observed.
Dude, I grew up on the coast watching boats go out, right, on the Gold Coast, where there's tons of cruise ships and fishing boats. I never saw a boat disappear bottom up unless there was massive ocean swells. Never. And I saw tons go out. So it might happen more often in particular areas where you live. You might have different conditions. But where I live, I can testify that doesn't happen. It's extremely rare, and it should have to happen all the time. I don't know who's giggling right now. I don't think it's this guy.
I thought someone was crying. Was someone crying in the chat?
No, I just saw a meme about flat earth on internet.
Who's the guy who's crying? Sanchez, was that you crying?
Someone's crying.
Yeah.
He's crying.
Okay, well, put yourself on mute if you're going to cry. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to mute up. Make sure you keep yourself on mute as well. All right. Get some tissues. It's okay. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, so I can tell kind of by how you're answering the questions that you don't actually want to know what's going on. You just want to reassert your own beliefs. So I don't really know if there's much point in discussing with you, to be honest.
Well, the funny thing is the same goes for you.
No, because remember, we all started this whole thing with your baseless assumptions of curvature and motion that you admitted you have no evidence for, and yet here you are again, trying to argue for the thing you already admitted you had no evidence for.
Yeah, Cyclone, I would like to
no evidence for it. I said I didn't have evidence for a specific very specific part of a very big model.
No, you don't have any detection of it. You don't have any detection of any surface curvature. You don't have any measurement of it. You don't have any observation of it. You don't have it. That's what it is. And you're just, again, remember earlier when you said you wanted to gloss over it and try and justify your glossing. Well, no, that's not going to fly.
You don't want to know. Cyclone is right. You don't want to know. He gave you the chance, and he meant that I'm a bit harsh to you, but I was not harsh. I'm telling you, bro, if you check the math by yourself, you will find out that the math of the sphere is not working, as we were globers too, like you, all of us. I was not harsh, but I knew it's a waste of time. You have to get rid of this. You don't want to know because the majority are globers blindly, but blindly. They are blindly following and believing what they are not checking by yourself. We are not trying to make fun of you.
Yeah, but it's clear what you think. I mean, you talk about you're a science guy, you're a physicist guy. It kind of strikes me that you're like a pop science casual. Like you're dressing it up as boats go over the horizon, and that's why you believe. But really, you just believe the government space cartoons.
And by the way, to the other point that I'm afraid of being different, here in Macedonia where I lived, and I'm not being funny about this, maybe half is a little much, but 20, 30, 40% easily flat earthers.
Based.
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, I just wanted to mention one thing really quickly. Like I presented a bunch of stuff to back up what I was claiming, and you didn't present anything, and I didn't expect you to have these.
Well,
I didn't expect you to be able to back up what you were claiming, but do take that into consideration that you didn't actually present any evidence. You just made some claims.
Yeah, it's not about making a PowerPoint presentation. You couldn't provide a single demonstration from anyone at any point.
Exactly.
So we're not asking for a lot here. We're just pointing out that you have absolutely no argument. You only have an emotional appeal to stories and cartoons you were given as a child from the government.
Yeah, DJ, exactly. We provided. I also made a screenshot in the chat box of the horizon distance with the Earth curvature calculator, and he's not looking at that, and he's not providing anything by himself.
Yeah, he doesn't want to know.
Was right. Yeah, he doesn't want to know. I told you from the beginning.
Apologies, I didn't have the chat open. Now I'm opening it.
Okay, I will post it again. No problem, bro.
You didn't see the evidence that I was presenting earlier when I was talking about the
yeah, boat? He didn't look at it. He's saying he didn't look at anything.
Of course he didn't. Doesn't want to know.
Okay,
yeah, exactly.
He wants to argue about things that he hasn't actually even looked into for some reason.
Okay, so you want to talk about the Black Swan because I see you sent it.
No, bro.
No, we've already spoken about it. The geometric horizon is debunked. Your uneducated attempt to cope with 200% stretch due to refraction is debunked. Not true. Just another cope. We've already went through it. You're the only one who isn't up to speed. So put yourself on mute, and you can go and read the chat, catch up, and then come back.
There you have it. Horizon distance at 6 feet observer height. It's a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator online. The horizon distance must be at...
Yep, hold on a second, Sanchez. All right, Cyclone and Berserker, we've got Sanchez. Sanchez says in the side chat that they have... he says, I got the proof, right? So he's got the proof.
Sanchez, you don't have any proof. Why are you doing this?
No, I have a lot of proof. So we talked about the Aryabhatta. Not we. I told you about the Aryabhatta. So in his writings, in verse 6, that is called Golapada, the astronomy section in Sanskrit, Aryabhatta says Bhugola Sarvatro Vritta. If you translate that in English, it will be the earth is round. Okay. And the second is in the same
round
page.
doesn't necessarily. Remember, this is exactly what I said. Wait, no, wait. This is exactly what I told you. Hold on, I'll address them one at a time. I'll address them one at a time because you just did one. So round is not exclusive to a ball, and I already told you that.
Okay. In the same page, in the verse 10, in the astronomy section, Golapada, in Sanskrit, he says, Swam achalati prishta na bhogalasya.
Can I have this
if you translate that in...
No, hold on a sec. Just 1 second, Omsky. Let him get his...
No, I just wanted to say, I need to go now because it's really late, man.
Hey, bro.
There's a lot of fun debating with you guys.
Sometime. Come back anytime.
Some other time, definitely.
Yeah, it was fun chatting with you, bro.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be dipping off as well in a second, so someone's gonna have to pick this up with Sanchez here.
Yeah, Berserker. He's the man.
All right, Berserker, you got it.
What do you mean I'm the man? You're the best, bro. I'm not as good as you and Cyclone and Jedi and Matrix.
Okay.
All right, so Sanchez, 1 second, bro. Okay, so if round, what shape is a coin? Round? What shape is a hula hoop?
Wait, man, why you always cut me off?
Don't tell me to wait. All right, you wait for a second, my friend.
Let me finish this. You cut me off and then ask the question. Let me first finish my proof, then you can ask me question about it.
Yes. Okay, go.
So now you made me forget the page. Wait.
Well, now, okay. Well, if things you've forgotten, right, we can talk about round.
Wait. I got it.
Okay.
So in the same page, in the verse 10, he says, just as a man, he is giving an example. So he says, just as a man in a moving boat sees a stationary object as moving, so do the stars appear to move. It's because of the earth rotation. I can give you the page number and the verse, but you can go and check it out.
Please, yeah, post it in the chat. It says because of the earth rotation.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to see that.
Okay, so I can only give you the link of that.
I'd like the original. I'd like the original as well, like in whatever language it was.
I cannot paste it. Like I am new here, so I think I don't have the permission to post.
So you know, there's a section somewhere up in the server where you can apply for permission.
No, I also don't know that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. Oh, anyway, you can just send it to me in DM if you want.
I can send you the link. But
yeah, you also must realize, like, this isn't going to be any kind of globe proof. You do realize that, don't you?
Yeah, it is a globe proof. No, I'm just saying that Hindu cosmology doesn't accept that Earth is flat, and Earth is not. And wait a second, man. Just a general question. What are we getting from this? Like, if the Earth is globe or if the Earth is flat? Just live your life, man. Why so much drama about the flat or globe? I don't understand.
It's not about the shape of the Earth, right? We don't like being lied to, and the true nature of reality is important. It's not about the shape of the Earth. If it doesn't matter, if it doesn't matter, why are you in here debating against flat earthers?
Exactly. That applies the same way to you. Why is it important to you to disprove flat Earth?
As I said, I am only here as an observer, not a debater. I said it 2 times.
You just proved yourself wrong because you're actually not an observer. You're debating.
Yeah, but you you question the Hindu cosmology without understanding it. That's why I am giving you the proof.
I looked up the mainstream explanations that
You
say
just
what the
go on the Google and type into cosmology and see a random picture that is like a disk, and you say it is a Earth. No, it's not a Earth.
No,
That is a
no,
spiritual plane, not
I
a
looked
physical
up
plane.
a
That is
bunch of.
not a physical map.
Hold on. I know it's not a physical map. Nobody claimed it was a physical map. It's a depiction, right? It's very different to a physical map. It's a depiction of the part of the earth or the realm that humans are claimed to live on, right? Back then in the Hindu cosmology. Now, everything that I looked up online.
There is
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. I know
type
that.
of layer.
Okay, and which layer did the humans live in?
The Earth, but that is not a
It's in the
actual.
depiction.
How can I say
Part
the
of the
map?
depiction.
That is
Hold on a second,
that is
bro.
only
Hold on. Hold on a second. We keep talking over each other, right? The humans lived in one of those realms, right? In one of those layers, right? So the depiction is depicting the Earth as an enclosed flat surface. It's not a globe.
What?
Yeah. And also, let me finish this, right? When I search it up in the mainstream, right, every single link that I look up says that they believed that the Earth was flat and stationary. And it's only you that is saying differently.
Yeah, I found out one more thing that Aryabhatta wrote. He said Chayasya Grahanam. If you translate that in English, it will be eclipse is due to the shadow of Chaya of Earth falling on the moon. The shadow like falling.
Yeah, well, you got to send me the links to these things so I can check, because sometimes translations are differently. If you look at translations of the Bible, right, you'll get all sorts of different versions of what the original text said, right? So sometimes things don't translate out correctly into English. So I'd have to have a look into it myself.
Okay, you are right. Sounds fair to me. So you like the original link of the book, or there is a translated version of it?
I want the citation. I don't want to have to search through it myself, because I can't read it. So I need you to link me to the section that says that the Earth is spinning, and also to the bit that said that we want the bit that says the Earth is a globe.
Yeah. I can. Okay, wait. If you Hindi, like in Hindi, we said Bhugol. So if you translate that in English, the Bhugol means the Bhu means earth and the Gol means round.
Yeah, but round, like I just said, round isn't like you wouldn't say if you had a ball or a sphere, you wouldn't describe it. I'm not going to say here's something round, right? Because round is like a circle, like a coin or a pizza or a pancake or a hula hoop, right? That's all round, right? When you're talking about a 3D object, you're going to call it a sphere or a ball, not a round.
Good. Wow. Good. I mean, good point. Yeah. Now I understand. Wow.
Like that's what some Christians, right? Some Christians say when you say, "Where does it talk about the Earth
if
being?"
you go to the
Just let me finish really quickly, right? So there's a verse. Hold on, let me finish. There's a verse in the Bible, right? And when you ask Christians, where in the Bible does it say that the Earth is a globe? They say the verse, right? And they say it says the circle of the Earth, and they think that's talking about a round planet, right? Because they say circle of the Earth. But when you say circle, that's a word that you describe for a 2D shape, right? Like a circle, like a hula hoop is a circle, right? Or a circle, draw a circle, a coin is circular. So it's not exclusive to a sphere. I'm sure you can agree with me on that.
But if you go to the in the Sanskrit, like the Sanskrit astronomy, to mean a spherical shape, it's 3D. Because in the same page number, the Aryabhatta says in verse 7, he is talking about he's comparing Earth to a ball, like a ball made from a flower called kadamba, surrounded by all sides of all sides of heavenly bodies.
Once again,
So I think it is
let me
disproves
just
that
rebut
Earth
that.
is flat.
Well, sometimes, you have a look at these ancient depictions, right? And the enclosure that they show Earth in, the container is round, but they depict that you live inside the realm, right? And that you're inside the realm on a layer, right? A flat surface. And then there's different sections of the realm, right? So just because they're saying that it's like a ball, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're describing like the globe Earth and that you're living on the outside of it.
To make us understand about the seven realms. It is not a physical map.
Right, but the realms are inside. They're inside the ball, according to the depictions of many of these ancient cultures. The realms are inside of the dome or the realm or the ball in some cases.
And I found the URL of that. Good. Now I can send to here. Go. I can tell you the page number if you want. This is the Aryabhatta book translated version of. So I think this is translated by some guy called Clark. So.
Yeah, I want to see like the untranslated section.
Okay, so you want the page number?
Sometimes people that are translating things have bias or preconceived notion that the Earth's a globe, so they'll translate it.
I like how you have when I say the Earth, when I give you proof that in the books they say the Earth is a sphere, and you say no, the sphere doesn't means the Earth is sorry, its sphere means doesn't means ball. It means also a coin and like something else. I give you the proof of some book, and you say that the explanation could be wrong.
No, this is what you said, right? You said it translates to round, okay? And I told you that round doesn't mean sphere. Round means round is not exclusive to a sphere, right? Obviously, a coin isn't a sphere. A hula hoop isn't a sphere. A donut is not a sphere, right? These are all round objects, but they're not spheres, right? A circle that you draw on a piece of paper is round. It's not a sphere, right? When you're talking about a 3D object, you don't use the word round. You use the word ball or sphere.
Go to the page number of 28 of that, I think, the Gola Pada version.
Okay.
Wait, let me give you the chapter number also. Chapter 4. I can find you the page number. Chapter. This is, I think, 5. I would read this.
What I want you to also do, my friend, is show me the depiction. Show me their depiction showing a sphere Earth. I want to see the actual depiction. Yeah, I want to see the depiction that shows the sphere Earth. You told me the word round, right? You told me that it translates to the word round. That's different than sphere.
Man, wait. If you go to the chapter 4, the page number 92, like if you scroll the PDF slider to the 92, you see the word gola or the sphere. Gola means the sphere in Hindi. Gola means the sphere in English.
80 what? 82?
93. 9 and 3. Verse number 6. So in page number 93, or if you see the book page number, it will be 64. Then you will see a quote like 6, the numbering, that is the verse. It says the sphere of earth being quite round, situated in the center of space, in the middle of the circle of astronomies, surrounded by orbits of planets, consist of water, earth, fire, and air.
Yeah,
and
I
then
can see it.
in the
Let me read it. Hold on, let me read it myself.
Okay. Also read the quote 7 and 9. Sorry, the verse 7 and 9. Also, you can set a quote.
What do you mean? What does it mean? Half of the spheres of the earth.
Where is written half of the spheres of the earth?
Chapter 5 on page 64.
Page number. Wait, I closed it.
Well, it says chapter 5. It says you. This is what you were just reading out to me. It says half of the spheres of the earth, not one sphere. Spheres.
No, I am reading verse 6. I think you were talking
round.
about.
It says, yeah, why does it say in verse 5 half of the spheres of the earth?
Okay, it says half of the spheres of the earth, the planets and the astronomies is darkened by their shadow, and the half of being turned toward the sun is light. Being a small or large, is large according to the sun.
Yeah, but
so I think
half of the spheres of the earth.
Explaining
how many spheres are there on Earth of Earth? Why does it say that? Half of the spheres of the earth. That's why I want you to show me a depiction. Show me an illustration. Because when you look at the depiction, we're not on the outside of any of the sphere. According to the depiction, we're not on the outside of the sphere.
No, he is talking about like Earth and other planets. He's not only talking about the Earth, I think.
No, it says half of the spheres. Listen, it says half of the spheres of the earth. Why is there an S? Why is it spheres? More than one. It doesn't say the sphere of the earth. It says the spheres of the earth. That's because they say that there's like a dome covering each of the realms, right?
Wait.
No, that's what the depiction shows. That's like the illustration that Cyclone showed earlier. That's exactly what it shows. The spheres of the earth, right? It's talking about the domes that are over each of the realms that they claim, you know? It's not like they're claiming that the earth is a big sphere and you're on the outside of it. That's not what the depictions show. I'm going to put the depictions in the side chat, and if you think the depictions are wrong, these are from university websites, these depictions, right? You show me your depiction. That's what I keep asking for.
Okay, so it also says that, so if he says, I think in verse 5, Aryabhatta is not saying there is many earths. I think he is only the word spheres, like to refer the multiple spherical celestial objects.
No, it says spheres of the earth, and then it's because it says, dude, English is my first language. Obviously, when it's translated to English, then that's my understanding, you know. So
I think he also says half of the spheres of the earth, comma, the planets, comma, and the astronomies is darkened their shadow, comma, and half, comma, being turned toward the sun, comma, is light. He doesn't put a full stop there.
It says half the spheres of the earth, right?
Wait.
I'm waiting.
I think English is second language, but as far as I could be wrong, as far as I know the grammar, I think he doesn't use the full stop there. So he is not talking about the how can I say, what I can say, like the only earth. He is also, if you go further to that verse, he told that the planets and the astronomies is darkened by their shadow, and half turned toward the sun is light, being small or large according to their size.
Yeah, but that's
He doesn't
different.
put
If
a
you're
full
talking
stop
about
there.
if you're talking about
No, it
planets
is
and
not.
things like that being spheres, right? Where does it say that the Earth is a sphere and that you live on the outside of the sphere? Show me the depiction. Because when I look up the depictions, it's all showing a flat Earth in an enclosed
Okay,
system.
so yeah. So now you understand this.
No,
I think this.
it's not that I understand what it's saying. It's using the word spheres of the Earth, right? Not the sphere of the Earth.
So it is also using the comma, man.
No, it's not the comma. The comma doesn't make a difference. The comma, just using a comma does. If you have spheres, right? The word spheres means more than one sphere, of the Earth. Okay.
But he also talks about many other celestial bodies in there. So in the verse.
Look at what Over Fences has put in the chat from the Veda, right? The Earth has 4 corners. Are you rejecting the turtle?
Okay, now you are going to that part. Wait. First, I know the answer of that also. But yeah, first, clear this. Then we'll go to that. Okay. So as far as I think, it says that Aryabhatta is not talking about many years. He is using a word sphere because it is referring to many another celestial bodies that he talk in that verse, like the Earth and other planet, and astronomies means star. And
Let me explain why that's. No, hold on a second. Stop. I have to stop you.
This also proves that he believed that all the
said something wrong just then.
Spherical.
Okay, but you just said something wrong, right? So this is exactly what it says. Reading it, it's right in front of me right now. It says half of the spheres of the Earth, the planets.
Yeah.
Right? So it says half of the spheres of the Earth, the planets.
Read it complete.
Yeah, so half of the spheres of the Earth and the planets and the asterisks darkened by their shadows, and half being turned towards the sun is light, being small or large. That doesn't look. It's the first part of the verse. It says half of the spheres of the Earth, the planets, right? So he's saying spheres of the Earth, and then he's also saying the planets. So when he's saying also the planets, right? When he's saying the spheres of the Earth, that doesn't also include the planets because he also mentioned the planets separately. Anyway, look, we're getting into like, it's probably annoying for people to listen to this conversation, to be honest, right now. So maybe we can just like agree to disagree on that because it doesn't really prove anything anyway. So maybe we can just like move on, and I'll have a better look at it, right? Because I can do some research now that you sent me this, and then we can chat about it another time. But maybe now we can like move the conversation forward.
Go to the verse 5. Go to the verse 5.
Yeah, that's what I just read. Verse 5.
Okay, so you read verse 5. Sorry. Go to the verse 6 in same page. Sorry about I said 5.
Yeah, it says the sphere of the Earth being quite round, situated in the center of space, in the middle of the circle.
Wait here. Here let me complete it. Here he doesn't tell spheres. He only tell a sphere. Why? Because he is not talking about any other celestial body. In verse 5, he used spheres because he is talking about Earth and the planets and the streams. But in verse 6, he only used the word sphere because he is only talking about Earth here. So I think this clears your third question that Earth has made form.
It actually contradicts what he said in verse 5. You know why? Because this is translated by someone that probably thinks the Earth is a globe. I asked you for the original text because we can have errors lost in translation. You ever heard that? Right? So I want to see the original text so I can look at the actual translation rather than I asked you specifically for the original text in whatever language it was originally in. I don't want the translation because I see translations of the Bible that are all over the place, completely incorrect, completely mistranslated by people that have preconceived notions of globes and things like that, right? So I need to see the original. Until then, we need to move the conversation forward because this is probably getting frustrating for every single person listening to it. So maybe
here is wait. It is not getting frustrating. Here is a verse that explained version of original version of verse 6. Vugol Sarvato Vritta.
Okay.
This is the real version. You can translate it, or I don't know how you will.
I posted India's moon landing so we can all see where why his reality seems to work.
What's up, Radwin? Yeah, he's trying to say that the ancient Hindus thought the Earth was a globe.
Oh, no, that's not true.
Exactly what all of the sources I looked up said as well.
Yeah, that didn't even take a 20-minute conversation, did it, Sanchez? It's just, no. That's it.
So, Sanchez, what you posted there, I need the source. Where did you get that from?
Okay, I will provide you. Give me a second.
And we need to move the conversation away from this topic because it's probably getting annoying for people to listen to. That's all.
Sanchez, DJ means the original text in Sanskrit. How is it called? The Hindu Sanskrit. The original
Sanskrit.
Yeah, but I'm gonna fall asleep.
Exactly.
And may I say another thing? I'm a Christian, but I don't use the Bible. Why don't we stay in the physical, empirical reality?
Yeah. No, he said that Hindu cosmology talks about the Earth is flat.
Bro, Sanchez, you didn't provide any proof. We posted in the chat box, me and Cyclone and DJ,
I just provided the
all
proof.
the evidence, screenshots. I posted screenshots from the Mediterranean. Look, science. Let's talk about science. Because
it's not just some screenshot. It is a proper book.
No. I posted a screenshot from the calculator, or Earth's curvature calculator, with a height of observer height of 150 feet, 45 meters from Lebanon to over the Mediterranean Sea, at a distance of 146 miles. That is 235 kilometers. And the Earth's curvature calculator says the drop must be 3.5 kilometers, 11,000 feet. That means the other tower should be at a height of 3.5 kilometers. Come on, bro. Because you said because you said
Wait. This is not just some random book. This is translated in the Harvard University by the professor of Sanskrit.
I'm talking about mathematics and
so this is not just random screenshot of random book.
I'm not talking about religious scriptures. With all respect, brother, I'm talking about the Exalt wireless microwave propagation communication, which needs line of sight. And you said when the tower which sends the communication signal is at 150 feet, could see have a line of sight with the other one. But the other tower which receives the communication, is hidden 3.5 kilometers behind the curvature. I made a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator and posted and commented on it in the chat box. And Cyclone
You
and
know why
DJ
that
also.
signal works?
Okay, I'll mute myself.
Earlier,
I
you
think
know why
Cyclone,
that
maybe
signal traveled over to
DJ, you can
225
go
kilometers?
ahead with that. He just
Hold
doesn't
on,
want
just
to
one
know.
second.
He doesn't
Just one
he
second,
just
Soko.
yeah.
Just 1 second, sorry. Yeah, so Sanchez, just the very last thing I want to cover about this ancient text, right? You're not showing the ancient text. You're showing this Aryabhata guy, right, who preaches the heliocentric model, okay? And when I looked up, right, hold on, let me finish,
he
please.
is an ancient
Hold on, stop talking.
mathematician and
Stop
astronomer.
talking. Sanchez, just stop
He is not
talking.
some guy.
Stop talking, and I will let you finish talking after I
Don't
say
talk
what I want to say. Okay, I just posted, right? He's preaching the heliocentric theory. I just put the screenshot in the text. Hold on a second, because we're talking about the ancient Hindu culture, the Vedic texts. So when I look up this person that you're showing, right? This guy's from like 400 AD, right? This isn't the ancient people that we're talking about here. And it says when I look him up that his model was rejected by many Indian astronomers. It says later scholars like Brahma Gupta rejected this guy's spinning Earth and reaffirmed a flat, stationary Earth based on Vedic cosmology. Right?
Who rejected it? Who rejected it? Wait. Who rejected it?
I'm gonna post in the chat.
Yeah, post it.
So you're talking about someone later on that had adopted the heliocentric theory, right?
Like Brahma
The ancient Vedic texts, the ancient Vedic texts speak about a flat, stationary Earth. You're talking about someone much later that thought the Earth was a globe, right? And he's got this book or whatever called the heliocentric theory. Anyway, if you want to say something about it, I will let you get the last word in.
Brahmagupta rejected Earth's rotation, but not its shape. He if you go and find that, he wrote that the Earth is round and surrounded by space.
Yeah, but that's not what the ancient Vedic cosmology said.
You talked about Brahmagupta, no? You talked about Brahmagupta. He accepted the spherical Earth.
Hey, tell that guy to come in here so I can tell him space is fake.
Yeah. Anyway, Sanchez, right? It's ChatGPT says you're wrong, and Google says you're wrong as well.
Give me the proof, the screenshot of it.
Yeah. Okay.
If he gives you the screenshot, then you have to concede. Okay, is that agreed?
I will also give you the screenshot of ChatGPT.
No, he doesn't have to give you shit then. He doesn't have to give you anything. He doesn't have to give you anything. It's a waste of time.
I know, yaar. Brahmagupta disagreed with Aryabhatta, but not on this topic that Earth is flat. And I think science evolves through such a debate.
Science doesn't prove shapes.
Correct.
Later scholars in the Kerala school like Nilakatha Soumyaji actually received Aryabhatta rotating Earth model centuries, and it is centuries before Galileo. That's an Indian scientific tradition.
Yeah, bro. But the thing is, the ancient Vedic texts claimed that the Earth was flat and stationary. I don't give a shit what more recent people said. We were talking about the ancient cultures, and all of the ancient cultures thought the Earth was flat and stationary. Okay? I don't care about these people later on that fell into the globe lie.
Man, even Brahmagupta doesn't believe that Earth is flat. You're talking about the Brahmagupta guy, and he doesn't believe that.
About ancient Vedic.
Give me
ancient,
the screenshot.
I'm talking about ancient cosmology. You're talking about
Give
more
me the
recent
screenshot.
people.
Yeah, so where does it says that Brahmagupta rejected Aryabhatta, a spinning earth, and reaffirmed a stationary flat earth?
It says
Based
right
on
there. He says his
Vedic
model was rejected by. It says it right there. His model was rejected by many Indian astronomers. Later scholars like Brahmagupta rejected Aryabhata's spinning Earth and reaffirmed a stationary flat Earth based on Vedic cosmology. Game over. Next topic.
Oh, that's it then. The end.
Wait, I will give you proof that this is wrong.
End.
Just
It's the
you are
end.
testing some bullshit and
Oh, it's
trying to
the end.
win an argument.
It's the end, son. That was it. It's over.
That was the game-ending shot. It's a 3-pointer.
Hey, you're walking to your car. The people are standing up and going out in the parking lot already. It's over. The buzzer rang.
The Earth is
cheers,
round
man.
and rotating.
Yeah, cheers, dude.
Say the Earth is flat. Say that. Repeat that.
Yeah.
No, the Earth is round as my balls.
No, degenerate Glober. Just say Earth is flat.
Win for DJ.
YouTube has to censor us. YouTube has to censor us.
Earth is round like a moon, and it is beautiful.
No, Earth is not a moon, dummy.
I doesn't like flat things.
Sanchez,
I like
mute
things
up, buddy.
round.
Mute up, or somebody will mute you, bro. Just come on, gracefully float off into the sunset.
You can't win argument, and you try to mute me. Wow.
It's over with. Everybody left the auditorium. The dude is sweeping up the floor right now with a broom.
Yeah, we were having a discussion. It wasn't a debate, man. You're bringing up ancient texts. You don't even know how to.
Don't go into the Hindu cosmology. It is beyond your understanding.
Okay, son. Yeah.
Bro, it's like a turtle. Earth is on a turtle, bro. It's on a turtle. With a snake wrapped around it.
Turtle, just like
It is not a physical map. It is just a map to make our
imagination work.
Mind understand the big things.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Sanchez. That's why
you can't even understand that Earth is.
Let's stay with the physical reality, bro. Let's stay with the physical reality and the observations, which show a lack of, you don't let anyone to finish his sentence, bro. Bro, you don't let anyone to finish his sentence.
Okay,
I will mute myself. Okay, I will. You are forcing me to mute myself.
All right, Sanchez. We had a good conversation. Just chill out. It's all good. It doesn't mean anything anyway, right? Because the Earth measures flat, so it doesn't matter what some ancients.
Also, you don't have to go tell people that you got smoked in the flat Earth room. Just keep it to yourself, and then you won't be embarrassed.
Man, I smoked all of you guys, and I laugh. I am currently laughing like how I smoked.
I posted the India moon landing. What did you think of that? It looked pretty good.
Yeah, someone got jealous.
Yeah. So a completely flat surface means you won the debate with some ancient cosmology. Come on, dude.
Hey, Sanchez, you said earlier that you don't believe in NASA. You think NASA lies?
I don't believe in NASA. Yeah, I don't believe in anything, and I believe in everything.
Wow, he's got super cogdice. He doesn't believe in anything, and he believes in everything.
Everything, yeah. That's who I am.
And nothing.
And nothing at the same time.
Yeah. But if something, if I like something, I will believe it. I doesn't like something, I don't believe it. Except the things about my religion.
Do you believe you ate today?
No. But if I go and eat today, I will start believing that I eat today.
So you're just like kind of like a brain in a jar then, and you're not sure of anything in reality. You just believe in things. You believe maybe you ate today. You're just a brain in a jar, right?
Yeah, that's how I keep myself happy.
That's how. Hey, listen,
man,
that makes me just as
this
happy to
world
know
is
that
full of
you're
random
safe
things.
as a brain in the jar on somebody's shelf. That keeps me happy.
Yep. It's smart. Okay, forget it.
What if it's just a jar, like without a brain?
Is it a jar without
Like
a
you
brain,
guys?
Sanchez? No. We live in reality. We don't live in
All
jars.
the empty jars go to the
Only
flat
only
earthers
people
by
in
the
India
NASA.
and other countries
That's
live in
why I doesn't
jars.
believe in NASA.
How dare you not believe in NASA?
So DJ,
All your space pictures
Because they sent all the jars to the flat earthers, all the empty jars to the flat earthers, and I don't like
DJ,
that.
how many people? How many people have we lost in the chat since this conversation started?
Half.
Yeah,
okay, that makes sense.
There wasn't that many in here, to be honest. Look, people come in and they leave all the time in this server, but I don't think there wasn't really many in here.
I was only joking. I was joking.
I was looking at my phone. I was working, man. I'm working late today, man. But yeah, I was listening, and it was just like kind of just waiting for the painful part to stop.
People in India are running around all embarrassed now.
Why?
Because you're representing them, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, this fool keeps talking like an idiot."
I got many foreigner friends, and some of them visited with India because of me. Like I showed them the real India, not the memes and things like you guys get to the internet and talk about it.
Look
Like
at
India
the
is very
picture.
dirty.
Look at the picture from
India
the
is
moon.
India is low.
India's
Yes,
moon
someone got
rover.
jealous.
Look at the moon rover. Took a picture
Someone
of the
got
Earth.
jealous.
Do you think that's a
Someone
real
got
picture?
jealous.
Is that a real picture?
You know what? Some days, like sometime before, I watched a video made by some foreigner, like some American guy. He's explaining how the moon landing is fake. He's explaining his own moon landing is fake, like how
Yeah, it is
they did
fake.
it in the
It is
studio.
fake. Yeah, it's fake. Yes. Space is fake. Going to the moon, fake, fake.
I am also fake. You know, I am AI. Just trying
I knew
to
you would be
like talk
fake.
to you and keep
The only
you
thing you got left,
engaged.
dude, the only thing you have left is to just call yourself fake and just run around screaming.
You know what I have also left? I have left one more thing, and it's called right, because I am right about the Earth is not
Is that a
flat.
real? Is that a picture of India's moon rover taking a picture of the Earth? Is that a real picture?
No.
No. India fakes it too, or just NASA? Oh, there's India. India on the moon. Look how many people they took with them. It's like how they ride a bus.
Look! Look! You are also there in the front. Wow, you are so handsome, man. So tall and muscular. Wow, never seen a guy like you. Man.
Actually,
Wow.
I don't talk about dudes
you
like
are
that, so
hanging.
it's really
How
weird
you
sounding.
Yeah, it definitely sounds a little funny.
So tell me about the experience you guys you have on the moon.
So
because obviously India
Okay,
sent
I'm
you.
going to tell you. I'm going to tell you all about it. Space is fake, and the moon landings are fake. The end.
Okay. Wow. It's all are fake.
Yes.
So do I. So do Earth. So do air. So do water. So do fire. Everything is fake.
Just because the moon landing is fake doesn't mean you can't drink a glass of water, you idiot.
No, it's fake. Look, my bottle is empty. It's filled with nitrogen because oxygen is fake.
Did you say it's steak? You like steak?
A steak? What is a steak?
Would you like a steak?
What is a steak? Like
A cow.
from the
I like eating cows. You know, I eat a cow. Cow steaks.
Okay, Sanchez. Sorry, Radwin. I mean, I have to interrupt this. Sanchez, if you have any proofs of the curvature, just post them in the chat box. This is becoming only calling names. You are calling us stupid, and we are telling you you're wrong. Just go and check yourself.
No, I am calling you smart. You are far smarter than me. You are smarter than all of the people present in this world.
That's correct.
You guys are smart.
Yes.
I'm not calling you dumb. Who am I to call you dumb?
Nobody.
Am I the judge?
No.
Am I the president?
I will repeat myself.
Am I the lawyer? Am I the doctor?
I will repeat myself. I was a Glober 2. Sanchez, I was a Glober 2, and Radwin was a Glober 2. DJ was a Glober 2. And we found out that we might have been lied to. Okay? And if you ask why, we don't like to be held for stupid. We don't like to be lied to. We went and checked and made observations and saw that the mass of the sphere of 3,959 miles radius doesn't work. That we can see 10 miles afar. So just go and check by yourself and calculate. We were also Globers. We are not trying to make you look bad. We are not trying to make you look bad or stupid.
You were trying to make me look bad. You commented about India. It's moon landing, all of the things.
Bro, let's forget that. Okay, let's put that away. That's why I said let's say in the physical world. Okay, in the physical world, why we can see the platform of Habitat. Can you explain to us? Look, no one can make a conversation with you or argument. You just talk over the person. You don't let him to like an authority. You want us to accept you as an authority, a divinity. The word you say is law. The word you say is not law. And reality is also not a democracy. You cannot vote if it's a sphere or flat. The observation tell us the lack of curvature. There is no curvature. We cannot find it. Okay, just don't talk over me or over everyone else like you are fighting. I'm trying to tell you, we are not fighting with you. We're not trying to make you look bad. We are trying to tell you, bro, the math doesn't work. It's so easy. And you are telling us, why don't you believe in NASA? Is NASA is lying? Why is NASA is lying? Why all the governments are working together? This is irrelevant. The facts are the most important things. The observations and the calculations and the equations which don't work. You cannot, like NASA, assume non-rotating flat Earth when you when you derive an equation to calculate the flight of a solid object, airplane, assume that the Earth is flat because the calculation of a flat circle Earth will not work on a sphere. You cannot, when you go and Google, how do I calculate the area of a circle, 2D circle, it will tell you something with pi. Pi to the square root, or I don't know what, I forgot it, even though I'm an engineer. And the sphere, the surface of the sphere has another equation. You cannot say that NASA is only assuming in the model, because when the model is assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth, that means the real Earth is not non-rotating flat, bro. Can you get that in your mind? Because the equation of a two-dimensional Earth flat would not work if the Earth is really a planet. Can you get that? It's that easy. You cannot be that stupid, bro.
So, can I talk? I guess yes. So, man, I get all the things, but I like you are challenging my whole life knowledge, like all the flight plans and all the engineering that follow the curvature of Earth and all the I am a photographer.
Yes, cool. So am I. Look, you're talking to an engineer right now. Okay. So look, we appreciate talking with you. It's been a fun conversation. Okay, so we I like you, dude. You sound like a cool guy. Look, we don't need
you guys.
We're not, just let me finish, right? So we're not in the India government, like the moon landing. It's ridiculous. The American moon landing, ridiculous. Okay, like that's not. I went to India last year, bro. I love India. It's an awesome country. I love Indian people. Like no one dislikes Indians, or anything like that, right? We're just calling bullshit on the globe. That's all. And the Indian moon landing footage looks really fake. So it's no disrespect to you, bro. And look, I'm saying that when you look up the ancient cosmology on ChatGPT and Google, and you look at the depictions and everything, it all says the ancient Vedic text said it's flat and stationary. So take it up with them if you want, right? Because they all say that. Look, I think we had a good conversation. We don't need to end the conversation in a bad way. Do you agree?
Yeah. DJ, I can say this, the thing you said, that please go and buy the scriptures from an authentic Indian store in your country, and then try to visit some kind of Hindu priest.
No,
And then try
scriptures
to
don't prove
understand
that Earth is a ball. No, we need measurements, not scriptures.
Okay, so let's forget about all the scripture thing and all the things.
Yeah.
I am only saying
saying
that.
it proves it anyways. It's fine. Okay. I'll look into it more, and then we'll talk about it another time. Cool?
Okay, I will come. Cool. But I am saying that you are saying that all the flight things, the radars and the towers thing, and all the building, the bridges, the engineers use the curvature of Earth as a measurement or as the mathematics.
No, incorrect. That's
How
a
it
lie.
works
That's incorrect.
perfectly.
That's incorrect. Yeah, that's incorrect.
This is what Google tells me.
No, it doesn't. Find us the actual
go get a
bridge
book. Yeah, an engineering book that's got how to do it. It doesn't say anything about Earth curve in it.
Man, I work. My hobby is photographer, and I am currently studying a MBBS. I am currently in medical field. So engineering is not in my field, but I take the physics in my high school, like in class 12. So I know a little bit about physics and all of these things. That's why I am here, and I want to know about the flat Earth things, because I saw the YouTube video, like a guy named he's bald guy. His name starts with V, like virtuism or the word like that, or sounds like that. So he, yeah. So he explained how Earth is not flat and all the flat Earth are just.
Dude, that guy makes retarded arguments against flat Earth. He strawmans us. Do you know what a strawman is? Right? He says flat Earthers claim this. He says flat Earthers claim this, and then he debunks it. But we don't claim that, right? He's making mistakes because he doesn't know any of our arguments. He's an idiot. Okay, so that's not debunking us, right? So. When you say
that's why I am here and try to talk to you, but you guys start talking about India and all of this.
We've been talking for hours, bro. Look up how planes are designed, right? Engineers that build planes build the plane assuming a flat, stationary Earth. It's in the flight dynamics, manuals, bro. It's called a plane for a reason. Can you address what I just said first?
Wait.
Not if it's going to debunk the globe, you won't address it.
All right, so I'm going to read it out quickly. All right, so this is the FAA. Right, FAA aircraft dynamics model. Okay, so the aircraft equations of motions were calculated assuming a flat Earth. And that we here assume the development of the frame, you can just read the rest of it there. You got the entire link, right? But it says right there that the equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth. So yeah, planes are designed to fly over a flat plane. Yeah, you can go and read it.
Okay. Thanks for the link.
Berserker, do you have another link, NASA link, saying that they also do the same thing? I also, Sanchez, I know an aerospace engineer, right? And he said the same thing. Like all of the calculations assume a flat stationary Earth when they design the aircrafts.
Yeah, I will have to find the link later. Unfortunately, I don't have the link. But I have to. I would like to say something, Sanchez.
Do you believe in Reddit?
May I say something? As I told you, I didn't have the critical thinking which these flat earthers who opened my eyes had. I didn't have that critical thinking. I never thought about it. When I was told that when I survey, I should not account for curvature. I was told in the university. And I studied according to the American specifications, American concrete ACI code requirements, and American Steel Institute constructions. And we never account for curvature when we build bridges. We don't account. It is a lie. When you Google now, it is rewriting history. And I wanted to point out something else. I want to say and repeat what I said 2 hours ago. These guys are much smarter than me. I have no idea what the fallacy of, how do you call it, at-home fallacy. Okay, I know at-home fallacy, but these guys know much more than I, and they are much eloquent than me, and they have humiliated me, and I have to accept the reality that I was wrong when I believed in the globe, and these guys opened my eyes for me to see that the observations show affirming the consequence. Yeah. Affirming the consequence fallacies. These guys know without looking in Google, without Googling, and without using ChatGPT. The Globers come and claim something, and when these guys ask them a question, they have to go to ChatGPT. These guys have it in their minds. All the fallacies, the strawman fallacy, the affirming the consequence fallacies, I have no idea what the affirming the consequence. And I'm an engineer, but I can tell you, it is a lie when you Google now and find that we account for curvature when we build bridges or railways. We never account for curvature. You know what I studied? I studied foundation design. I studied solid mechanics. I studied hydraulics. I studied statistics. I studied surveying. I studied steel construction. I studied concrete construction. I studied highway design. I studied everything that you can have planning. That I plan a project that I decide how many minutes a worker should have every day. 30 minutes or 60 minutes, and I calculate where should we sell the instruments like the rollies, the concrete mixer, because after 3 years, normally it's after 3 years. After 3 years, the repair costs are much more when you sell it after 2 years and buy a new one. So I'm a real engineer. And I told you, and I tell you that these guys know what they are talking, and they are adhering to science and mathematics and geometry. The math does not work, bro. Just go and check it by yourself. And we don't need to, we are not trying, as DJ said, we are not trying to be disrespectful, because the moon landing, the American moon landing is also ridiculous. And you know what they are accounting on? They are counting on the patriotism of the American people, so that when someone comes and tells them, look, this looks fake. This doesn't look, because the shadows and the horizon on the moon, that doesn't look. And they count on the patriotism that the proud are people of their patriotism of their land. And this is the same thing. This is what DJ is trying to tell you. He's not trying to make fun of the Indian mission, because he's also saying that the American moon missions and moon landing are fake and not real. Do you understand, bro? I'm an engineer and I cannot be so eloquent as these guys. That's why I let them speak and sit in the back seat and just listen and enjoy. But you, like we were Globers, you Globers don't have, it's so funny. I'm so depressed. I have greater familiar problems which makes me sink in depression. And when I come in here, I start laughing. It is a joyful experience to listen to the Globers being smoked, being cooked, failing to provide any evidence. You have no evidence. Let's not talk about. I'm a Christian. I don't want to use the Bible because that is not science. Let's adhere to the science, and let's look and try to explain the observation of the horizon being visible behind the habitat platform, which is at a distance of 9.41. Okay? When you can explain that, and the refraction, the refraction of the entire world cannot bring the horizon behind the
and there will be no what we say, yeah, there will be no sunset, I guess.
Squid, what does horizontal mean?
Yeah, what does horizontal mean? Good question.
Horizontal?
Horizon is horizontal. Yeah. So what's horizontal? It's level, isn't it? Straight, flat?
Yeah, if you could define what a horizon is and how it makes it a ball, that'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm wanting to share images of horizons and things, but I can't seem to be able to post in this server. What's going on? I can post in all the other servers. I get to join this one today. I'm not able to post. What's going on?
You just haven't been given the perms yet. Yeah,
okay, right. All right. So is there any moderator that can give me the perms right away?
I don't know, man.
Not
what about
at the moment, no.
Oh, there are no mods
here.
It was here a moment ago.
And what about the gravity and centrifugal force, which is present in Earth and every mass which is
no, we're not feeling centrifugal force. Please don't say that. We're not feeling that. And as for gravity, Sir Isaac Newton himself disagreed with the idea of mass attracting mass. And today's gravity is actually the Albert Einstein's bending and the warping of the space-time fabric. That's the gravity today. It's not Newtonian. Newtonian's been superseded. So which gravity are you talking about? There are two schools of gravity. So which one is the one you're talking about? Which one?
You don't feel the centrifugal force because of the relative velocity, man.
There is no relative velocity. There is none. We're not moving. Those are just words.
If there were relative velocity, it would cancel out the force you're talking about.
No, we're not moving. You're not listening to the English language. We are not moving to use the word velocity. We are stationary. That's the word. We are not moving.
We are moving, actually, but not.
No, we're not. If we're moving at the equator, hang on. If we're moving at the equator at 1.5 times the speed of sound, we would be thrown off of that thing. No life could exist because the centrifugal force would throw everything off. We wouldn't be living on the Earth. Okay, we'd be chucked into space. So no, we're not spinning at 1,037 miles per hour. And in England, it would be 600 miles per hour. You would still be thrown off at 600 miles per hour. I don't think you understand. Have you traveled at 200 miles an hour? I have. Well, not 200, 185 miles per hour is the fastest I've been on my bike. And when I'm hanging on to those handlebars, there is no room for error. I'm thinking miles ahead at this speeds. That's how far you have to protect your reaction time. Okay, that's very hard. That's just under 200 miles per hour. So then you want to say 600 on a rotating ball, or 1,037 at the equator, in the middle of your ball. No, there is no. We would be thrown off.
Just tell me, or thinking about the wind. Why does the different horizon have the different direction of wind and tornadoes, man?
Can you repeat that, because it came out just a bit unaudible there? Can you say that again? Sorry.
And what about the winds, man? Why are there two hemispheres, northern and southern hemisphere? And why does
there isn't a northern hemisphere. There is no globe. So what you have is the Tropic of Cancer and then the Tropic of Capricorn. So you have a northern hemisphere plane and a southern hemisphere plane, because we're living on a plane, not a ball. That's why we have them, because God created them. That's why we have them. I didn't create them, you didn't create them, and your parents didn't create them. So who created them? God. God created that. That's why we have them. Okay? That's the obvious, clean, number 100% answer. God created this earth with its hemisphere planes. Okay? Not man. Man didn't create anything.
Why are you taking the stand of God, man? Just tell me your...
Well, because God created the earth, because there has to be a creator. So
I believe
God is the creator of earth and all living things. There has to be. How did the earth come then? No man knows that.
I believe, but I believe that God is created everyone, but the earth is not flat, man. It doesn't prove that.
Well, again, that's just ridiculous rhetoric there, denial, cognitive dissonance. We can measure it. We're not measuring it, the curvature. You haven't measured. You know why? You see, God is watching you as you speak. If you have measured the curvature, you would bring it, because he's giving you the senses and the ability to measure that. So your statement doesn't fit your action. Go and measure and then tell me, here's the curvature, I've measured it. Until you do that, you can't say it's not flat. Okay? Go and measure the curvature.
Galileo did it.
I'm not interested in Galileo. He got it wrong anyway. Galileo got it wrong with his very, very primitive telescope. Galileo is nobody he's not the standard or the authority. Galileo, I am the authority. Me, Jin CBR1. I am my own authority. I don't need Galileo. He doesn't help me. He's dead. I wasn't born when he was born. He's nothing. He's gone. Yeah. Today, I'm the authority. Me.
Yeah,
my standard.
If you believe the earth is flat, why don't everyone...
It's not a belief. It's not a belief, because I've measured it. So it's no longer a belief. Okay? You believe when you haven't done something.
Man, okay? I think that...
hang on. And I say again to you, you haven't measured the curvature, have you? So you're talking when you haven't even gone out to check properly. You haven't checked. But you're whipping us you're trying to whip us with your questions, but you haven't checked. Can you go and check, please? I have. That's why we're here. That's what I'm telling you. You don't even know the numbers. Listen to me. How can you not know the numbers and you be correct? I know the numbers. I've done the measurements and I'm completely wrong. You've done no measuring. You don't know the model and you're correct. Yeah, you're correct. I know the model. I've done the measuring, and I'm wrong. Does that make sense?
Let me speak here.
Go ahead.
I just know how to fight, and you don't try to think about.
Please try and think. Do not try and think. Do think. If you don't know the numbers and
you